out. I
I'm
don't
sorry.
know why.
Oh, it's okay. I'm all right with it. I'm just trying to. Okay, they
I
said we
fixed it.
weren't.
I fixed it, Dago.
What happened?
I don't think I was live through StreamYard.
Oh, okay. So you knew what I was looking at then. Okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right. They said at first it wasn't, but I guess we are now. So okay.
Well, and Sarge, I would say I kind of think they would have. I still think they would have arrested him. I think they would have still written the PCA the way that they did because, in my opinion, this is all politics. I think the U of I wanted them to make an arrest, and I've yet to see anything that shows me otherwise. And now that they, you know how I feel about the House thing, and I feel like it's political. I feel like the whole damn thing is they wanted the U of I is looking at this like, oh, holy shit, this is a big stain on our image. We've got to make sure we make an arrest so that our enrollment doesn't go down. They made an arrest, their enrollment has actually gone up. Now the house is gone, and I'm thinking they're putting money on that's going to make their enrollment go even further, which I think there's more to it than just that. But that's kind of the way I'm looking at this, is that it's all just politically driven by the U of I.
So
What?
this Detective John says he wants to discuss if we can chat nicely. He's game. So
Absolutely.
there's the
I'm a
link.
grown up. I'm a grown adult.
We can always have a conversation.
Why can't
Always good.
we be friends?
Always
Why
Right.
good.
can't
I
we be?
always was always willing to have a grown up conversation. So about the case, of course.
Right.
So
Well,
it is out.
should it start in a grown-up way with an admission and an apology for the nastiness that's flown this way for months and months and months? I mean, should that at least be part of the
100%, my friend. 100%. You said
I
restatement?
this
I
is now.
don't need an apology personally.
I
Oh,
don't
I
want
think
one.
the public as a whole should hear one.
Well, it is what it is. I don't expect it anyway, so it doesn't matter. What this is out to both sides now, Clue for sure.
Yeah. Let me
Okay.
check your channel. Hold
I know
on.
I've seen people jump in here from the other side, but I wasn't sure.
Oh, look, go ahead.
I'm good to
John,
go.
John, are you even in here? Can you hear us?
Yes, sir. I'm in here.
There he
Okay,
is.
good deal. Good deal.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, you're live.
All right, good deal. Thank you, dear.
What's up, Johnny?
What's up?
What's happening?
How are you, Dago?
I'm getting better, but I'm here.
Don't be uncomfortable. It's cool.
Not uncomfortable at all.
All right, man.
Not at all.
So first, so let me start off by just kind of, I'm not going to apologize for a lot of things, but I am going to say that, me listening for the past year to some of the things that have been said about law enforcement and some allegations of things like Sergeant Friday says about corruption. Everything seems to be corruption when it comes to law enforcement. All law enforcement are corrupt. And it's just ridiculous to me.
Should you
And
characterize that correctly, though? Should
hold
you
on.
characterize that
Sergeant
Hey,
Friday,
let him
Sergeant
finish.
Friday,
Let him
Sorry.
I'm
finish.
talking.
Let him
I'm
finish.
talking.
Let him
Let me
finish.
finish. So I'm not, I'm not here to justify anything. What I'm telling everybody is, and you got to look at what I've done for most of my adult life. Okay. I've got over almost 22 years of experience in investigations. I've worked and rubbed elbows with some great and wonderful people. I personally have been shot at 9 times, not separately, but in one night. I have been hurt. I have been through hell. I have chased people down. I have worked everything from homicide serial killers to dope to traffic to being just a beat cop. And I have never in my career seen a legitimate corrupt cop. Now, that being said, do I agree that they do exist? Of course they do. But I think you have all heard me say before, in today's day and age, with, as you know, body cam, you have smart cars that are actually recording everything that an officer is doing inside the car as well. Now, a lot of departments don't have the budget for that. So, yes, that doesn't exist everywhere. It's just like in PA. PA does not have body cam. They're about to get it, but it wasn't budgeted. That's why the irresponsible comments that were being made out there that where's the body cam? Where's the body cam? And like this nefarious issue of holding back body cam footage because there was some kind of crooked crap going on. Well, guess what, y'all? There was no body cams. PA doesn't have them. They didn't have the budget for them. Okay. So I knew that for a fact. I actually even called to confirm because I play ball with a retired cop from up there. And I said, hey, did you guys, state police, did you have them? He says, no, we've been trying to get them, but we don't have the budget for it. But they're supposed to be getting them. So I called and I confirmed that. So
all right, can we make any replies to those first few comments you've made, or were you just
not until I'm done, Sergeant Friday? I listen to you when you spew. You cut everybody.
John, hold
on.
Let
me talk.
John, hold on, please.
John,
listen, Sarge,
specific...
hold on, guys, hold on. Listen, John, you've talked about quite a bit for a minute, man. You gotta pause and let's have a conversation.
Give me 2 more minutes, and then I'll let you go. So
I think that the rules of the channel should be by the people that moderate the channel and run the channel, not the man
continually attack the process, law enforcement, everything, who thinks he knows stuff and he doesn't really know anything. I have to listen to this man when I'm on a show because I do like to listen to everybody else. I go out and troll and I listen, and I have to listen to you, Sergeant Friday. I have to listen to you spew this garbage that you think you know, and you're affecting people. People believe you're bullcrap, dude. You are so full of crap. Back it up. I want to hear you back up something that you've said.
Now
I'm going to let you go. Back it up. Back it up.
Now, Cletus, I think Cletus, that's enough.
I'll say what you say, and I'm going to debate what you say. This is what
going to be a debate. I'm going to explain to you exactly what it is that I'm going to explain.
Because you say things, and you just
can you mute him so I can have my time?
I did.
Cletus? Okay.
Everybody, keep your.
He's not going to listen. His thing keeps flashing because his mouth won't stop. First of all, I never said, and I've always contended.
Hold on, Sarge.
Not only are there
Sarge, hold on 1 second. Let her say.
Everybody, keep your dick soft. Okay, there's no need to get riled up. For real,
no, I'm not riled up. I just want to confront the accusations, and you guys will confirm this. I've never said that all cops are corrupt. As a matter of fact, I've said that I've met cops that were so kind that I begged them that when the job started to change them, to get out. Don't ever change who you are. There's lots of good policemen.
I've had that
but then there's a lot of cops that are egotistical, narcissistic sons of bitches that get in their mind an idea and will chase it till their teeth fall out. Those are bad cops. When Black Lives Matter says that there's corruption that's systemic within the system, they're accurate in that statement. I don't agree with how they deal with it, but I certainly agree that there's a large number of people that are in our law enforcement agencies that don't always do what's right for justice. Prosecutorial numbers go through the roof. It's better to get a conviction to be right or wrong. So don't tell me that I preach against these people, and I'm not telling people facts that we're all aware of. You just like to attack people personally for the attention, for your narcissism. And if you patrolled and performed as you have on YouTube, if you acted like that as a policeman, then you, sir, are one of the corrupt police that I refer to. That's inappropriate. That's not how you interact with people. You have no couth. You have no conscience. And that egomania is a problem when it's with people that are there to serve and protect. If you want to be somebody like me, just some asshole with a company, you can be like you. You're supposed to be somebody that represented the public. And you, sir, are a poor representation of anything. So that's my opinion based on your behavior. And the fact that you claim, I think all cops are corrupt, is so out of line. It fits your narrative to support your way of living, but it's absolutely untrue and provable in every single stream that I've been in.
John, you're unmuted if you want to say something.
How many times have you said the word corrupt tonight alone?
That bothers you, doesn't it?
How many times have you said the word corrupt tonight?
That bothers you for a reason. You need to figure that one out.
I want you to lay out.
I said what I spoke. What I spoke. I'm done.
Scenario within this case. I want you to lay it out for all of us to hear. Tell us about corruption. Come on, Sergeant Friday. Tell us what was corrupt. I'm
Go on,
waiting.
Dago.
Now you're
Go on,
muted.
Here,
Dago.
let's
Coming
hear
out.
it. Let's hear what
I've said all that. Listen, I've said all that I can say.
Guys, hold on a minute. Hold on a second. I got a question real quick. John, what do you, if I can ask, what do you, when you hear the word corrupt, okay, related to a police officer, what do you consider corrupt to be?
I consider a corrupt police officer as somebody that would put together a case based on false lies to get a conviction.
Okay.
100%. I would consider that a corrupt police officer. I would
Any-
consider any agency that would support that and have an officer like that out there, which would obviously spew complaints and wind up in IAD and wind up eventually in today's law enforcement fired. But this
Sure.
man continually says and refers to this case as being just full of corruption.
But do you
And I
think
would find that just about any case he would ever talk about, and he has talked about, he uses the word corruption because he believes, no matter what he says, he believes that all cops are corrupt.
Well,
Now, I'm going to stick with that. And you can say you don't believe it, but I want you to rewind this and just say, before I came on here, how many times Sergeant Friday used the word corrupt?
Can I just interject something here? We had a good
Absolutely.
conversation.
Sure.
We had a good conversation the other night about this topic, Sarge and I,
Yes,
and
sir.
he said, you know, he said that about corruption, and we had a good conversation about, because I was confused about that, because I thought, okay, are you coming into this saying that you view cops just in general as corrupt? And he explained where he's coming from, and that it's the mindset, right? You heard that, so
I heard.
And based on what you heard, you're still interpreting that to mean that he
Absolutely
takes it
100%.
How about the Gigolo Beach incident where for 13 years, those cops prevented the arrest and the conviction of a serial killer for 13 years in Gigolo Beach. Okay? And a lot of times corruption's got nothing to do with a cop honestly doing
talking about
something
Gigolo
criminal.
Beach? What are we talking about?
No, I'm making an example. Corruption can be a mindset in how you operate your system. If you're teaching salesmen false information, or you're letting people behave like we've seen policemen behave, that is corruption, my friend. You guys going down the road at 65 and a 35 is corruption.
Guys,
and your entire family,
wait.
your own admission, was charged with racketeering. You said it. You hate cops. Period.
Case dismissed. Case dismissed, and the cops went to jail, John. The cops that made the charges are in prison.
What does that have to do with the Idaho case?
It has to do with identifying behaviors that are consistent. Listen, when a policeman gets focused on one thing and all he'll do is fit a puzzle together to fit his one thing, that's corrupt.
Just because you and your family had a bad experience doesn't mean that this is a corrupt.
It wasn't a bad, John. The cops went to jail.
I don't care. I'm not talking about your case.
You
just brought it up. You just brought it up, you dickhead.
But you say the word corruption every time you come on.
What about that? What about Officer Tolson, John? Officer, the Idaho State Police Officer Tolson. The fact that he brought corruption to a previous case, in turn, that's why Ann had questioned his training records and things like that. You don't believe that it's very possible that something could have been done there, or
you guys are making
or with Stickergate, or with other situations that happen in all these different districts with policemen. It's not all cops. It's not all cops. Good men are being sent out in the field to do things they shouldn't be being asked to do because they'll lose their pension, they'll lose their house. Cops are in a very bad position, brother. Some respects, and you got people in charge of your agencies that shouldn't be in charge of a dog catcher outfit.
Order in the court.
Yeah, time out. Listen, guys, I think it is really pathetic that we cannot all get on here and just speak. Just speak. You see how I'm talking right now? Just speak. We don't have to yell over each other.
What I'm trying to do.
Dago. So go ahead and elaborate on Tolson's. Elaborate on what it was, because you know what, an IID investigation was completed. So obviously it wasn't a big deal, right? Obviously, correct? Because I'm going to tell you right now, and IAD today, if you do something wrong, they have a job to do and they will do it. Their job is to police the police, and they will fire your ass. They will suspend you if there's any validity to the charge. If it's a policy violation, you will be disciplined. Was he disciplined?
I agree.
Was he disciplined?
I agree, but let me ask you,
what is the status of the investigation? I'm asking you. You're spewing something out here that is not true. I want you to tell me the status of the investigation.
How is it not true?
The
And how
Internal Affairs investigation, which is public information, by the way. What was the status?
John, if you ask him a question, give him a chance to answer.
Are you done? I'm
Okay,
trying to
you're
be
right.
civil here. Obviously, you don't want to be. I can go the other way if you
No,
want
but
me to.
you say something. I just want you to go ahead and go ahead and give us the
I asked
result. The end
you
result.
a
The
question.
end result. You brought it up, Dago.
I know I did. So can I fucking finish saying it now? You done?
Relax.
Fuck you. God damn. Anyway, I'm sorry, Clue.
You're
Oh,
good. Everybody, look,
I
listen.
muted him so you
There's
could
been
You don't let nobody talk, dude. Let me talk.
listen. Everybody, listen. There's
I
been a
have to
lot of
question.
emotion. There's been a lot of emotion created by a lot of fucking drama, by a lot of shit over the past couple of months. If we're gonna all sit in this room and talk, let's sit in this room.
I'm
and
trying
talk
to.
as
I'm
civil
trying
How
people.
come? You know, there is a difference between males and females because you guys are getting aggravated, and I'm like, I'm turned on.
I'm trying.
Can I just make
kidding.
one? Go ahead, Dago. Go ahead.
As I was trying to do, I was trying to ask you a question. I wasn't making a statement. I said, you don't believe that it's possible. Let me reword it again. That anything could be there, considering the fact that the attorney asked for specific records on one specific officer. That was how I worded it. That's how I questioned you. That's all I said to you. I wasn't spewing whatever you said. I know, regardless of what I say, that's how you're going to put it. No matter how civil I try to be, you don't want to be that way. So it is what it is. That was
true,
the question I
Dago.
asked you.
That's not true, Dago. You know what? To be totally candid with
That's
all
not
of you,
true.
people are totally over the comments that are made. They're over it. The people that believe in a justice system that are tainted
As I
with
do.
your words every day are over it. I'm over it. A lot of people are over it. That's
I
why
want you to
started-
tell me when I've ever talked down about law enforcement because I don't do it.
You just did.
No, I didn't. I asked a question.
Yes, you did. You
don't-
implied. Now, man, come on. Do you think don't insult my intelligence, bro? Why would you insert
something
that question?
Possible.
Why would you insert that question?
Because
Why?
it was done in the
What
case.
about Officer Tellison? Why
The
would you say
the
that?
defense attorney asked for his records in particular, which tells
Do
me
you think that's uncommon?
why.
Do you think
You know,
that's
I
uncommon?
want to make a clarifying statement that's part of the story that I told when this all came out.
I didn't say it wasn't
My
anything.
family being accused of racketeering and the police going to jail was an example of extroverted, obvious corruption, unavoidable corruption.
I would
And
like
when
to see
I
that.
say-
case
Let me
first,
finish,
Friday.
please. Let me finish. And when I'm talking about corruption, the people know I'm talking about a type of corruption that's attached to behaviors and attitudes the police use when they carry out their duties. I'm not talking about them planting evidence like they did to my family. I'm talking about people that'll drive down the road at 70 miles an hour in a 40-mile-an-hour zone to set up radar. They don't do the law. They don't follow the law. They are the law. That's their mentality in their brain, and they treat the citizens that way. That's the kind of corruption I'm talking about. And there's a number of policemen and a number of cases all across the country.
I agree with
where
you.
that's
I
true.
never, you know what? And all
You've
of my
taken, wait a minute, let me finish. You classified what I've been saying as I don't like any cops, and I think they're all corrupt. And that's absolutely not true. 100% not true. But I do think there's a mindset that sometimes causes tunnel vision. And your tunnel vision, you then take actions on your tunnel vision, and you ignore all else. It's not an inhuman trait. We all do that. But policemen should always be protected from behaving that way, and they don't police themselves that way. They should. That mindset needs to be corrected from within. And when you run around saying that I think all cops are corrupt, you're absolutely wrong. I wouldn't insult people's intelligence that's far superior to mine or anybody in this room. There are many of them that are wonderful.
And I will speak on.
But that's
on
the
this.
story I've been telling, and you've construed my story to mean that I think all cops are bad, and that's just wrong.
My grandfather wasn't crooked. My father wasn't crooked. My uncle wasn't crooked. Not one of them. And I know the people that they know that aren't crooked. I have friends that are cops that aren't crooked. I would never support that. I do believe that it is possible to have some crooked police officers out there. I've seen stories about it. I've talked to other police officers about it. But I definitely don't support the fact that all cops are crooked because they're not.
No, they're not.
Okay.
There's way more good ones than bad.
Absolutely, there are fucking phenomenal fucking cops in this world.
If
There
something
are.
happens here, I call
Thank you.
911.
Thank you.
You know what I mean?
And
We could not
I
have.
appreciate
We couldn't
that.
survive in society without policing.
And John,
So
that's
you're not for
I
defund
think
the police. But
I
I bet
don't
you Sergeant
no,
Friday.
fuck no.
It is a joke.
Listen, John,
But
I think honestly, I think a lot of your opinion has been taken out of context, which is what I was trying to tell you that night on your channel, right? I think you, if you take 10 minutes of a conversation, of a 4-hour conversation, you may find something that triggers you. But if you listen and actually absorb the entire conversation and take emotion out of it and hear what's being said, you'll see that there's nobody on here right now that thinks all cops are bad. There's nobody on here that honestly I can say I have heard that spews anything about a possibility or a suspicion of anything that isn't at least somewhat valid. Or if they do, we all sit and argue it amongst ourselves and usually come to some type of conclusion that's grounded and based in something. We may discuss a lot of things, but at the end of the day, it's just a conversation.
We can agree to disagree. I think Sergeant Friday hates the police. Every time he gets on a panel anywhere, he brings up corruption. And
I bring up the kind of corruption that gets unseen.
You know what? I'm talking, Friday. You're not going to talk over me like you do Brian. Brian will take your stuff. I won't take it.
Oh, you're a tough guy. You really
watch your mouth. Hold on. Listen. Listen. This isn't
guy was a policeman to the community. This guy's the epitome of a bad cop. He really is. He is like the poster child
to the
kind of people we don't want in law enforcement.
I'm here, and I want each and every one of you
the poster child, Johnny.
Corruption in this case. To articulate why you think 3-4 agencies would collaborate together to put this guy in jail.
Here's what I will say to that.
Friday, go ahead.
I'm done having any more interaction.
Hey,
the corruption.
I'm gonna make a statement. I never said that the
guys, listen, we got to talk one at a time, or there's no point in having this conversation. If you guys are still talking, you're not hearing what we're saying. But we gotta have this conversation one at a time. Period.
All right.
How's this guy here?
No, not you, Willie.
Can I answer now?
Yeah, you're unmuted.
Sarge, go ahead.
I've never said that there was any police involvement of corruption that directly planted evidence or framed Brian Kohberger. I've never said that. Nobody even implied that. What I've said, the
never implied that.
No, sir. Absolutely. I never agreed with this being a frame job. I don't believe they framed Brian Kohberger.
Everything you've said.
And see, can't you mute him?
John, stop.
I'll mute him.
Please.
Yeah, see,
for the love of God, stop. Have a conversation.
Look, everybody shut the fuck up. I'll handle the mute button. Goddamn, speak.
Yeah, but he's still not listening when his lips are going. So you're having a conversation. You guys, what I'm going to say, you heard me say 100 times. It's not for you when I'm sharing. He's saying things and I'm responding, right? These are answers that you've already heard from me, right? I mean, so it's almost ridiculous. Everybody in the chat room knows what I mean when I talk about corruption. And that I have never said that Brian Kohberger was framed. I never bought that.
Can we
all, I don't see that.
Can we all agree? Unmute them real quick. So
Sarge is cool with the house being torn down. I don't understand.
Listen, hold on, guys. Let's keep the conversation to the case at hand and not an attack at each other in differences of opinions. Can we agree to do that?
I will agree to do that.
Thank you.
I can.
We have this thing in my family where if people want to talk, you have like the talking pillow. I know it's John. This is not a homophobic.
It's wrapped around my head.
This is it does sound kind of frou-frou, but it works. Okay, so when someone has the pillow, just shut your gap.
Does it count when it's between my legs?
Frou-frou.
Maybe you need to dictate who has the talking pillow so that you can just maintain control of the conversation. Because I think
I'm not going to dictate. These are look, y'all. Goddamn, I got titties. Y'all got the dick. Y'all supposed to be grown ass men. Act like it.
Hey, you know what? Sergeant Friday and I are a lot alike in a lot of ways, and he can agree to disagree, but we both like to get our points across. So we're going to butt heads a little bit. So, I just listen. I get offended very easily when it comes to people making accusations that departments are corrupt. And no matter what, Sergeant Friday, what you say, you're going to have to agree to disagree. You imply all the time that this entire case is corrupt, not just law enforcement, but the prosecution. You imply that the judge is corrupt. You've done it. You imply that the grand jury was corrupt. So don't sit here and insult all of our intelligence and say that that's not what you want people to believe, because you do. You were just doing it within this show.
In all fairness, I don't think I've ever said any of that. What I've said is the grand jury instructions. I've agreed with what the defense has put forward in their argument.
You know what?
I've never said Judge. I've supported Judge the whole time. I like Judge. I've said I think he's a good judge. Have I not, Dago, on your stream? How many times have I said that?
Brian,
I agree with everything he's done. I don't disagree with Judge at all. I got no problem with no cameras in the courtroom. I don't know what you think you're listening to, but
I've never heard you say shit, Sarge. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
To the point where you're right. We will bump heads, but if we listened and didn't talk over each other, you'd see that there's probably a lot more agreement in the positions than there is disagreement. Okay, like I asked everybody earlier, if you had the DNA before, let me ask you this one question. Just answer this one question honestly. If you had the DNA prior to the PCA, prior to ever arresting him, if you had the DNA results that there was none in the car, none on his person, none at his home, none at his workplace, if you had that DNA data from investigative work, would you have applied for a warrant to arrest him with what was left that is now in the PCA? Knowing ahead of time,
100,000%.
Knowing ahead of time that there was no way to
absolutely 100,000%.
Why?
Because I'm involved in an investigation. Hypothetically, I know what we have. So you don't.
But I'm saying if you knew, if
there's a gag order, so you're playing. No,
I'm asking an honest question.
Yes, you are.
I'm asking.
Hold on.
My answer was yes. I would have. Why would you have done that?
Yeah, why would you?
If the judge wanted an information and wanted to file an information, I would provide him with more information.
So that's
but that didn't happen, did it?
Hold on. That's a good question, because see, you could be a serious asset to the true crime community if you weren't such an ass all the time. I have a question of follow-up to that, right? So if I present the judge with this PCA, right, and the judge looks at me like, bitch, this is not enough info, can they tell me that, and then I go back and put out a little more evidence that I have?
It's called filing. It's called filing an information. So if the judge saw it, if you provided the PCA, see the PCA, and you've heard me say this before. If you've ever listened, I don't know, but the PCA and Dago was actually repeating verbatim some of what I said tonight. The PCA had way too much in it. Less is more in the PCA, because you don't want to tip your hat. You don't want to give the defense a bunch of stuff to start working on immediately, because there's an investigation to be completed. So when you're working on a case like this case, okay, so you got a quad homicide. So there's a lot of investigatory stuff that needs to be documented in an incident report that is post PCA. The PCA only has to have, and I would argue with Sergeant Friday, the PCA, when we are trained, the PCA only has to have some of the elements of the crime. Okay, so and so came into the house, brandished a weapon, shot so and so, exited the location, got in vehicle, drove away. Bam, that's all you need. Okay, all the rest of the stuff, if that's not enough for the judge will look at that, and the judge that looks at the PCA often is not going to be the judge presiding over the trial. Okay, so the judge looks at it, and if he says, well, wait a minute, what do you have? Do you have video or anything like that? Oh yeah, we have some video. We'll get that together for you, Judge. It's just not available right now. We haven't put it together, but we need to get this guy off the street. The judge will say, okay, I'll look for that in the information. I'll look for your incident report and your supplementals, and here you go. Good luck. Bam. That's how it works. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Let me ask you a question. You saying that, I agree with you, and I'm sorry to interrupt what you were saying.
No, you're okay. There you go. Go ahead.
But with you saying that, though, it makes me want to question. Again, I've said this recently too. With your experience, like you just said, you could definitely be an asset to this community if you would handle things in a different way. That's a different case, though, or a different story, though. But what I'm asking,
it's a lot of pinned up frustration from listeling to this for months, man. But go ahead.
What I'm asking,
we're all here together to have a conversation.
Right, I'll even do this far, John. I'll even go this far. My apologies for how I just reacted to you a little bit ago. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's all right.
Moving
I
forward.
get it.
Sorry. Moving forward, with this and what you just said, okay, as you just repeated, I had repeated some things that you said verbatim per se, because I do listen to everybody regardless of what's being said, okay. When it comes to that scenario now with oh, shit, I just lost my train of thought. With
that happens all the time. I do it too.
Shit. Hold on, give me a second here.
Come on, Dago. I had a stroke, man. At least I got an excuse.
Yeah, well, I'm pulling a Dago. I do it all the time.
I know.
I have a little bit of a reason. It is what
Yeah,
it
I see it.
is. Go ahead. While you're doing it, I'll think.
Yeah. So I got a question for you, John, talking about
Yes,
that.
sir.
So you file the, what did you call them? Informationals, or what was the word?
The judge will file. A lot of times the judge won't even file it. The state attorney will file it, and he'll say before it even gets to the judge, if you're submitting the PCA, state attorney will look at it and he'll actually be the judge. He'll be like, I got to think like the judge. Okay, what is the judge going to want here? Okay, before we sign off on this, and they'll often fire back at you. Hey, we need a little more information. It's called filing information. So they'll go into detail what they might need to go ahead and sign off on it. But what a lot of people don't understand, and listen, I'm not trying to be condescending to anyone. I just want everyone to understand how the process works, and that's what I came into the true crime community.
Hold on, John. Before you go down that road, let me finish I just needed to know the word. But at the end of the day, my question ultimately is: whatever that judge requests, would that not be subject to being public record?
Not in a gag order.
Well, but the PCA and all of the information before the judge signs off on the arrest warrant. So in this case, it's fair to say that the PCA is what the judge read. The judge had to use to decide and sign off on the arrest warrant. Is that a fair statement?
That's a fair statement.
Then I think that's where a lot of concern comes from, right? We've had conversations for hours today about this PCA, and I listened to your show the other night, the one you did Wednesday night, and one of the things that you were talking about, I remember you even saying that the PCA in this case was problematic for you. I forget your exact words, but you were talking about some of the things in it. And my question to you is, what's your opinion of the PCA in this case?
The PCA, I believe, was overly written. Okay. I think it was written by an overzealous, ambitious, inexperienced officer who thought everything had to be in there. And there were things in there like he, a police officer's job is to, just like Sergeant Friday would say, just the facts, ma'am or sir. You just deal with facts. And in reading the PCA, when he brings up Dylan and the fact that the frozen shock phase, okay, well, who said that? Did she say that, or is he suggesting that? Okay, so I don't think if I'm his supervisor and he's tealing that over to me to review before it goes to the SAO, then I would have him take that out, unless she said, hey, I don't know, I was in a frozen shock phase, because that's a clinical thing. Okay, that's not something that the officer should say or the investigator should say. It's just not that stuff like that should have never been in there, because look, it's been problematic, has it not? Because we have a gag order, we don't know these things, but all of a sudden frozen shock phase, and he put frozen shock phase. It's not in quotations. Okay. If it would have been in quotations, it would have implied that she actually said that.
How standard is it for an officer to take somebody else's words and possibly put them into their own words, or maybe, you know what I mean, like kind of put it in that way, like you just explained?
Right, and he shouldn't. He or she should not do that. Okay, so when you're preparing these affidavits, okay, you should only. That's why the PCA is really, it's just the PC, the probable cause of the crime. All of the investigatory garbage that you develop, garbology, things like that, are going to go into the incident report, which is, it could be from multiple officers. Every officer that was involved in that crime scene has to do a supplement as to what they did. Okay, everything from the canvassing to who they talked to, the witness statements, all of the video that was done from their body cams, all has to be submitted. Okay, so when the PCA is done, the judge doesn't need to know all that stuff yet, because the judge knows, unless it's an on-view arrest. So unless I was an officer and I witnessed Sergeant Friday walk up with a K-bar knife and stab somebody in the back with it, and that's an on-view arrest, I can pretty much put everything into that PCA because I just witnessed it. There's not really an investigation. The only investigation is going to be as to why. Okay, so what happened prior to that? Was there text? Was there a conversation? Were there witnesses to a threat made? Stuff like that. But most of the elements of the crime on a situation on an on-view arrest will be in the PCA. It's called a 707 here in Florida.
John, hold on one second. She's got to do her thing.
Coral Beauty, welcome to the Clue Crew. And you know what's weird? Frozen shock phase is actually the one part of her statement that is in quotations. So that means she stated that, right?
That's what I would
If
think.
it is in quotations, she stated it.
Those are her actual words. Okay.
Trying to join. I think I heard a beep.
And you know what, Clue? I didn't see that in quotations, so I missed it.
Here.
Good catch.
Well,
I just pulled it up.
One thing you said, John, that you said it the other night, and you said it just a minute ago, that I'm a little confused about. You said you believe this was written by an inexperienced person, but Brett Payne signed off on this, and based on his record, he's not inexperienced.
As a detective, he is.
He signed off there. He signed off on it. You're correct, but he didn't articulate it. So that doesn't mean, it's just like if you wrote something and you had Clue read it. She's like, oh yeah, that looks good. She's not going to really sit there and pick it apart. Now, he should have picked it apart. I would have picked it apart, but that's just me. But it goes with anything that somebody else articulates. You might not think about it at the time, but it might come back and bite you in the ass. But that's why a PCA shouldn't contain a whole lot. Should just contain. Go ahead.
That's a good question for you personally, because if you notice, there are varying accounts in Payne's PCA and then the one that Blaker wrote for the search warrants, because an instance is Bethany said that she saw Ethan and Xana at Sigma Chi from 9 to 1:45. That's what Payne says. But then in Blaker's, he just says from 9 o'clock, he takes out the 1:45. So how does something like that happen?
Well, it's just and I'll be very candid with you. That should not have happened. Okay, so you need to get all your ducks in a row, and all your reports need to be looked at. And hey, you put this time frame in from this, and another officer had this. So let's get together and figure out what the actual time frame is. But those aren't. To me, that's kind of. I'm not saying you're being silly. I'm just saying it's the time frame when it comes to stuff like that. In this case, isn't very relevant.
Well, let me throw this out there as a possibility and maybe help you understand where some of the mindsets come from. Right, when the police officers that are in charge of this situation put out statements that don't line up, how is the general public not supposed to see that as suspect? Right? How are we as the general public that see these things that are issued to the public and see problems with them? How are we not supposed to see that as suspect? And I asked that in regards to your statement, about the corruption aspect, because it's going to, stuff like this is going to instill ultimately a mindset that a lot of people are going to have that ultimately leads to a corrupt system. And that's my question. How is that not going to do that?
My response would be you have to look at the relevance. Is this like something that's nefariously done for a reason? Would it really matter? Or we're talking about a few minutes here. We're talking about the exclusion of another time. You got multiple officers conducting an investigation here. You got multiple interviews. You have to look at it, you have to look at the relevance of what you're talking about. It's kind of like, I'm not saying you're not using your common sense. I'm just saying in general, you have to kind of look at it for what it is. Now, if it's very relevant, then I'm sure that would be certainly be a problem. But something like that is not real relevant, and it could be straightened up within testimony. I mean, it's
and
not
I just
like
say though that the differences are not that significant because they both reference roughly the same time. The ending time isn't really an issue because each cop could have got that answer from the person they talked to.
Right.
They won't
You're
just say,
absolutely
"I
right.
seen them there from 9 on."
All
And the
right.
other cop that talked to someone else,
I mean-
they said, "Well, they were there till 1:45." They happen to know both beginning and end. So you could have two different people, or just two simple interpretations of the same statement there's no difference in the statements technically.
I remember
They're saying the same thing.
I remember one of the things. Go ahead. Sorry.
Go ahead, Dago. No, go ahead, Dago.
I remembered one of the.
I insist. You go.
I remembered the things I was going to say. One of them was before I forget it again. And I know it's going backwards a little bit, but if you per se were to prosecute this case, okay? No. Let me go with the other thing since you're talking about that first. Okay, so when we were talking about corruption, police officers, so on and so forth, whatever. If let's say for instance you're working a case with another officer, okay? He makes a mistake. You know it's a mistake. You don't say anything, brothers in arms, whatever it is. And it just kind of gets.
Now, why would you say that? That's
I'm
not
not saying.
necessary.
No, I'm not done yet. I'm not done yet.
Go ahead.
Okay, let me finish. See, there's more. You do with the rest of what you're doing. The mistakes made, blah blah blah. You move on with what you're doing, and it kind of gets brushed to the side for a little while. Now, eventually, I'm sure this is where I was coming in with what you were getting ready to address. You're going to say something because you are, as you stated, a good cop. We'll go with that. That's fine. And I trust that. You're going to say something about it. And maybe he's still going to deny it, whatever you want to say, so on and so forth, moving forward. Okay. That is what I considered another form of corruption, as people have talked about in a sense. Do you think that all police officers are going to do that, though, John, is what I'm saying? If one officer makes a mistake, you don't see that they're going to say, hey, it was just a mistake. You know what I mean? Do we have to really put this out there? You don't think that can happen as well?
Okay, so this is like a multi.
Because that's how I've seen these things possibly happening, is maybe there were mistakes made because it's a huge case, and I'm sure that they were somewhat inexperienced in this, as I've stated before. And going into this, okay.
So what's going to happen? What's going to happen in this case before it goes to trial?
It's going to be reviewed and all that, I'm sure.
What's got to happen though?
As far as
what does the defense attorney and the prosecution attorney have to do before this trial even takes place? Has to depose all these people, correct?
Oh, the deposition. Yeah. Okay. I'm sorry.
So they're going to sit down with all of the evidence, all the documentation, and they're going to say, hey, okay, well, Officer Payne, or this officer under your tutelage has said this, you signed off on it, but there's a discrepancy in time. So he would sit down and look at it and he'd go, you know what, I didn't catch that, but let me follow up with you and I'll get you an answer. And then you would be obligated to follow up with that and give an answer. But listen, this is a huge case, everyone. There's a lot of hands in this case. If you've ever run a huge business and you've worked, HR investigations, for example, and you've had 2,000 employees and you got a problem with, I'm just taking it out of criminal, sexual harassment. And you got to go in and you got to interview the manager of that store, and you got to interview the alleged victim. And, you got to determine whether that happened. You're going to get different stories. But I can tell you right now, you just have to look at it for what it is. And, you have to understand that why, my question would be, why would anybody lie in this case? That would be my first question. Okay. What would be the motive for any of these officers to falsify any kind of a statement or any, subsequent supplemental report or an affidavit? Why would they do that? I've heard things like, oh, it's because the university has all this money and the president this and that. Oh, they better make an arrest. Or I think Sergeant Friday. Didn't you imply, Sergeant Friday, that it was all about the money, and if somebody didn't make an arrest, or no, it wasn't you. Who was it? Said that somebody didn't make an arrest and they were going to lose all the money.
Yeah, I never really made that argument. There could be
Yeah,
any
no,
reason.
you didn't. But I'm asking you because I know
They
you know
did rush
about
and
it.
arrest.
It was probably me.
No, it wasn't
Right.
you.
Listen, I don't think
It's been being said by multiple people.
I've
That
heard,
kind of
I've heard that there was a
Can
deadline.
I ask you a quick question? Did you see anything when they gave us photos of the work being done by the crime scene investigators? Have you seen those? Did you see anything in those that you would question?
Well, absolutely. And if you remember, and Dago and everybody else that will remember when the case first happened, I was actually accused. This guy can't be a cop. No cop would say that. I was blowing that apart. That house should have been bagged. You should have never been able to look in a single window for one.
Right.
Those people should have not been walking in and out the way they were walking in and out. The one guy that looked like he was handicapped, he must have walked in and out of that front door 15 times within.
About the woman that was swabbing the sign and sneezing into her sleep.
She sneezed into her elbow.
Right.
She wasn't wearing. Now you brought up the Gilco case, Sergeant Friday. When those detectives were at his house, did you see all the PPE they wore? They even had face shields on.
I know.
This case, when I watched that, I was incensed. And then somebody came onto the panel who said that she was the mother of a crime scene investigator who said that they really don't have to do that anymore. Well, I tell you what, why would you risk introducing any foreign material into any crime scene when you have personal protection that you need to wear it. You were provided it.
Can I also make a simple point?
Go ahead.
Do you disagree with this? That because it's transfer DNA found at the crime scene, for you to be walking around without the personal protection, you're contaminating the crime scene with the same kind of DNA that you're actually now going to use to prosecute a man. You're shedding that DNA by the second, 5,700 pieces of skin every second, 500 million a day. How can you walk through a crime scene the way these people did and not argue that crime scene is contaminated and anything you found is untrustworthy? I mean, you think that's a crazy argument?
Listen, I'm telling you from the very beginning, if anyone wants to go back and look at my testimony, I was incensed at what I saw. I thought it was very, very lax.
I'm not surprised we agree. To be very honest with you, I'm not surprised we agree at all.
But there's a lot of things you've said that I agree with, Sergeant Friday. A lot of things. The house was one that I was surprised you agreed with me on. But or actually I wasn't surprised that you agree with me on, because I think you can be reasonable. But here's the thing with that. Okay, but it wasn't the same DNA. And here's the argument. So nowadays, every one of those investigators has to submit their DNAs on file. So if they do have a cross-contamination and they find it, they can exclude that as part of the DNA that was found. Okay, we had some cross-contamination here. We know that it was Officer Jones. Okay, that is the argument here. It happens all the time. That does not mean that you should not dress appropriately for a crime scene. Those people should have been, if you look at the Gilgo case, like I said, that was 100% impeccable work. Those people did it right. These people did not do it right. And I've been bitching about that from day one.
Well, is it wrong to shouldn't the policemen themselves, once they entered that scene and saw what they saw, immediately exited the home and remained outside, guarding the doors and collecting anybody in the vicinity and holding them? Wouldn't that be typical to what happens there?
It would be typical, but go ahead.
Don't look like it happened in this case. Looks like the policeman that entered the scene stayed in the scene and went in and out of the scene before anybody qualified to investigate the scene ever showed up.
Good point. Just a good point to pause. Hold that response.
This is what I mean when I see on this. If we agree on this point, then you're understanding what I mean by corruption. Corruption isn't necessarily a male intent. That you're not doing something with malice intent. You're doing things unconsciously, and you're not being trained out of it.
Hold on.
So when you look at the CSI team, that's a great example of what I'm saying by corruption. Corruption isn't always an overt act of criminal behavior. Corruption can also be a systematic process that's in place that shouldn't be. And going in that house unprepared like that, compared to Gigolo, shouldn't be.
Sarge. Clue's got to do her thing. Hold on.
Go ahead.
Okay, so under review, Rach Michelle, Cricket Moon, Crafty Mama, Rhea, KP Mountain Mama, yay, Little Nuggies, and Pagan Ways. Welcome to the Clue Crew. Now y'all can continue.
Okay, 42. Still, guys, we need more than that. Let's make it happen. Anyway, go ahead, guys. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Oh, wait. Okay, we're way up there. I'm sorry.
No,
Clue,
I was pretty content. I was done by the time you guys paused me. I appreciate the pausing too. I could use that. But yeah, I think there's a lot of chaos with this, and right or wrong in the end, who did that? It's for them to determine. It's for them to show us unequivocally it was this young man that did it, and they provided that. I have no problem with him being executed and whatever the state of that state agrees death penalty deserves.
Well,
I've always felt that way. On the other hand, if their mistakes are impactful to what happened in their discovery of their evidence, then I have a hard time convicting somebody that stuff took place to.
All right, can I respond?
hold on
Sure.
1 second
Sure.
before you do, John. Can I ask you to do one thing? Just
Sure.
for anybody on here that doesn't know you, knows nothing about you, and I know where you speak from. You're speaking credibly from a particular place, which is your experience. Can you just reiterate what your experience is for anybody that may not know,
I
so that
was
everybody understands your point of view?
I was a police officer in Daytona Beach. I rapidly moved through the ranks because I was a local boy and I knew all the players. I grew up, I went to Mainland High School, I went to college in the area, and I knew all the players. So by knowing all the players, and this is not being cocky, I went out there and, on patrol, I was identifying players. I knew a lot of the dopers, which did homicides. So I moved my way up pretty quick. I wasn't on the street for much more, a year and a half before I wound up in street crimes, and I was doing stuff in street crimes. And then I moved my way up the ranks into CID. I worked property crimes, then I worked fraud. I worked rape. I worked homicide. And then I went into, CID part, into narcotics, and I worked major case narcotics. And, in narcotics, a lot of people don't equivalate the fact that, where there's dope, there's homicide. So most of the time, homicide worked hand in hand with us because we're out there in the trenches and we know the players. So, a lot of times homicide relied on narcotics to actually work cases with them. So, being a local guy in Daytona, an athlete that played ball with a lot of these guys, I moved my way up in the ranks pretty quick. I was, I ran fast, so that was a plus. I was in jump out. They called it jump out, where you basically run up on a corner and you bail out and see who dumps the dope and runs, and you chase them down. That was back in, my early day, during the crack. I've been shot at. I've been hurt. I've, you name it. I've seen some crazy things. And Daytona is a very, very, people don't realize it's a very, very, very busy city. We have 3 bike weeks. We have multiple races. We have that used to, at the time, it was a spring break capital of the world. We have BCR. We have all these events here in Daytona, and it's only getting busier and busier. So I learned a lot. Me working, if I worked, if an officer in Daytona worked there for a year, it would be equivalent to working 5, 6, 7 years in another department because of the amount of work that we had. I learned a lot. I met a variety of diverse people, and whether people want to believe it or not, I'm a very humble person, but I'm a very passionate person too, because when my brothers and sisters are accused of being corrupt, and this isn't a dig at you, Sergeant Friday, it's just a general statement, because in my opinion, it's horrible that America is actually leaning in that direction because of what the media has done. There's a lot. You got to consider there's over 1 million police officers in the United States. So you got to think about the 1%, less than 1%, whatever it is. It's just like biker gangs. They're called the 1%ers. Okay. So are all bikers gang members? Are they all Hell's Angels or outlaws? No, those are called the 1%ers for a reason. This is a very small amount. So, some of the things that are being said and actually cascaded out there for everyone to believe, because when people sit behind a keyboard and get behind a monitor, there are people out there that actually, just because you're doing that, think you're credible. And it's frustrating to me to see that, because I'm sitting there and I'm going, that's not true. That, you know, that there's reasons why this stuff happens. And I've been vilified because I used attack to actually go after some creators that were making these statements and allowing these statements to be made on their panels and running with them. And it was irresponsible, in my opinion, for people that don't have the experience to testify to any of the process, being privy to that information, to disseminate it out there for all of us to hear. So
I don't want to go down that road again, right? Let's put that in the past. I think we're having a conversation now. I just wanted you to put out what your credentials were, so that everybody knew what voice was being heard here, right?
So after over a decade and mostly CID, I decided I'd been shot at. Things were getting hairy. I was crazy, dude. I was that cop that was always out there getting in shit. I was the self-initiated guy. You know, I didn't go out and perimeter ride. When I was in street crimes, your job is to go out there and find crime. Okay. You just don't roll onto crime, and you don't sit back and wait for crime to come to you when you're in high crime areas. You got to go out and find it. It's like, you know, for lack of a better term, it's like a sport. You know, it can be that way. It was that bad. So you go out, you do directed patrol, you do things like that. You direct yourself to where the crime is, where you're getting the most complaints. You put together a task force, you go out there and you attack it. You work CIs, you do controlled buys, you do things like that. That's how you effectively fight crime. But it's getting so hairy today that you know, it's just not for 40, 50 grand a year. You know, when I started, I got paid $18,500 a year. Now, the bonus with working in a city like Daytona is you have a lot of opportunity for overtime. I was working 65, 70 hours a week, okay, because I was always having to work overtime to support my family. I was never home, okay? So to hear some of the things that are being said, and we're not going to go down that road, it's just, it offends me, because I know what it takes and I know what these officers do every single day. But the hate that is out there directed at officers, and yes, there are some officers that are pricks and they're violent. They do all this crazy stuff. But, you know, in the grand scheme of things, there's not that many. The media has brought that about, and the media has blown it up. And, you know, every cop is, you know, a violent asshole.
Fair
You know,
enough.
I'm sorry.
I think I got you. I got what I wanted you to say was just, you know, your credentials. I think you did that. So please proceed.
Well, let me
conversation.
finish, because when I left law enforcement, I went into the private sector. Okay, I worked for the largest pharmacy chain in the world, and I worked HR, and I handled racketeering cases. I was part of the first racketeering case ever put together for a pharmacy chain that went all the way to Houston, where we did surveillance all over the country. We took down major fencing network, and you know, there's major crime when there's drugs. So I had, you know, I learned a lot in that arena, you know, and I appreciated every minute of it, and I loved it. It was the greatest job in the world. I made 125 grand a year, company car, suit and tie every day, and it was wonderful. It all had to come to an end, though, because the company was a part of a hostile takeover, and Lean Six Sigma, if anything knows about, you know, the corporate world, the European model is Lean Six Sigma. That means if you got 100 employees, let's fire 50 of them and do the work of,
John,
then 50 will do the work of 100.
John,
that's where I went.
Okay, so you were a police officer. You went into private investigations and things like that. Okay, so
yeah. Not private investigations. I worked as an HR investigator in organized retail crime for a major pharmacy chain after I left law enforcement.
And I interrupted you. You were about to say something in response to Sarge. So sorry. I just wanted you to put that out there.
No. Okay. Thank you. Thanks for allowing me to do that.
Yes, sir. So what were you going to say before I interrupted you?
I don't remember.
How can he remember?
I got a good memory. It's just short.
Yeah.
I don't remember saying anything.
It happens.
Well, here it is. You know, you start Friday. Here's the thing. Corruption. Okay. Corruption is dishonest, fraudulent conduct by those in power, typically involving bribery. Okay. So let's look at that word for a moment. How about we can say they needed better training? How about we can say that based on what you were talking about the crime scene? That's not corruption. Making mistakes, like not wearing your proper PPE, is not a corrupt scenario. It's poor training. It's poor practice, but it's not corrupt. Sergeant Friday.
It's poor practice.
Can we agree? Can we agree? Can we agree to that? Can we agree that maybe you're using the wrong word?
It's an example of how systematic attitudes take over in that industry at times.
Right.
It's not everywhere, but to say that it only happens in crime scene investigations wouldn't be accurate. And you're in an area where they've had some other legal issues with the policemen making statements that were false or hiding evidence. So it's not that all police.
Do you have proof for that? What does that have to do with this
something
case?
which here's what it has to do with it. It's relevant in that particular area has had some questionable cases go through it. And it's
every police
like
department has that, Sergeant Friday. Every police department has that. That's why they have IAD to police things like that. But just because you have an officer that may have done something questionable in a case before that really has no bearing on this case does not warrant anyone saying that this case warrants the word corruption being used at all.
And you see a system of behavior that can be established amongst a group of people
But
that may
you
not
see why people would question that, though.
be viewed as corrupt, but it's the system under which they're comfortable working together.
Can you articulate what
you're not policing yourself?
Please, I just want you to articulate what you're referring to. That would
other crime scene investigators should have stopped crime scene investigators like themselves from entering the property until they were properly equipped. That didn't happen. And so you could say that that's improper training. But
did I not agree with you?
You're not protecting the population you're serving by doing that. So to me, that's a misdeed. That's a bad doing.
Well, but here's
you may
the
not
thing.
see it that way. You may see it's a simple mistake, but that's not how you process a crime scene.
Here's the thing. Okay, so new technology, and this is what everyone needs to understand. Do they have to 100% be suited up from head to toe, wearing their face? Today, they don't, to be totally honest with you, because of the very reason I just told you. Now, do I agree with it? Absolutely 100% not. I do not agree with that. I think that you should. Why would you introduce the potential of your DNA into any crime scene just because it can be excluded? That does not make it right, but there are a lot of departments that would function just like that. Now, that is a policy, a procedural thing. Maybe they don't require it. If they required it, trust me, if they required it based on what we saw on the video alone, each and every one of them should have been written up. Now, I don't know what their SOP says. Every department has a different SOP. They try to piggyback off of others. But, when ISP came in there, I don't know the difference between who was ISP and Moscow. You don't either. We won't know until we get to trial and we see that list. Okay. So once we see that list, and I can assure you that Ann Taylor is watching these shows, and she has probably heard me at some point actually pointing that out in the very beginning of this case. I'm like, this is absurd to me. We, in my department, we would never allow that to happen.
Well, am I mistaken in that woman that sneezed into her sleeve? What did the back of her jacket say? Did it say police? Did it say FBI? What did it say? Do we know?
Forensic. Idaho State Forensic Lab.
Yeah, it said, I don't know what it said.
Here's a woman from the Idaho State Forensic Lab sneezing on the scene.
crime scene, whatever it said. But again, we're talking about department policies here. And I can tell you, if she sneezed and it got into any of that DNA and contaminated it, it would not be hard for them to determine that.
I agree with you. I agree with you solidly on that. The only place I take exception on is I turned the corner and am convinced if microscopic skin cells are all it takes, then movement of microscopic skin cells of people that aren't even you transport other people's DNA to locations that you aren't even aware of, right? And so you as a human being, wherever you go, you're depositing this microscopic DNA. My point is that DNA that you're depositing doesn't need to be yours. It could be mine. You and I could have shared a gas pump before you went into the crime scene. You and I could have shared change at the store where you bought your gasoline. You and I could have been in the same place where we shop and touched the eggs and transferred DNA. That's so if you're going to use that as evidence to convict somebody, you then enter a scene and you don't protect yourself from depositing any of that. That's insanity, bro.
Well, Don, let me ask you real quick with him saying that, just real quick. I don't mean to interrupt anybody. It's just a quick question. Do you think that there's any possibility at all that DNA was transferred to that sheath by any other means besides Brian doing it himself by handling it?
Do I believe that that's possible? No.
Yeah, not at all.
No.
And you do know. I know you. I'm not gonna.
I'm using my common sense.
No, right. I'm not gonna talk down.
The probability of that is very, very, very slim.
Knowing
so that's
what
where I was going to answer the question. So what you're saying is we have to have a chance that someone came in contact with Brian Kohlberger and that person actually handled the knife sheath and deposited Brian Kohlberger's DNA on the male-female snap button of the K-bar knife sheath. Now, here's the problem with that. Doesn't matter what I believe. It matters what 12 jurors are going to believe beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, do you think that anyone is going to be able to convince a jury of 12 that actually happened? Yep. You only have to convince one. I don't think so. I don't think anyone's going to be that ignorant.
If you take into effect what the defense is going to give to them, what they're going to say to them, when she presents to them and says, knowing how attorneys talk, when she says, "Ladies and gentlemen, just to let you know," of course, not in these exact words, but there was no DNA of any of the victims or anything from that house found on anything that belongs to the suspect whatsoever. How do you think the jury's going to take that then?
And we have 3 other unknowns.
You're going to have rebuttal. You're going to have direct. So you're going to have the prosecution, challenging that. So you're going to look at statistical things. Okay, so you're going to have to look at that kind of stuff. And yes, you only have to convince one juror, and that's what's scary. But again, you have what's called preponderance of the evidence. That one thing might exclude something with the DNA, but I can promise you, beyond, I'd state everything that I own, the state is not going to file for a DP on a case unless they have a super strong case. And when I say super strong, I mean solid case.
The death penalty has nothing to do with the amount of evidence. It has to do with with how heinous the crime was. So
no, you're wrong. You're wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. Research it.
You are wrong.
Research it.
I think. Listen, hang on, you guys. You guys.
You're right about the heinous part of the crime. Yes, of course, this is a DP case if you have the evidence to support it. Okay. So you have the evidence to support it. It is a heinous crime. That's what dictates filing for the death penalty. But if you have a heinous crime, and you don't have a ton of evidence to support the crime, then you don't file for death penalty. I'm telling you right now, I've been doing this a long time. I've been in a lot of cases. I've worked a lot of cases.
They also will nail you. Listen, they'll also file with the most egregious charges and consequences sometimes to try to scare you into a plea deal. They'll do that too, and that's as common as any other thing I've ever seen.
That happens with any case, though. Sergeant Friday, they do jack up charges, but they don't typically jack up the death penalty. They don't throw that on the table, so to speak. I mean,
isn't that the penalty? Isn't that the penalty for what his charges are? In other words, is it an optional penalty, or is that?
It is an optional. It is an optional because they don't have to file for the DP.
All right. Yeah.
Well, and I would submit right now, if they hadn't filed for this DP and they just called this, aggravated murder, okay, then I would suspect that they didn't have a super strong case.
But if they had a super strong case, John, why wouldn't they have put the super strong case that they have in the PCA instead of all of this shit that seems to contradict itself?
That's a great question, and I got an answer.
Okay.
When was the PCA written?
Apparently on December 28th or 29th of 2022.
Was the investigation complete?
No, but I mean, we can't assume what
29th.
they've collected on the investigation since then because of the gag order, right? So we have to go off
Right.
the PCA, and that's my question. And I think a lot of people's question with this is based on the PCA that's put out to the public. I mean, literally, I've stated before, would it not be a better situation in this case to where you don't even fucking put a PCA out there if this is the PCA that you're going to present? Because how can you expect it to not end up in the situation that it's in with all the controversy, all the questions, all the suspicions, when the shit that people can read and use common sense and logic to look at doesn't make any fucking sense?
That's not how, but here's the problem. That's not how the law works. Okay. The PCA is just a charging affidavit. It's the probable cause affidavit. And that probable cause does not mean that you have to have all of the circumstances. You just have to have some of the elements which substantiate the charge. Okay. And it could be a much lesser charge, and they can up the charge based on what they discovered post PCA, post arrest. So if they found all this other stuff and they, why didn't, okay. So to answer your question, why didn't they file for the DP right away then? Why wasn't it a DP case on the PCA? Because that's not the way it works. Because there's a culmination of evidence. They do an investigation. All this stuff has been in the lab. They have to have all kinds of stuff has to take place in a case like this. This is a very complex case. You've got 4 different crime scenes.
Well, I don't think they necessarily impose what the penalty, the proposed penalty will be when they issue a PCA, though. So I mean, I get what you're saying, but
I'm talking about post PCA. Afterward, why didn't the state just announce that they're filing for the death penalty?
I mean, wouldn't it be more sorry, excuse my ignorance, but wouldn't it be more than 4 crime scenes? Because I mean, the place where he entered, wouldn't that be one?
No, I'm talking about the corpus delicti. The corpus delicti, the body of the crime, is each a crime scene. That's
Right.
Yes,
but they charged
But
him
he's being
with
charged with burglary.
So
And
Right.
I just say that I sort of see it differently, only because in my experience with the law, which hasn't always been positive, they've always tried to nail me with the most they possibly can right up front. And
That's called stacking the charges. You're absolutely right.
And so
Sarge.
the state of Idaho, a death sentence shall not be imposed unless the prosecuting attorney filed written notice of the intent to seek the death penalty. So
Right.
what I'm saying is that,
And
to me, I'm not surprised the prosecutor did that, and I don't take from that means he has more or less evidence or anything at all. I think that's just a move that they make all the time. They hit you with the hardest possible thing they can, right off the bat, regardless of what's in your inventory.
He held off. He held off till he got all the evidence that he needed, because it's a black eye. It's a black eye if you move to the death penalty and you back off on it. I don't care what anyone says.
I don't think he's going to back off on it. I don't think
He's not going to back off on it. So, but he darn sure is not going to file for a death penalty unless he knows that he's got a solid case. They've been very tight-lipped. They sat back and they've listened to some of these accusations made by Ann Taylor, which were ridiculous. And Ann Taylor, I don't care what anyone says, she was admonished by the judge when she did that affidavit accusing the state of withholding evidence. That was irresponsible.
They haven't handed all this shit over yet, have they?
The IDP information is not being given to the defense.
Yeah, but the thing is she even stated, you guys, that the prosecution's turned over everything she's asked for. It's not the prosecution. It's the FBI that I believe is stalling.
Yeah, and then the judge wants to comb through it before she gets it. So it's not her fault.
The prosecution provides discovery. The state she'll provide to the defendant. Okay.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
All of the information related to that investigation. And so regardless of, and that's what I'm saying is a problem here. And that's why Ann for 10 times is asked on motions to get this released.
Right.
The argument is true. There is the argument between the FBI and the prosecutor, but I think that argument is moot, that it shouldn't have any relevance to the fact that Brian Koberger should be given this information. That's my personal opinion.
That I agree with. Yes.
But that argument, that's why she's arguing with the court, is really, it's a legitimate act of request for discovery. If you didn't know that, John, she's not just doing it to play games.
No, they all do it. Started Friday.
I know they all do it, but in this particular,
the very same thing that you're mentioning happens in every single case of this nature.
Yeah,
Every
you're
single
right.
case.
Defense lawyers can't just lie
The,
in motions like that. They can't just bullshit
defense-
because then they have the answer for it.
and I said she was admonished. I promise you. So what happened after she filed that motion, Willie? What happened just days later?
Which one? 1 of 10 or 5 of
The
10?
one
Which one?
where she directly accused the state of withholding evidence, information. What
Yeah,
happened?
she was
What happened?
admonished for that. She definitely was
She
admonished.
filed that on a Friday. So it went the whole weekend with people jumping up and down about this motion that was filed. But what happened on, I believe, what was it, Tuesday or Wednesday? What happened?
It was admonished on that. I do remember that. Yes.
So
Tell me.
Willie, what happened when she stood up there and she got her chance to have that heard? What happened to her?
Yeah.
When you having that?
The judge said at some point, basically, bring me what he's referring to is bring me the case, bring me what you're talking about. I'll take a look at it, and basically said, bring the game. And she kind of didn't. Okay.
Right, Dago, what did she do though? What did she immediately stand up there and do? What did she say about
I can't remember word for word what she said. I'm sorry.
Okay, I'll remind you. She said something, and I'll paraphrase it. Oh, Your Honor, we don't mean to imply that the state is withholding evidence. We don't think that that's happening. But Friday, she implied that because she knew that everybody on the internet and everyone would have access to this, and they would be able to sway public opinion out there and potentially affect a jury pool. She knew exactly what she was doing, but she got her ass handed to her. She didn't get it handed in public, but I can promise you right now in chambers, he handed her ass, and she basically, without saying, I apologize, she apologized. If you go back and watch it, she was backstroking big time. And I called it.
That's correct.
And I called it after she did it. I said, I'm telling you right now, that was one of the most unprofessional things I've ever seen done. And she did it tactfully, and she got her ass handed to her, and she had to backstroke. So is
running to a grand jury.
So was what?
I said, sprinting to a grand jury after you hear, that a witness has exculpatory evidence. So there's a lot of shit that both sides, do that isn't right. But she's just doing her job.
So the word exculpatory, what does that mean to you, Willie? Define exculpatory.
In favor
That
of
means
Brian.
that she.
Now let Willie define it, please.
What did you say,
Willie,
Clue?
define exculpatory. Don't look it up. I want you to tell me what exculpatory
define shit. I'm telling you what
tell me what
they said.
Use the word. This is what I'm talking about. You just implied exculpatory, but I want you to tell me what exculpatory means.
Evidence that somebody knows that could get them off of from being charged or prosecuted from this case.
You looked it up pretty quick. But hey, listen.
I didn't look shit up. I'm sitting here packing a bowl, dude.
That is the most misused word in the criminal justice system. Every single thing to a defense attorney is exculpatory. Now,
well, that's fine. I'm not arguing the term, dude. I'm arguing the action of the prosecution.
So what was exculpatory? Tell me.
Well, I don't care. I don't know what was exculpatory. We would never know because they ran to the grand jury. We didn't have a preliminary hearing. Why, John? Why?
You just implied that there was exculpatory evidence.
Yeah.
But you can't
Where's the pre? Well, we would have known if they had a prelim, wouldn't we?
Who said there was exculpatory evidence?
Okay, all right.
Jesus.
Batanti has said that there's exculpatory evidence. He's a criminal investigator for the defense who is employed by the state, just like Ann Taylor is.
He's lying too.
Exactly. So here's the deal, and I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna get an answer from me. If there was exculpatory evidence, or the suspicion that there was exculpatory evidence, the judge would know about it. The judge would look at it and he would say, okay, we're going to have an emergency hearing. The defense would demand an emergency hearing because there's exculpatory evidence. He would hear that evidence and he would opine whether that evidence is indeed exculpatory or not. If it's exculpatory or it's questionable, then he would probably say, hey, you know what? Until we get this figured out, I'm going to give Mr. Kohlberger bond. Okay. And then we're going to let him out and then we'll figure this out, whether it's exculpatory or not. We're not going to allow them to sit in jail if there's exculpatory evidence. If there was actually exculpatory evidence, everyone out there that's listening, I'm telling you, if it was exculpatory, it would have been heard. Period.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. My ass.
Well, and I mean, I think it's a fair argument to be had on the other side of that, John, that, I mean, there obviously is exculpatory evidence. And I think the way I know I view it is that this whole thing about the exculpatory evidence that Bethany has comes out. And then almost immediately after that, it's hard not to connect those dots that immediately after that, they move from a preliminary hearing to a grand jury. And that looks suspicious as fuck to the general public.
Right.
And I don't know how you can immediately rule that out.
It may look suspicious to the general public, but I can promise you that it's very common practice. Grand juries or members use 16, sometimes 24 to a grand jury, depending on what state. Okay. So it is very common to.
It's the timing now. It's the timing, John. Yes, it is the timing.
Listen, man, you got it. This case needs to move along. Okay. So
I
why
agree.
would we go ahead? Why wouldn't we go ahead and form a grand jury, have a grand jury, and get this ball moving and supersede all these ridiculous suppression hearings that are going to happen anyway, and some of these other things that are going to happen that could run this case into 5 years. Let's say, hey, let's let a jury of his peers look at it and decide whether there's enough to go ahead and move along with this case and avoid some of this other nonsense. That's what the grand jury is for.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
and you know what
guys.
happened, John? Six of them wanted to see more shit because they were underwhelmed. And that's a grand jury, not a jury. We're talking about a grand jury here, a one-sided argument.
You've heard me testify that doesn't make any difference in a grand jury. It's totally different from a prosecutional jury.
Well, I know it is, but I'm saying you would figure a grand jury in a one-sided argument only has one side of evidence to go by.
No, they
So-
don't. A grand jury has the right to see all evidence available
In
Right
every
then.
single state?
if they everywhere.
But I
If
thought the
they
grand
if they actually want to see a piece of evidence, then that evidence needs to be provided. So if
when
you
you-
have 6 people,
when the statement comes up that 6 grand jurors wanted to know more and they were told no, is that not problematic?
because that's not it. It doesn't. The grand juries don't work that way. It doesn't have to be unanimous.
Well, you just
They
said
only
that they have to show. So which one is it? They have to show all the
I
evidence, or they
didn't say
don't?
that. What I'm saying is that if you have 12 or you have 16 jury members, correct? So 10 of them don't want to see it, but 6 do. The majority rules. You don't have to bring it. Now, 10 of them said they wanted to see it, then yes. So the grand jury, the rules are totally different. I'm not going to insult everyone's intelligence by sitting in here and going over the rules. You guys can all go over and look at it yourself. The grand jury is a totally different process than the criminal jury.
But what you-
Nobody's saying it's not.
But I mean, essentially, there's 16 grand
is.
jurors. 12 of them, per the rules, have to agree. So what you were saying is, if 6 of them wanted more information, essentially 2 of them rolled and just let go of their argument that they needed to see more, and said, "Okay, we'll go along with this indictment."
I don't know. I wasn't there. I wasn't there.
But I mean, it's a fair statement, right? If 6 of them
It
wanted
is
more
a fair
information,
statement, but grand juries are secret. That's why that's just the way it is. And I don't hate the player, hate the game.
well, and I mean,
Okay,
I'm
so
confused at the
Grand juries
statement
have
of.
been around for a long time.
I'm confused at the
so-
statement of grand juries are open to see all sides, all evidence of this, yet there are obvious situations where they're presented a prosecutorial aspect of the case. And I think it's obvious that it's a prosecutorial move in terms of just bypassing the preliminary hearing, jumping to a grand jury indictment removes the ability of the defense to even speak their case. So even if evidence is presented,
that's just the way grand juries work. That's why there's no defense in the grand jury.
but I think that's the
prosecuted.
point, though. That's the point is the game. That's where the corruption aspect of it comes, and maybe there's confusion on corruption of cops versus corruption of the system. But I think that's where the corruption aspect of it comes into play. Is that it's hard to overlook the fact that the prosecution bypassed the opportunity for Brian to even present his case at a preliminary hearing by just forcing a grand jury indictment here. And that's why in my mind, there's a lot of question as to a lot of things in this, along with the fact that the PCA makes no fucking sense.
Which is what brought everybody out to say, hey, this looks wrong. That seems off. That seems like it's not right. This seems to be a problem. And everybody, a lot of people, even people that are on the same side as saying that Brian's 100% guilty, have said something is wrong with this. Something seems off with that. You know, that's where a lot of this has come from because of that. I mean, I don't think it's anybody is in particular running out here cop hating, saying, I know this is why it happened because they're all bad cops and blah, 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 blah. Okay, I'm guaranteeing you it's not just because of that. It's because of all the things that we've looked at and said, why does that seem like it's off? Why does this seem wrong? Why is that going that way instead of this way? You know what I mean? I mean, that's where a lot of the problem has come from.
I want to add this when you say she tainted a jury pool. When everybody's running out in public saying that his car is going to be a petri dish of evidence, okay? Prior to them ever telling us,
I said potentially.
not you. I'm not saying just. Let me please, John. Let me finish.
Okay,
I've been
go
quiet.
ahead,
You
man.
guys notice I'm a talker. I've been quiet for a
There
long
were
time.
others.
Right.
So here's just let me make the point. They're willing to come out and take every bit of data that they can release and show that this guy is unequivocally guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, that he's this and he's that they're going to get their hands on evidence that's going to be a petri dish. So they're out there tainting everybody's particular point of view and position and opinion of this guy. That's okay. But when Ann Taylor files a motion, you take issue only with that, with her taking a jab at the court. Okay, but meanwhile, the court and anybody on that side that was able to speak to the media are taking jabs against her team without any repercussions whatsoever. And they're all not good.
So the state's taking a jab at the defense. Can you tell me one situation where the state's
I think generally how the system is all tied together with the media working with the police working with the media, information's given to the press then come out and propagandize with their point of view. No different than Ann Taylor making a motion, which is, I'm saying both sides, it's just not fair for either side. Nobody should be impugning Brian Koberger or saying he's innocent or guilty until all the facts are presented, right?
I think the state's been very professional and has rejected doing anything like that, or even considering doing anything like that. I think the defense has been very unprofessional. The one has cast stones, not the state.
Their press conferences and their changing of times and dates and all this different information is just perfectly okay. That's fine. Don't worry about it. As long as that have to do,
what does that have to do with anything? They have to provide. The people demand press conferences. This is a high profile case,
right? And
what does that have to do with anything? With the case?
If it was okay,
what I'm saying is that it's okay for the prosecution to share its point of view and opinion, but not the defense. This gag order shut
the prosecution share its point of view and opinion.
Well, when it released its information, that information is subject to interpretation on the words that were released, right? And the things that are said on podiums to the public. That information is then whatever it may be. Any of their press conferences are an example of them promoting their position that this man is guilty. And I agree with you when you say that she tainted the jury pool with what she did. That was inappropriate as well. I don't doubt that. But what I'm saying is, it seems like both sides. This is just follow me. We agree.
Yeah, I mean that's what you're saying. They both do it
completely. Should be completely unacceptable for either side to be doing this, right? That drives a lot of what we're experiencing here on YouTube, because this gentleman deserves, right, wrong, or indifferent, whether he did or didn't do it. He deserves justice as well. And all of it is releasing the media attacking and pointing out, making up stories. We're going to find a petri dish of evidence inside of his car. And they just destroyed a guy. And that's it. And people that only have time to hear the news, this guy is guilty 7 ways to hell. We don't know if that's true.
Long to short, then why, if this was so cut and dry, black and white, bing, bang, boom, we're done. Why haven't we been to trial yet? Why have there been so many hiccups with it? You know what I mean? That's what it's
why not. Because first of all, Idaho's state law requires an alibi.
Well,
how long did it take to provide the alibi?
Who gives a shit?
How long did they take to provide one?
I get it. I understand that, and I was disappointed.
And let's talk about the alibi.
The alibis were attached to motions because of delay of handing over evidence. If you remember,
exactly.
So he kept delaying his alibi, but every time you knew he was delaying his alibi is because she was filing motion 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Give me that
Sergeant Friday,
information. guys.
do you honestly believe that the state has delayed providing the defense evidence? The state.
The defense is requesting IgG data that's not being turned over.
Wait a second.
And the state's responsible to do
IgG
that.
is
So
a
I would
moot
say
point.
yes.
IgG cannot be used in a court of law. Supreme Court has ruled on that. It's a tool. It's just like a lie detector test. It's a tool. It is not. You can't. If I were to interview you, Sergeant Friday, in a crime,
I understand it's cool.
and I said, and you would say no. But if I were to say, hey, will you take a polygraph? And you said yes. So I had a polygraph administrator give you a polygraph test. Now I know, based on my training and actually sitting through polygraphs as part of my training and watching it done, I'm very, very, very pro polygraph. So if you sit down with a polygraph administrator and they give you the test and they ask you the appropriate questions, and I go in afterwards and I'm like, so how did Sergeant Friday do? And he says he was deceptive. I said, okay, well, what kind of, give me a scale, 1 to 100. He is 99.9% deceptive. Now, am I going to take that and say, well, I'm just going to let Sergeant Friday go and forget about him, and I'm going to go investigate somebody else? Or let's look at this. So I have the opportunity to use an IgG, which is a tool that law enforcement is using now. And they actually put in the affidavit, we don't want you to consider this, but we have to tell you that we did use this to help us. So if we take that and we use it and we say, yeah, that was pretty cool. It looks like,
you arrest me and you draw my blood, right?
And we've got that, but we've already got information that led us to that in the first place. So we don't need anything else. So we don't need to use that. In fact, don't use it. Okay. Plus, the Supreme Court says we can't use it. So we don't use it. We tell the judge, hey, we don't want you to even use this, but we have to tell you because we'll be accused of not telling and lying if we don't tell you. So we have to tell you. We have to divulge that. It's part of the process that we used, but it's not relevant. So not relevant that they said we're not going to use it. Yeah. So the IgG is
here's just let me make
discovery is not relevant.
No, let me make the simple statement.
IgG is not part of discovery.
So an IgG report can include going into
and that over it
and obtaining. Listen, and to help the family tree, you could, for example, go into 123andMe and get information off of that system on people where 123andMe doesn't want you in there doing it. In other words, the people didn't opt in, but yet you have access to their database and you're actually using it. Things like that can happen that's how genealogy is developed. Multiple locations can be farmed. It's not just one simple location. So the question has to be asked, is in the process of that farming, was it done within the confines of the user agreements and the rights bestowed in American? If the site says you have to opt in, did they get access to more than what was able to be opted in, which is possible according to that expert that the defense put on the stand. So you have to question the process under which the genealogy was discovered. The other thing you have to pay attention to, John, is this is a unique type of DNA. It's transfer DNA. It's very small amounts that you need to magnify. The DNA that they collected all by itself in its raw form didn't match anything. And it probably wouldn't even have matched Brian. They magnified it. That's how they do this because they didn't have blood or semen. They didn't have a full sample.
Do you think that that's the only DNA that they have?
Yes.
So
absolutely.
You don't think that the sheath itself. So let me run this by you. So the most viable part of that sheath, if you were to look at it and say, what's the most viable part of this sheath, and I got to get DNA off of it quickly, what part of the sheath would you go to?
The sheath itself, the leather.
The
snap,
skin, the snap,
absolutely
because it's metal.
You would go to a non-porous substrate, right, which would be in metal. You would take that, and you've got it right. You would swab that snap for the obvious. So because if you know anything about crime and you've done these investigations before, snaps on pants have extruded DNA many times when they didn't know who the victim was. Okay, because what do you do when you go to the bathroom? You frequently unsnap your pants. Also, the snaps of pants have prosecuted many rapists because they unsnapped the person's pants and they got the DNA off the snap. That's the most viable place to retrieve DNA. Now, I'm going to stop right there. What do you think happened to that sheath afterwards? Do you think that sheath went on to the lab to go through a process to get more DNA off of it, which would take a harder process to conduct, where they wouldn't be able to get it right away? Or
If
do you
we
think that
watch,
they're going to use the DNA that they could get off the snap?
if we watch the media, some crime forensic person fucking jizzed all over it.
Right. So you can't believe, you're not going to believe anything the media says. It's got to come from law enforcement, obviously. But do you guys see what I'm saying? If you think that sheath only had that DNA on the whole sheath, I think you're all going to be proven wrong.
Well, but that's
No,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Yeah, what they
That's the problem. I think, for me personally, that I have with it, right, is you've
Right.
got what has been put out as touch DNA, and there are
Exactly.
millions of possibilities that allude to how
Exactly.
that touch DNA got there. The only thing that there's only a few possibilities of is how the sheath got there, right? And one is either based in the PCA, and the other is based in suspicion and theory. So if you look at just the DNA aspect of it in itself, and you look at the whole IgG tip aspect of it, I don't see how this cannot seem suspicious as shit as
So
to
you
how
think,
they get to this guy and make an arrest of this guy based on
so you
that.
think, let me get this straight. So
But
you
fuck
think
the other
there's
DNAs.
you think there's millions of possibilities as to how Brian Kohlberger's DNA got on the knife sheath male-female snap?
I think there's one that in my mind absolutely is 100% viable because of the fact that we know a little bit about his history and the fact that he was interested in law enforcement and military type things, right? Like at one point in his life he was. So in my mind, are there Army surplus stores around there? Absolutely.
Sure.
Is there the possibility that he went into one and touched one? Absolutely. Do I think it's unlikely? Yeah, I do. I think it's unlikely that that's the way it happened. But I look at it this from a jury standpoint and a defense attorney that's probably going to be drawing at any straw they possibly can and throwing that out there.
Absolutely.
And could that impact a juror? Fuck yeah, it could. And when you look at from the aspect of the PCA makes no sense, and then you look at the only real explanation I have in my mind of what law enforcement did from November 29th when they had the tip about him and his Elantra until December 23rd, there's really no explanation as to anything that they did that narrowed the case down to him. So I'm left to assume that the IgG is what put you guys in contact with him or on the hot trail of him. And I have to go, what the fuck? Because there has to be more to this than just the IgG.
And I get it, man. But here's the thing. In a jury,
Got him.
you gotta have the preponderance of the evidence, okay? The culmination of the evidence. So let's say we're just looking at the DNA. The DNA, in my opinion, the DNA is not what's going to put the nail in his coffin. The car is going to put the nail in the coffin.
Well,
and I believe that the car with
Whose
video.
car?
Let's pause on that for a second and go back to let's not talk about the jury just yet. Let's talk about the arrest in and of itself. Okay, with everything I just said, and you said I get it. Then that's where the whole, in my mind, the whole suspicion and the looking at this as a corruption aspect comes into play. Because if there are possibilities and you don't of other ways that DNA could have gotten on that snap or on the sheath period, and you don't explain what you did from November 29th to December 23rd, as a judge, and I'm not a judge, but looking at this in a fair and objective manner and trying to put myself in the position of putting my ass on the line for signing off on an arrest warrant, I want to know what the fuck else you did in that time frame that got you to this guy. I don't want to hear that on November 29th, you got a tip. On December 23rd, you pulled his phone records and you said, oh, well, he was there. We're going to fucking arrest him because his dad's DNA matches that on the sheath. Like that to me just smells fucking suspicious as hell. Somebody would put their ass on the line by signing off on an arrest warrant and that's the only evidence there.
Well,
Exactly. I don't give a shit if the touch DNA is on the snap, on the leather part. I don't give a shit where it is. It's still touch DNA.
All right, John. Well, real quick, let me ask this question. I'm going along with what this has been going, which direction this is going, just blatantly. why, if this is a huge case, you've said that multiple times, quadruple homicide, high profile, big case, one of the biggest cases we've ever seen. If the prosecution, the state, whoever has absolute confidence and has something that they know is going to prosecute this guy, Brian Koberger, that he went in that house and committed these murders, why did they not put it out there initially rather than banking on this little bullshit piece of information, this little bullshit piece of DNA on this sheet? Why would they not put that out there and basically co-sign the case right then and there? I don't understand that at all.
Are you ready? Because this is going to be a Clue boom moment. You ready for this?
Clue doesn't say
You ready?
boom. That's
I
the
mean,
wrong
other than the fact
channel.
that
Bam, whatever she says, boom, bam. But here's why. When the PCA was read and determined by the judge over, I can't remember her name, over in Pennsylvania,
Judge Marshall.
She read it. She said, "Yep, we got enough PC here. Let's extradite him back." What happened when he got back immediately?
They had an arraignment.
And what happened in an arraignment?
What
What did the judge issue?
Filed.
What did the judge
the
issue?
The charges
What did
against him.
I get the charges, but what did the judge issue?
Extradition?
Gag order.
The gag order, yeah.
So that answers your question, Dago. There is no more information to be disseminated because the judge issued a gag order, and the gag order has backfired big time.
Oh yeah, big time.
You should not have issued that gag order. I think it's hurt everything about this case. It's spewed up all this unnecessary speculation and debate. Just leave it alone. Okay, Idaho is a small state. I mean, it's a big state, but it's not highly populated. You know, it's not going to be worth trying to change the venue. It's not worth it. You know, so you can have a jury pool. You can do a selection. You can ask the proper questions. There's no way that they're going to find people in the jury. They might find a couple that have never heard of the case, but that's going to be unlikely. So that's why you have a Q&A with each and every juror. And to address what we were talking about the other day with the jury pool and questions on the house. Okay, so the house being torn down, the house has no evidentiary value at this point. I agree with what everyone says. I don't believe that they should have taken everything out of the house as quickly as they did, but they did. Bottom line is they did. Period.
I have a detective question.
Yeah,
go ahead. Well, can I finish this point real quick?
Oh, my bad.
Well, let me finish this point, and then I'll be more than happy to answer you. So on the house, okay. So when they made that decision to tear it down, both sides stipulated, did they not? Did both sides not stipulate? Yeah, the defense and the prosecution said we're okay with tearing it down. Correct? We agree that, correct? The defense didn't want it not. The defense agreed that it can be taken down because that benefits them. The prosecution said, yeah, no problem, take it down. But here's what's going to have to happen. So the judge, when he advises during the jury pool selection, he's going to have, if he's smart, if he does it the right way, he'll put that in the questionnaire. Okay, so we have a crime scene, we have video, and we have captured the crime scene, but we don't have the actual building it took place in. Are you going to have a problem with not traveling to the crime scene? And if the juror says, well, I would like to be there, then he's excluded. Okay. So every juror will know about the fact that there is no crime scene anymore. So that's a moot point. Neither side can bring it up. And if they do, it'll be a mistrial. So that's what you're going to have to, and I'm going to be very candid with each and every one of you. I'm old school. So, I'm used to seeing jurors go to crime scenes, but later in my career, it was happening less and less because of just videography in itself. Now we have these, and you saw my show the other night when I actually showed what these 3D scanners can do, and it's amazing. So you put an Oculus on each and every one of those jurors. They're going to be, even the alternates are going to be able to walk through that house and go to each and every section. And when they were scanning the outside last month, the reason why they did that is because they wanted to be able to get a great view the same time of the year, around the same time, and be able to say a year later we did this. So the foliage on the tree is the same. The leaves are about the same. So if we set up back here on this lot and we get that bird's eye view, this is what potentially he could be seeing from this angle, that angle, this angle, all the way around the building. Okay. And that's why they did what they did. And I'm telling you right now, it is 100,000 times better for them to do it that way, because each and every juror who may want to look at a different section of the house will have the opportunity to do that, because that technology is amazing.
So they could have just went in person.
Yeah, that is my exact argument for why the house coming down didn't have any effect. I didn't.
Right. And you and I agree on that. And when I heard you say that, I was elated, Sergeant Friday, because it doesn't have
it's
any
irrelevant. It's like if a horrible incident happened at a service station.
How is it irrelevant? The whole property is relevant. The angle that somebody can look in is relevant. The whole damn property is relevant.
Hold on one second. Clue, listen, guys. Hold on one second. Clue's got a question. She's going to forget it.
Oh, I'm sorry, Clue. I said when I was done, you please go ahead. I'm sorry.
So, from a detective point of view, if one of my biggest problems, right? If WSU police made them aware of Brian on November 29th, why do you guys wait until December 28th to collect his DNA in Pennsylvania? Why not? You guys had 60 FBI agents. Why not?
We don't know. Again, there's a gag order. We don't know what they did. I would suspect that they were surveilling him. You remember when they had that other car? What state was that in? Oregon?
Indiana?
Where they had the wreck. Remember the wreck along the side? And people were going nuts over that. And I was on another show, and he calls me up. I'm working. He says, "Look, right now they found the car." I'm like, "Look, you got a guy standing there talking to you on the phone right now, videotaping the car. That's not the car. I promise you, that's not the car." "What's the car, man? I'm telling you, it's not the car, man." They would be all over that car. That car's sitting on the side of the road at an intersection, man. They're just waiting on a rotation record to come pick it up because it's totaled. So it's out of the way. It's not impeding any traffic. They're probably waiting on it to somebody to come get it. And I was right, because you know why they weren't on that car? Because they already knew where the car was. I think they knew where that car was very, very quickly. And it was a ruse for them to do what they were doing, because they were surveilling Kohlberger. I know they were surveilling him. I would state everything that I have that they were surveilling him.
So may I ask a question? In the course of this extensive work that they were performing behind the scenes, which likely is true to some extent, where was the ability to surreptitiously obtain his DNA? Where's that in this that they've displayed common professionalism in doing that?
Why didn't they just go through
when they tell us they surreptitiously picked up DNA from a cigarette butt from somebody? My point is, if they could do that during this investigation, why didn't they do this with Kohlberger?
But we don't, you know what, Sergeant Friday, we don't know that they didn't do that, do we?
Yeah, we do. Because they got a sample of his DNA.
They said they had him and let him go.
We do not know what's in evidence. We don't know everything. So what I would submit is, listen, was he not terminated from the university?
I think, probably because question.
After this shit happened.
Right.
Do you think that he was terminated from the university based on what the university said?
No.
What they put out in a public statement? Do you really believe that? No, you're talking about a guy that worked HR investigations for a long time too.
I do not believe that, quite honestly, because we've been told that they were aware of Brian. The name Brian Kohlberger was thrown around on December 7th, and he was fired on December 19th, if I recall correctly.
So that tells me that investigators were in there inquiring about Brian Kohlberger.
But the question isn't about what they were inquiring. The question isn't whether they were inquiring about him. The question is, why wouldn't they actually go knock on his? And for me, the question is, why wouldn't they go knock on his door and say, "Hey, can we ask you a few questions? Would you submit your DNA to us just to eliminate you as a possibility?" That's my question.
You know what? I can't answer that question. Would I have done that? Based on the evidence that I think that they had, but I can't confirm that they had, which would be video of the car, the fact that it didn't have a front license plate. To me, that's enough PC to go actually try to get a warrant. for
Well, and
that
then
DNA.
then the question would be,
but first, but let me finish. But first, what I would try to do is I would try to surveil him and pick garbology and get DNA that way. So we don't know that they didn't do that. We don't know that. It didn't go into PCA. That doesn't mean that they didn't have that. Okay.
but
So we
let me
don't know
ask
what they
this.
did.
Let me ask
Right,
this.
but again,
It's fair to say that if they did that and there was some fruits from those efforts, it would have been in the PCA. So I'm left to assume that they
it would
didn't
have
do
been
that.
the PCA. In my
Right.
opinion, it would have
And
been.
I'm left to assume that they didn't do that. So my question would
Right.
be, what reason would they have to not do that? I think that's the question that probably should be asked. What reason would they have to not do that? Why would they
And
not
you know
go
what?
that route?
You know what? I can't answer that question because to me, I would have.
Well,
Okay.
and that's
I would
again,
have taken
Right,
I would have
no.
taken just the car info itself. I would have prepared an affidavit and went to a judge and sought a search warrant for his DNA. I would have. I don't know why they didn't.
Especially if you're going to alert his school through questioning. And here's the thing: Mr. Kohlberger didn't leave the area.
I think if they would have
In
approached
other words, he
him-
was accessible to these people this whole time, from the time they claimed they discovered his name to the time they had to go across the country to finally pick him up. This guy was like eating donuts with him, for God's sakes. He was right there. And
Yeah,
so
but here's the
it's just
thing.
it's these
Here's the
things that
thing
they've
that-
done that make you think this whole investigation is like, well, what the hell is going on here?
But here's the thing. Remember when we talked about the use of tools? What is the quickest way for them to get DNA results?
To approach you and to ask you to question
I
you as
mean,
a suspect.
No, that's not the quickest way. What is the quickest way? If you were to actually have some DNA already in evidence, and
Right.
the quickest way would be the IgG. Okay. So they could get that very quickly. They could contact, whatever in me or whoever. But a lot of these places don't allow cooperation with law enforcement. Okay. And if they do provide that, then there's stipulation that the law enforcement will not divulge any of the information. A lot of people don't know that. But I
Well,
will
we've
tell you
known that.
this.
We're aware of that here.
The quickest way for them to actually use a tool to determine, hey, let's do this because we can get this back real quick. We've got the swab. Let's send it in. Let's get the IgG and let's see if we can find
Right.
a family tree. Okay. So they did.
Well, no,
that.
at that point, you should have been able to magnify. You should even had to been able to find a tree. You should have been able to magnify the snap findings to match Mr. Kohlberger. Right.
But
That's
they
what they're
didn't do
saying.
it.
Eventually, the buccal, like they did with the buccal swab later on, they could have done that. So if this is where questions from people like myself and many of the people in these streams these questions come from these kind of things that happen. I believe, and I've said the 51 terabytes of data indicates to me surveillance and work prior to his arrest. That 51 terabytes couldn't have originated for that little tiny PCA. Okay. So I agree with you on that. But where I have a question is if you have a suspect in this kind of a homicide, and you're actually, like you pointed out, alerting his school right? Why is it they didn't take quicker action against Mr. Kohlberger himself to secure evidence that may have existed while he was right there? You wait until that, to me, that whole procedure that they followed and how they eventually captured the guy. That's why I say Keystone Cops, because it seems to me that if you've got enough strong data for this suspect at that kind of a crime, and you're swabbing people voluntarily and you're doing all you can to find who did this, how as police officers do you not immediately go apprehend Mr. Kohlberger and bring him in for questioning while you're having warrants be issued against searching his car? You had enough information to chase him around like that, and you just didn't do it, and that's what's disturbing to me.
It
All
may
of
be
that wasted
disturbing,
time.
but that doesn't change the fact that in cases like this, until the evidence is acquired that you need, you do surveillance. So I believe he was under surveillance. I think that when we get to trial, we're going to understand that he's under surveillance. And they're also, what are they looking for? They're looking for they're looking for all kinds of stuff, but they're looking for the weapon used. So
That's suspicious behavior on his part. They're right. They're following him around. They're marking where he's going. There's cars that predict where he'll be. I understand what they're doing.
Yeah. And that's what they're doing. But here's a problem that I have with what they did too. If you look at the return for the search warrant from PA, What is the number one? And I caught this immediately, and no one's talking about it until they heard me start talking about it. And I'm going to say it because it's true. Number one item list, I think you even brought it up the other day that I keep talking about, is one knife, no description. That to me is crazy.
Yeah, I agree with that.
That to me says, wait a second. So you're executing a search warrant, and the number one thing you're looking for in that search warrant, I don't care what anybody says, you're not looking for bloody clothes, you're looking for the weapon used. Right. Okay. So if you look at, I forget how many items were on that return, 60 something, if I remember right. But the number one item and every other item on that return has a description except for number one, which just says one knife with a long line.
So do you
that
think
makes zero sense to me unless that was the knife. They TO'd that over to a lab, and then there's a supplement report describing that knife.
Because they're very descriptive. They're very descriptive about the other two. One's a Taylor and a leather sheath. The other one's a Smith & Wesson folding knife, but that one is just so like
it's very nothing.
A knockoff from China.
One knife. That's kind of telling to me, y'all. They may very well have it.
Hold
but
on.
They may very well have it.
I just want to clarify something. John, are you saying she got that from your channel? Or
I've been saying that since I'm not saying
well, okay,
that. I'm just saying,
I just wanted to clarify because
if she came up with it, that's great. But I've been saying it since that.
Okay, because she has been saying that for a while too. I just wanted to make sure that was clarified.
We all been saying it.
Is that what
and you know what's funny is I've heard no one else ever say it except for Clue say it the other night.
Well, and I think that's I don't know. I keep and we mute out, and I hate to do this, right? But I do think it's important. We talked quite a bit now about the case itself, and I don't want this to turn into a fucking ugly shouting match. But I do think, in fairness to everybody on the panel, that the elephant in the room needs to get addressed. I do think that, right? I think
talking about me. That's a joke.
No, I'm just saying. Let's talk about something else that you talked about, John, and I'll kick this whole portion of the conversation off. You've talked about your tactics, and I'll kick this off. You and I can have this conversation. Your tactics in terms of how you've drawn attention to yourself. Is that fair? I mean, hell, I heard you say it the other night. That's how you.
I've talked about my tactics and my reasoning behind my tactics many times.
But let's talk about it here, right? Because I think your tactics have been a huge. I mean, that's why this whole conversation tonight started off as hostile as it did. And one of the things that you've said a few times that I take issue with is that you've said if I went and talked nicely to people, would it get any attention? But my question to you is, have you tried?
I have tried. I've gone on to panels and as soon as I questioned, I've been immediately kicked out.
Come on now.
But have you tried?
Go there. I haven't. I had a show where you say we're not going to do that here, and you booted me.
Come on, John.
Listen, guys. Listen.
Not an exception, though. It's tight now.
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I want this conversation. I want this conversation to go just like the rest of this conversation has, because in all fairness, I think this is a great conversation. I think it's a great panel, and I think it's a great opportunity to put the bullshit and drama behind all of us. But I think in order to do that, we have to address this elephant in the room. So,
and I'm telling you exactly the reason why I did what I did, and I explained it in several of my shows.
All right.
And the reason why I did what I did and used the tact that I used was because nice was not going to work.
Jesus
wasn't.
It was not going to work now, and you're being
it's working.
nice.
It's working now.
Exactly.
It's working now only because of what's been happening for the past few months.
With you saying that, though, because I know you've watched my shows to pick apart this and that. I know you heard me say that if you would have approached me and had a conversation like this without coming at me and saying talking about my teeth, my neck, and everything else and stuff like that, that I would have greatly responded, because I do respond to constructive criticism in a very good way. There's people in this chat right now that have come at me with constructive criticism, and I have absolutely taken it in and used it just as much as I've used some of what you have said that you do take credit for. Not all of it, but some of it, because it was in the works before you. If you would have approached me that way, this way, man to man and said, I don't like what you're doing. I'm not comfortable with this. Have you ever thought of trying it in a different way? Can you understand what it could possibly be doing? That conversation would have went a whole different direction for you, I can promise you, because of the person
Well,
that
I
I
can
am.
tell you right now, I did that on 2 other shows and was
I'm
laughed
not
and
them.
booed immediately.
I'm
Well,
not
and
them.
I think that's the point I'm trying to get at, John, is that you make this list, and I get it, right? If you have your personal opinion, you got your personal triggers. I get that. I have mine as well. But in order, that's why Clue and I came on your show that night, was to address the situation of why the fuck are we on your list when we've never heard of you other than the night before. And that's my point is, I can you see from the conversation we've had tonight that there is the ability to have a peaceful debate and a pointed debate and a good debate without it starting out with attacking everybody. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that, but can you also agree with most of these shows? Most, not all. You obviously being one, but most, if you don't agree with their narrative at all, actually your comments are deleted and everything because you go
That's
against their
bullshit.
narrative.
Well,
We don't
I
delete
said
shit.
most, not all. I said
no,
I
he
didn't say
did
you
say
guys.
that. He did say most, but I will say this, right? In fairness, why would you go with the categorization of most and then group specific channels in with that and go on the attack in a personal way at them when you've never truly given them the opportunity to
Did I
talk
not
with you?
concede? Did I not concede in our last conversation that I'm gonna have to look at some more shows from
Yeah,
you
but
guys?
you did. But I mean, let's be
I
fair.
looked- I looked
Let's
at you- I looked at you
hold on.
Can
Let's not bullshit. I mean, you've taken shots at Clue. You've taken shots at me since then, and we've needled you, as Sarge would say, and that's
man,
fair.
you guys needed me pretty hard.
But at the end of the day, my point is ultimately trying to resolve the fucking drama here, right? Because
And that's what we're doing. And I'm gonna
Okay.
say before, if you want an apology, I'm gonna give you an apology.
I don't want an apology, John. I want an end to the bullshit. That's really what I want. And I've said that.
I
Sarge
can
has
tell
heard
you
me
right
say,
now. I can tell you right now that moving forward, I think that no matter what anyone says, I think that what we've done here has been productive. I
I
think
would
that
agree.
in the grand scheme of things, my tact was productive. And I think, even though Dago won't admit it, he says he was going to do it anyway, but he did admit it. He said, you know what? John did make me think about some things. My tact did work. And I'm not saying that my tact was 100% correct, but my tact did raise some eyebrows. People do things like that. Now, am I generally like that? Hell no, I'm not like that. I am the guy that goes after bullies all the time. Okay. So in my
Bro,
mind,
you are the
see
bully. What are you
do
talking
see
about?
the irony
my
in what?
mind-
Wait, guys.
Hold
fuck?
on. I'm sorry to
Go ahead.
interrupt you, John, but I got to ask this question. In that
Go ahead.
statement, in and of itself, do you see the irony? You say you attack the bullies, but yet you become one in your attacks. Because in fairness, you never had a conversation with Clue and I prior to the night of your show. And granted, that fucking crazy cunt Kelly D threw it completely off the fucking rails. But
he did, and we
even
were
after
having, we
that,
were actually having, we were
Kelly
actually
D.
having productive, we were
And-
actually having productive conversation, were we not?
I've said that Sarge has been on here. He and I had a 7-hour conversation, and you were part of the subject of that conversation. And I agree. We have had constructive dialogue.
We were joking around a little bit. We were having fun, and then she threw him up during a minute.
my point is, I hope you realize after tonight that there's no reason to go on the fucking attack until there's a reason to fucking attack in the future. We have had a lot of conversation here tonight amongst a lot of people that you've hated on, and it's been constructive and good dialogue. And I just hope that is the end of it, and that there is no more of the bullshit. Personally, because I don't.
But then you have people in the chat that are John's moderators, and I'm not trying to start a fight here, that are sitting there making comments, apologize to so and so and Dago, laugh out loud like that's a joke. And that's what I'm saying. I didn't even ask for one. Okay. I'm not asking for one now. I'm just saying that comments like that are what make them be what they are.
Yeah, you got a couple of people on chat.
Can I just add something quickly here? Owning up to it is fine. That's enough. The behavior that we've exhibited, where we're able to have a conversation, and have different points, we found that lots of our points of view actually matched, right?
They do. I was
So-
telling my
so-
mods that. I
So let me
actually
just finish
today
my
started
statement. Let me
crying
just
when I
finish
said
this. That would have always been the case. I didn't need to be introduced to you through the means that you used, but you used them, and you owe up to it. Okay, but this conversation that you and I had tonight, and maybe any other night, could be a lot more productive and maybe in a lot more education. I learned things from you listening. Okay, so I don't doubt that. So you had value, and that what I was talking to Cletus the other night about. That was part of the conversation. If you're what you say you are, then you should be able to provide great information. You have.
I've said
You
that
have.
too.
Right?
Yeah,
And
fuck
that's
yeah.
what we thought. That's the value that you have to the true crime world, in my opinion. And that we didn't doubt that, but your tactics just seem to be so unnecessary because as a group of people, most of us will accept we're wrong, okay, and learn from it.
Fuck yeah, I'm
I
just a
said that
redneck with no. I'm just
Well,
just a
in-
fucking
in
redneck
that-
with no. Listen, I'm just a redneck with no fucking teeth who likes to talk, and I can admit
I
that
ever
and
say
own
that
that
about
shit
you?
all fucking day. No, I'm not pointing that at you, John. I'm just saying in general. That's just me. I like to fucking talk. I feel like I've got a little bit of intellect, and I just like to fucking talk. And it's like when I see you put a list of people out there, and I know for fact one of the ones that you put on there you have not had a conversation with, it kind of is like, what the fuck, dude? Like, what the fuck is your deal? And that's where the whole animosity started. And I hope that you see that that's not an effective tactic. An effective tactic to get to good dialogue.
Because they're
Articulate.
associated with other
Yeah, I
people.
didn't articulate that very well, did I?
You
No,
can't
but-
do that just because they're
Clue
associated
threw
with
some
other
comedy in
people.
there. So to be very, I'm going to be candid with you. You know, I think it was very effective, and the reason why I'm going to say it was very effective was because I actually went on to just about every show, Roy's, from everyone, and I said, "Look, bring me up." I even did shows. Bring me up on your panels. I would love to discuss this with you. I was laughed at. People started doing digs at me, saying I was never a cop. I was a fake detective. Blah
Where
blah
did they
blah.
get that
Am
from?
I,
have
am I
been-
mistaken
have
in
been-
my limited
listen
my
to
limited
me,
knowledge
hear
of
me
you,
out,
John?
and I want you to hear my frustration because I have been brutally attacked
You're not
the
a
day
victim.
that I announced the day that I announced I was going to start my own show.
Not
You
me,
guys
not
don't
by
know
me.
everything.
I never attacked you. I don't even know who you
Not
were.
by anybody on your
Don't
list.
know.
I said
I
a
have-
fucking word
I
about
never
you.
even knew who you were.
That's for a
Hold
different
on.
show.
Let's let him finish,
But-
please.
but
Let him finish.
I have so there's a lot of frustration surrounding that alone. But you gotta think about what I've done most of my life and to hear the nonsense that I've actually heard. And Dago, this isn't a dig at you, bro, but you allowed so much bullshit on your show that it was just absolutely mortifying to me and a lot of people.
Before you even said anything, I was already. I'll tell you right now who's in this chat, and she doesn't even care for me. Rock Chalk, Salty Sleuth, and a few other people had already had conversations with me in the conversation saying this shit's gotten out of hand. Wisdom Speaks is in here as well. This is getting crazy. I gotta curb this shit. I gotta change some things up. I don't like the way this has gone. And the last straw was the one that you go to. That's your go-to no matter what, even though it was a mistake, but it still happened.
But
And
that
I
was my
apologize.
last draw.
And I took accountability for that. That was the last straw for me. That broke the camel's back, regardless of what you had said or not said. That was done.
Right.
I was left because of that, because I was embarrassed. And it was humiliating.
And what did I do? And what did I do immediately upon you saying that? I
John,
congratulate-
the last show you did, you've commented on it again. It's done. It's in the past.
No, I'm talking about then, not talking post attacks from either one of us. I immediately said, "Thank you, Dago. That was awesome." Immediately,
I understand.
I
but
said it on my show.
as if I say it on a regular basis.
No matter what, guys. Here's the deal. I am not that type of person. Okay, I did what I did, and it worked to a certain extent. Was it controversial? Yeah, but if you ask anybody that knows me, and you don't, I donate, I coach, I serve my city, I do all kinds of kind things. Just today, I paid it forward and spent $25 and bought the person's meal behind me. I do that all the time. I don't make fun of people typically, But you know what? Some of the stuff that was out there, I was attacked too. So yes, you know, I'm kind of the guy that fights back. I'm like Clue. She fights back.
But
You know,
we,
so I'm
yeah,
gonna
but-
Hold on,
So
John.
moving-
Hold
you're
on.
the victim.
Hold on.
Moving
Listen,
forward.
listen,
forward,
Listen, John.
moving
Hold
forward, I'm gonna
on.
try to
Hold
do
on.
better.
I wonder if
Hold
his
on.
nose is going to
I
scream.
gotta interject because you compare yourself to Clue right there. You said I'm kind of like Clue. I fight back, but I think you're missing the fucking point here, and that's I want to get to. Right? She's a real fucking person, and I've got to. If we're gonna air the dirty laundry and get this shit settled tonight, we got to speak fucking real, right? And I would be lying if I said I didn't take a personal fucking issue with you and your personal attacks at people that are completely unfucking founded and complete slander for you know, a use of your word on your show. You talk about slander a lot.
That's
And
not
a lot of
slander.
things, well, a
That's
lot
not
of things
slander.
that you have said
And did
are
Clue- did
slander
Clue
because
not attack
they're
me?
lies.
Did Clue not attack me? Did Clue
In
not
what
say
way?
things about my appearance? Yes, she did.
Yeah, after you
She
said
did.
I had
I'm
chlamydia.
not gonna.
See,
I'm not
that's
gonna.
the fuck you were, dude.
I'm not gonna banner this with you. But we all did it. Okay. I've been getting blasted by these people over in Britain for how this guy has done like freaking 25
Well,
videos on me.
Dinky's hold on, because Dinky's in here. Dinky's
Yeah,
in
don't
the
start
chat.
talking about Dinky because you ain't get me.
Let's
Which,
get
Can
by
I
the
say
way,
up
something
here.
quickly? Can
and
I
have
say
this-
something
And you know
quickly?
what, Will? If Willie says another word to me, I'm just going to leave the show because this guy is so
Aw.
irrelevant to me.
Well, hold on,
Aw.
John.
He's
Hold on,
like
hold on.
drunk right now.
Listen. No, fuck. Listen,
All right,
John.
all
Hold
right.
on.
all right.
Hold on. Listen, John, I'm fucking 3/4 of the way drunk right now. So that really has no bearing on the
Yeah,
conversation,
but you
right?
can hold
I mean,
your
that's just,
liquor.
well, I can, and I think Willie can hold his fucking weed, but at the end of the day, it's the
Damn
context
right.
of what we're speaking, right? And I think it's unfair for you to say if Willie says another word to you, you're going to leave because that's childish.
He just.
What did I say?
I
I
don't
said
even know
keep
who he
Dinky's
is.
name out of your
I
mouth.
don't
That's all I
even know
said.
who
That's
the
all
guy
I
is.
said.
Let him finish, man.
He's just trying to be relevant. He's not. So I don't even know who he is.
And that's your opinion.
So
but,
anyway,
you know,
Mwah.
anyway, if you want me to respond, I'm going to respond, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I did what I did, and it got results. Was it
what results did he get?
politically correct? Was it something that people are going to agree with? No, but it did
But
get
what
results.
What results did it get, John? What
It
did you
brought
change?
attention to the issues.
The
that
only
would
attention
not
it
have
brought
been-
was to your fucking channel,
That's
dude.
your opinion. That's your
Exactly.
opinion.
That's what he fucking
Bro,
thrives off of.
Well, I mean, I can
am
listen.
clickbait.
In terms of
I'm
speaking
on
for me,
clickbait for at least 5 channels right now, guys. I'm
but in
clickbait.
terms of your list, right? And she being on your list, Dago being on your list, I haven't seen a fucking ounce of change in anything that you accomplished from your attacks. And that's what I'm trying to bring to light and point out here is your attacks were fruitless efforts for anything other than bringing attention to your channel.
Well, you
Which,
think
hey,
they're
look,
fruitless, but I would say quite the contrary. They aren't
And
fruitless. In
that's-
fact, I
that-
had a
look-
creator tell me today, you make me think before I say things. And I had a creator tell me that today.
and that's fair. If you've
First
had
time
that,
ever, huh?
that's great, right? I'm glad for that. That you've had
Dago's
an
actually
impact.
said it. Dago's actually said it. Haven't you, Dago? You've said something very. Hey, John, moving forward, I'm not going to say the things I used to say. We're not going to entertain some of these things. John
And
actually
I've been
made me
saying
think.
that.
I
I've been
hope
saying,
that
and I
that's
just
the
explained
case.
to you.
So-
I just
So
explained to
listen,
you
I'm
that
losing
that
my
was in
voice.
the works. That was in the works beforehand, and she just stated in the chat that that's true. As I say with
Yep,
every
and
live
right.
stream I do, I want to use.
I mean, we can
Common
argue
sense
semantics
and
all day
logic.
long.
Yeah,
But-
you know, here, guys, can I
We haven't
interject
heard
on
Let me do
that?
it this way.
Hold
Let
on,
me do it
hold
this
on,
way.
hold on. Dago, please
Let me
go.
let me do it this way, real quick. Okay, John, if it makes you feel better, I'll let you take credit for that, and then we can move from here forward. Okay.
I'm not looking for credit. And
That's what it sounds like.
I said the exact opposite to what you just said. You said that you had it wasn't me. It's because you asked a cop friend of yours if he thought you were an asshole for being the way you were on your show, and he told you, yeah, and that made your decision. And something your kid said made your decision.
No, I
You
never
did.
said that. Not
Yeah,
that.
you did. You said you asked a cop friend of yours whether he thought you were an asshole for saying the things that you were saying. I had the
No.
show, bro.
No, that's not the words. The words I said was I asked a cop friend of mine if he thought that some of these things that were going on my show were out there, and he said, yeah, they kind of are. That's what was said. Nothing about me being an asshole. Or anything
No,
like
you actually said if he thought you were an asshole. I'll pull it up.
Well, go ahead.
Anyway,
Hold up.
it doesn't matter how it was said, but that's the way you said it. So it doesn't matter.
Well, what does that have to do with you?
See, there you go. There's Willie again.
You're damn right.
That was me. What does that have to do with you, though? That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm not talking about you, Dago. I'm talking about Willie.
Mwah.
The most intellectual thing he can think to say is that.
Mwah. You got my pussy over there, don't you? Mwah.
Yeah, here you go.
Yeah, let's not divulge into all of that. I mean,
He got it. He got
I've been
it to
asking
me.
if I can say something for like a half hour, and I can't get a word in
Yes.
edgewise. And I
Yes,
got good stuff to
Sergeant.
say. I
Go
might
ahead.
even have a joke. Say who? Say what? Is
Go,
the play-
Sergeant.
do I have the floor?
You
do.
got it.
Sarge.
Okay. You know, we knew this, that the whole reason he was doing what he was doing was for attention. I don't know why anybody is surprised by that. Right.
And I'll agree. 100% the reason why I was doing it was for
And
attention.
so,
Well,
like
get a
I
life.
said, like I've said all along, that I don't take personally the attacks he's made on me, but I think
Right.
that
No.
him making attacks
I
on
heard you
people
say
as,
that.
as he does is a problem in general. But that I knew what you were doing. It's obvious. Okay, you were looking for
Right.
attention to get, but I think if you can learn anything from being in here is that you could have talked to any of us without any of that. None of that was required. We would happily talk to you
Sarge,
a long time ago.
I know you sincerely probably believe that, but I'm being truthful with you. No, I couldn't.
that's not a belief.
You
Because
could have
anybody
come
that's
and
come
talked.
in here,
Hey, don't make me no
I-
motherfucking
and-
liar. You could
and
come and talk to me.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, Clue. No, I didn't give you that opportunity. So you're right. So what I based when I put you on the list, that came from many people. But I need to look at her, and I really didn't. I watched 2 shows, and then all I did was I went and read the titles for your shows. So go and read the titles for your shows, and if you're gonna say that those aren't biased, I would have to disagree, just based on the titles of your shows.
But
Over
John,
the
let me-
how many hundreds of them there were.
I don't mean to
So
interrupt you. but
please
let me
do
ask you-
that. And if you can honestly read the titles of your shows and you can say those are going to be non-biased against the prosecution, then I would have to disagree.
Well, let me ask you this
That's all.
though, John. Haven't
And
there
I'm not
been
saying it's
several-
right or wrong. Just
Well,
saying that's
But
Yeah,
but you
yeah,
have
yeah.
said
You told us so
hold
much
on,
shit
hold
that
on,
they've done
hold on.
wrong. That's crazy
Hold
to
on,
me.
Willie. Willie, hold
Sorry.
on.
Go
I gotta
ahead,
ask.
go ahead.
You're good. I just gotta ask this question. John, have you?
Go
I
ahead.
mean, you know, in the live that we joined, right? I think the question even came up. You were talking, and I think the same thing you're alluding to now is there are titles, there are concepts discussed that are not pro prosecution. Would you agree that that was something that was discussed in your live that night that we joined?
right. So
Okay, so I mean, there have been things you've said tonight yourself that have gone against what the prosecution has portrayed to the public. So can
Things
you
that I've
not see where
always
we're
said.
coming from?
yeah, and those are things that I've always said, and that's where I've been misconstrued. I'm like this pro-prosecution.
So why do you
guru
attack
nutbag.
people then?
Well, that in fairness to you, John, I think that's where the lack of what your actual content has been about. You haven't produced a ton of content because, in fairness to you, I haven't watched everything you have put out, but I have personally watched hours upon hours of the recent stuff that you have done. And
And you
until
know-
Wednesday night, I have not seen you actually contribute to the
You know what?
conversation of
Well,
the
With
case.
that being said, I don't mean to interrupt you, Cletus, real quick, but I want to throw something in. One of the people you really attacked a lot, John, actually, in a way, went to bat for you. Stevie Irwin made a video and dedicated to the point that you yourself, sir, as I've said myself too, could be a really good asset to the true crime community because of the experience. The video that he related to was the one with the dummy and all that. I watched and thought was a very good video, regardless of what people think. Like he said, who gives a fuck? Do what you're doing. The thing is he is somebody you've gone at too, and he even himself said that you would be a good asset to this, which is telling me he's reaching his hand out to you to say, "Hey, what are we doing?"
And what did I
What are we
say
doing?
about what did I say about Stevie Irwin?
You've
I thought
been
he was
nothing.
very talented. I thought he was
He is.
very talented, and it was a shame that he had to do the things that he was doing, which was falsifying people's names and creating channels behind them. He did
Well, I
it
don't know
multiple
anything about
times.
that.
Yes, he did it multiple times. Jeff H, for example, he created an entire show using Jeff H's name. Jeff had no
hold on,
idea.
Hold on,
Jeff has like 10 channels. What the fuck?
Pause. Time
Yeah, I
out.
don't know
Time
what
out.
all
Time
that's
out.
about. See, I don't know any of this background and the idea
Sarge,
that
Sarge,
there could
hold
have-
on, Sarge, hold on. time out. Let's not address anybody that's not in the panel. Let's not address any drama with anybody
Well,
that's not in the
I
panel.
guarantee you, Jeff's on this
Yeah.
panel right now, or not? He's on the chat. He's not in the panel. I
Yeah,
guarantee you. he is.
Jeff's in the chat. I saw him.
Oh, I
And
see
and
Steve
Jeff
is in the
Jeff
chat too.
would
My
clearly
bad.
say, yeah, that was done to him. So Stevie's a bit of an antagonist. It's like I can be an antagonist, but I think he's very talented. I think he's got a lot of potential. Just like I think, I think there's a lot of creators that
about
do.
you, Don. He said
But
the
here's
same thing about you.
But here's the thing.
I can't.
I don't go against having debate about this stuff. It's some of the content is just so anti-police and so corruption all the time that it's annoying as hell to a lot of people, and no one is addressing it. So what have I done? I took your content, I'm just not pointing at just anybody, but I took what they said, I created dialogue videos, and then I addressed what they said, and I picked it apart, and I used actual experience to deduce that they're wrong and why, in my opinion, they're wrong.
So
That's what I did, and it was very effective, Clue.
I have to ask something. You say that it's very annoying to a lot of people, right? And this is not a dig at you, I promise. But why aren't your views through the motherfucking roof then? Why are there people?
Go look at my views. My views are through the. Go look at my hours of views.
Yeah, they pretty much
go look at my chat. Go look at my community pages and my chats. They'll blow everybody away. Go look at them.
I've been there, unfortunately.
I've only got.
Don't worry, dude. We've seen them. Relax. We've seen them.
Yeah, like
can I just say, guys, the point that everybody's overlooking, here's the real pink elephant in the room. And I wasn't an alcoholic, just so you know, John. I had a problem with drugs. So the pink elephant in the room is this: is he does what he does in spite of anybody's opinion or belief to get attention, so that eventually he gets to talk with those people and give himself more attention.
No,
that's
right.
all this means.
I get it.
All this means to him is attention.
Yeah,
I get it.
and then people to get subscribers to come over.
Let me finish, please. Let me finish. I've been quiet for the longest time, folks. I'm summarizing what I've observed tonight. Okay, and that's what I've observed. That's what I've heard from him. That this is what he does. He does it intentionally so that he can get more attention, and that it works. And am I inaccurate, or is that not what this man is exposed to us?
Well,
I've seen it all night. You're right.
It's not.
So my point is, folks, it works because he's in here. And that's why I said he should never be allowed in your streams.
But
because this gives him more exposure so that he gets more. You see, it's all part of how he does
now, if that was true, so
hold on, let me go first. I've been trying to talk for like 3 minutes.
Go ahead, Clue.
Here's my question though. Why do the people on your channel, like, I'm sorry, but a pussy is a pussy is a pussy. Like, why do they have to hide behind you? Why don't they come on my channel and be like, hey, you dumb bitch, I don't like what you're saying. They need you to stick up for them. Like, what the oh, okay. Telephone tough guy. Like, what come in here and tell me you don't like what I'm saying. I don't get comments like that.
You know what? I don't dictate what those people do. They go do what.
But you want to dictate what we talk about? Bullshit. No, that's bullshit.
Right? Fuck that, dude. That's why I said you're a fucking dick.
What you talk about? See this guy? You see what he's doing?
You see what they say in your chat when you're live?
Nice. I keep it 100, dude. I don't feed into your gaslighting bullshit.
The things that they say when they're in your chat, in your live, John. I don't know if you can see your chat when you're live, but it's disgusting.
I see my chat all the time.
Guys, it's just a version of a shock jock.
They come in there.
There's nothing that's going to change. That's just the way. That's how he operates. You either can accept him at face value for that or not.
No, John. We're not taking a productive night.
That I'm generating attention for a cause, for a reason, to address things that are aggravating not just to me but to a lot of people.
So what makes
I'm
your
the only
cause?
one. I'm the only one that's doing it. So all of a sudden I'm vilified for doing
it.
But in fairness, John, you've got to accept some ownership of the vilification.
I just did.
Because of your tactics.
I own exactly.
And that's the point of this conversation right now.
But again,
I think we've all come to a great conclusion tonight. I mean, I'm happy with the conversations we've had. No, but if you look recently, I haven't really said anything about anybody.
That's bullshit. That's
Yeah,
bullshit, John.
I've been
Listen. No,
I've been
hold on.
I've been on
Don't-
everyone's show for hours, and I haven't even said anything.
No,
hardly
and
at all.
tonight, after the initial hostilities that were shared, right? We've had a lot of productive conversation, but don't sit here and say recently you haven't done your same tactics or made your same attacks or done your same whatever.
Nothing
because
crazy. Nothing like before.
crazy. I
haven't
would
talked about
agree,
Dago at all.
but you have
have.
made them, and that's ultimately here. Look, here's my goal, my hope for going forward is that after this shit, it's done. You go and you produce content that contributes to the conversation. Is that a fair ask? So that the drama stops.
And that's and what you don't know is we've been talking about that for a long time. But until I feel like I can actually be an impact on some of the lies that are being spread out there, and I can educate people that are listening to the lies and try to shed some light onto fact, then my job's not done.
So
But
you
I
want to
think that
destroy other people before you grow? Is that it?
How
Not-
did I
don't
destroy
understand what
anybody?
he's
Oh well,
saying.
no, I'm asking you. I'm talking to him.
How did I destroy anybody? Name
Well,
it.
you just said that you
Name
feel
how-
like you
name
can't
how I
you feel like you
destroyed-
can't do it
name
yourself
how
until
I
you
destroyed. Are all still
wipe
here?
out.
Do you
John,
all
he's
still have
talking.
shows?
John,
He's trying to answer
Willie's
your
trying to
question,
talk.
John.
Please let him speak. I know you
You
got
just asked me a
hostile
question,
toward
dude.
him, but let him speak, please.
Go ahead, Chris.
I don't know what I forget what I just said. Don't call me Chris, you fucking homo.
Hey,
That's the name.
hey,
That's
hey,
I don't
hey.
care. I don't care. Listen, don't call me that. Watch your mouth.
your name. That's your name.
That's not my name.
That's not
What
the
are you
name.
talking about? That's my name.
Okay.
All I'm saying is you say that you have a channel and it's because people are rallying behind your cause, right?
Yeah. Fuck this dude.
If I'm suspect of these roommates, one of them, their story, whatever, what makes your cause any more different than mine? Because let's just cut the bullshit. Until the trial, we don't know shit other than what's out. And what's out makes that roommate suspect as shit to me. I'm not wrong for being suspect of her.
So Clue, you think it was okay to attack Miss Chapin?
Still stand behind what I said about Miss Chapin. I don't know why you guys keep trying to make me change that.
Do you not think that was an attack on
No,
a
it wasn't
woman?
an attack. Hey, guess
How is it
what?
not
If
an
you
attack? That was
because
an attack.
hold on, let me explain to you.
Come on.
This
Come
is
on.
obviously you don't know how a business works. If I open and run a nonprofit business, I am still profiting from that nonprofit business, bruh.
What does that have?
For real,
why
man.
would
Calm your shit, dude, because you're starting to get a little personal. Calm your shit.
How's that getting personal?
It's
How's
not.
that
It's
personal?
not. Just
You
continue
get
on with
personal
the
with
other
everybody. You just got
conversation.
personal with me, dude.
Willie,
Willie,
just
please,
chill.
Willie.
Say my name like that.
Come
Willie,
on.
let it go,
Calm
bro.
down. Calm down. Listen, guys.
Why can't I address it?
Hold
I
on.
asked a simple question, which was asked by many. Why did you feel the need to attack this poor woman?
First off, okay, so let me get this straight. Let me see how this works in John's world.
John's world.
Hold on,
it's not a fact,
motherfucker. Can I answer your fucking question, or you just gonna talk over me so you just pretend to don't
You're
hear
dancing
it?
around it, Clue.
No, bitch, I'm not. I'm trying to fucking
I'm
talk.
not a bitch. You attacked her.
Let me. Can I explain?
Guys, I don't know
Okay,
why
see,
we're having such difficulty with this guest.
Hey, y'all come at me like it's.
I can tell you why. So,
Well, we all know why. He's told us
I'm
why.
calm.
Oh my
I'm a
god!
minority.
We continue on and on and on with this conversation.
Guys,
Oh my
stop. She's going to answer his question.
Go ahead,
You want
Clue.
to sit there and
Mute me.
act like you're some kind of fucking martyr. Oh, why'd you attack Mrs. Chapin? I didn't say anything like Miss Chapin's got a rotting vagina. Did I? No. So what is the difference between your version of attack on me versus your version of attack on Mrs. Chapin? Right? None. Shut the fuck up.
At the end of the day,
Clue,
John,
you
I mean,
don't
you
have-
can't.
you don't
You
have the
listen,
same-
listen,
you don't have
listen,
the same
listen,
dry wit
John. Hold
humor
on,
that I
hold
have.
on, hold on,
I
hold
think
on,
you got the
hold
same
on.
dry
At the end
wit.
of the day, you cannot deny that what she has said is strictly her opinion based on facts that exist around nonprofits. You cannot deny that.
Agreed.
Why would you even put that opinion out there?
Well, why would
Because
you
I
put your
can't.
your
Why?
opinion out
Why
there that
would
she
you
has
put your
All the
chlamydia?
shit you
Why
put
the
out,
fuck would
dude.
you say
What the
anything that
fuck?
you say?
The mother of a slain child. Why would you put that out there? What reason would you have to even argue that?
Well, let's just
Can you
cut
answer?
the
Can you
shit.
just answer that question?
A regular old nobody ass YouTube creator, why would you put your opinion out there about her vagina?
Whose vagina? I didn't have an opinion about your vagina.
Well, I mean,
I'm sorry.
chlamydia kind of
You must
implies
have
an
saw that.
opinion
You
about
must have saw
vagina.
that. Well, you know what? To be honest with you, I got tongue tied and said chlamydia by accident, and then I made a joke.
Oh,
Dude,
yeah,
don't
that's
lie.
right.
Listen,
Then
don't
I made
lie.
a joke.
I'll
Then
fucking
I made a
beat you
joke.
myself.
I
Don't
made a
listen.
joke- I
We're
made a
having
joke
a
about it
listen.
because I got
We're
tongue-tied
having
and said it, and then
we're
I came
having
and
a
made a joke about it.
He meant
John. Stop.
Clueminati.
And if you can't see that, then I even
John,
said it.
All right.
John, stop. Listen, let's be honest here, right? And
Let's
I mean,
be
at the
honest
end of the
about
day,
the
it
attack
is what it
laid on
is.
me.
It is what it is, right? We've needled you. You, as Sarge would say, we've needled
Exactly.
you. You've needled
So
her.
are we agree-
But
are
let's
we
not
agreeing about
lie about the needling, right? Let's just call it what
that?
it is.
Both
I
sides.
also said
Okay,
you
we
had
can agree
baby
to that.
hands and you look like an Oompa
We can
Loompa.
agree to that.
And you got no
fair.
shoulders.
That's fair. That's fair. We can agree
I
to
got
it.
no shoulders because I wore a damn freaking sweatshirt. I think you need to look at my other videos where I'm wearing a shirt. Dumbass.
Okay.
I'm wearing
Okay, Jesus
a rain
Christ, dude.
jacket because it was raining
I think
outside.
I predicted this conversation's history. What would transpire if we ever had it?
Well,
And
look,
where
at
we've
the end of
been
the
all
day,
night.
listen, at the end of the day, it's gotten hostile at points. But look, at the end of the day, the fucking elephant in the room doesn't fucking disappear if you don't shoot the bastard. And when we are attempting to shoot the bastard. So
Well, we're
I'm
shooting
trying to get what's that?
And I just agreed with you. Moving forward, I said moving forward, if we can agree that none of those digs will take place anymore, then hey, elephant shot.
Well, and I mean, look, from my side, you know, I've got a personal issue with anytime you take a dig at Clue because I'm her fucking man. That's just how it is. That's how I
And
am,
you should.
right?
Any man would.
And if you don't do that in the future, I can 100% promise you have my fucking word, which I stand by, that I will not needle you going forward. But I would appreciate, I would hope that you stop with your tactics and realize that even on this show tonight, you've had a voice and you've contributed to a constructive dialogue for a long time tonight. And that's something that you could do going forward.
When I came into chat, what did one of your mods say to me immediately when I came into chat?
We don't have fucking
Probably
mods,
what they should have.
John. We don't have mods.
Or whatever she was. She was representing you. She was
all right, but the question is everybody willing to let go of the past to work forward? That's the only question that matters.
That's what I'm willing to do.
No vote.
I'm willing to do it too.
Hey, the end to the means has happened.
Well,
so we got all this out. You guys heard me actually say that I disagreed with a lot of what's going on in this case. I think
can we agree that the means to the end?
Well, it's simply not there. Listen, I think in the future, look at this kind of nonsense should just not have to happen. For God's sake,
that's what I was going to say. Can we agree that the means to the end maybe wasn't necessary? Can we agree to that, John? Can we agree that maybe the means to this end was not exactly necessary?
I'm not going to agree to that.
Even with
can I just say this? The only reason there's a means to the ends is because
we wouldn't be sitting here right now if I hadn't done the things I did.
It's only because of the people in this room that there can even be a potential means.
Right now.
You probably would have got to help a lot farther.
That's all I'm saying. I agree with Will.
Why are you so insecure about yourself, John?
I am absolutely 100% totally against some of the things you were saying, as you are against mine. It's like you're all like this group. You all go into everybody's show. You're all sharing everybody's
listen.
I'm not saying there's
welcome
anything
to
wrong
the
with
group.
Just
Welcome
saying,
to the group.
Well, just imagine a projected.
Unfortunately, the side of the prosecution, which is the way this country is leaning, there's not a whole lot of groups like us. So it's us against them, and you've heard me say that, and that's unfortunate. I think we should all
have to be us against them. At the end of the day, the only constructive conversation is the one that is a constructive conversation.
I work in reality. It is us against them.
But
Both
it's
sides.
not, John. It's a
It is,
constructive
man.
but
Come
listen,
on, man.
listen, hold
Be
on.
real.
Let me
I
let
think
me
you guys are
explain.
talking past yourself on different topics, and I think both of your
Right.
topics are valid in your points. Just be aware.
Let me
Your topics
explain
are
my
you're not on
point,
the same
John.
topic.
I don't
Let me
agree with
explain
Sarge.
let me explain my
Go ahead,
point.
Cletus. Cletus, go ahead.
Let me explain my point. We don't have to be an us against them environment. We can have a conversation, and anybody that can't contribute to that conversation, we can ignore. Which, quite frankly, prior to tonight, hell, even today, I had decided after watching your video the other night, I had decided that if you did not ever come into her live and contribute to the conversation, I was fucking done with you, because I didn't hear much validity in your conversation the other night. Now tonight, you've came in, you've contributed. It can be as simple as that. We don't have to do an us against them type
In my
of thing.
conversation in my show, you didn't find validity in the fact that I didn't want the house tore down.
I found validity.
I mean, that I
in the
wanted the house tore down?
listen, the only thing that I truly took away, and you can ask Dago, you can ask Sarge, you can ask Clue, you can ask Willie. The one thing that I have given you credit for on Dago's live was the comment about the jury selection question. I gave you 100% credit that
Yep.
was a fucking great question. And,
Yep.
and that was the one thing that I took from your show the other night. The rest of it, I honest to God felt like it was a regurgitation,
But you
either
know something
intentionally
else?
or not,
Well, I don't know.
of
A lot of people
everything that's been
disagree with
spewed
you
on a
because
lot
it's
of
got
other
almost
channels.
3,000. It's got almost 3,000 views already. I mean, a lot of people,
Okay.
and I got a ton of freaking people sending messages. What a great show that was! And you know what?
But-
What you may not have really liked is the fact that I exposed a man who owes $50,000+ in back child support.
Don't
and
bring
has
that shit up.
his children and his wife in front of thousands of people.
Listen, let's
Hold on.
Let's not go there because we
I'm
put
gonna say
that.
something about that right now.
Horrible.
Hold on.
It's
Hold on.
horrible.
I'm gonna
It's
say something
horrible.
about that.
Blue, you can't justify it. If you justify it, you're no mother. I can tell you right now.
Oh my
He's a
God.
Let me
horrible
tell you.
person.
Let me speak, and you'll know what I'm gonna say before you assume. That makes an ass out of
I'm
you, not
assuming.
me.
You just were on a show the other night. I saw what you were saying. It
So-
was kind of disappointing.
Yeah, and it's the truth. I'm sorry, but you want to sit here and say if I defend him in any way, I'm not a mom. Let me tell you what a mom is not. Someone who's going to have their children on a video while some guy is bashing their father. Good job for you. Good martyr, because that's a great fucking example to young women on how
And-
you raise children.
And how
but
did
it's
you hear
not.
me approach that? Did you not hear me say I'm not here to bash your dad? I'm here to have him.
But you did,
But you
John.
did.
Bullshit,
You
dude.
did, John.
Help-
You
Your
did,
intentions
John.
behind that were
and-
negative.
Hey,
You're
and guess
gaslighting,
what?
dude.
Hey, newsflash, everyone. Guess what just happened? They're
What
gonna
happened?
stop his check. They're going to stop his check, and they're going to start.
Wow.
So he's
Wow.
finally going to have to pay up.
And
for
I
a
don't
woman
even
that
know.
worked
Like, I'm
3+
sorry, but 2
jobs
jobs. She
and has
always
to
in the
struggle to
chat.
keep a
Like, when
roof
is she
over her
working?
children.
Like I said, Clue, there's 3 sides to every story.
He's
Right.
denounced
Mhm.
and said they weren't his kids. Look at those kids. You tell me those
Dude,
kids. are my
you don't know his kids, bro.
What's wrong with you?
Right. Thank you.
You know
don't
what,
their
man?
story.
What? You can't say you got nothing on me. If you ever had
don't
my kid
work-
on your
you don't
fucking
work
show, I
in
would have already been
reality.
on a plane. You got nothing on me, buddy.
You don't work in reality. Hey, you
Exactly.
want to talk
I'm
about
in reality, baby.
Hey,
You can't
Chris,
talk to me.
Why, hey, you want to talk about why
Dude,
you have?
why are you saying the name that was my
Why
last
do you-
username? Like
why
it's a
do
big
you have-
deal. That
why
was my
do you
last
have
username,
custody?
jackass.
Hey
Why
guys, one
do
at a
you have
time.
custody
One
of
at a
your
time.
kid?
John, stop with the yelling
You
all the time.
bragged about it,
Relax.
But tell the truth. Tell us why you have
What?
custody of your kid, Chris.
What do you
Tell
want me
us
to
why.
know?
You bragged about it the other night. Tell us why you have custody. Tell us why.
Tell you guys
Yeah,
why I have
tell us
custody of my.
why.
I've
You're an
had
open
custody of my
book. Tell
daughter.
us why you actually have custody.
I've had
that you
custody of my.
bragged about.
I've had custody of my
Yeah,
child. What are you
tell us
talking about?
why you do, though. Tell us why.
What do you mean? Tell us
Everybody
why?
knows
Her
why.
mother. Her
You
mother.
won't tell us why, will you?
Her
You won't
mother.
tell us why.
Her
You
mother.
won't tell us
I've
why.
already said why. Shut your fucking mouth for a second.
Nah,
Listen,
Her mother
sure.
walked out of her life. What are you talking about? I've
Sure.
already said this. I've
That's
already
not
went
true.
over this,
That's not
John.
true.
Guys,
That's not true.
stop.
I know the
Stop.
truth.
Stop.
That's
Stop.
not
Stop.
true.
Stop.
What do you mean?
stop.
What do you know the truth? That she walked out of my daughter's life, jackass. What are you talking about?
Right here.
Yeah, I'll tell. Yeah, it's right.
When,
Yeah.
when is it that? Can I ask? This is an important question. This
Hold
is
on,
like-
Sarge. Hold on, Sarge. I'm
Please do.
talking to this
No,
motherfucker right now.
This question is no.
You know what,
This
I
question is going to
said what I
stop you guys
said,
from
man.
arguing.
Mute
No,
gonna
John.
fuck
stop
this
it
guy.
all.
What's up,
Mute
dude?
John,
What's up?
Billy. Let Sarge
Listen,
ask
I think it'll
the
stop
question.
all of
Ask
it.
the question.
It's
Okay,
nobody's
Sarge.
business unless Willie wants it to be our business. That's the problem right there.
Exactly.
Okay,
Exactly.
it's
Oh, God.
nobody's business. Any of that. anything at all unless he wants it to be. Period.
Agreed.
That's
muted
just
on
bad as
Sarge. You
doxing
can
somebody
ask
by
your
calling them out
question.
by their real name. There's no point in that. And unless
Sarge,
you're
actually-
trying to hurt somebody, unless you're trying to be immature and come at somebody just because you're pissed at them. That's what causes all this bullshit. There's no point in it. None.
Sarge,
But
So
but
it's
he's
pedaling
told us
backwards now from where we were. There's no point.
Listen, he's told us that this is how he acts, and he does it for the attention. And the idea that you think he's going to stop is shocking to me.
Oh fuck! I know,
well,
man.
I mean, look, tonight honestly
Yeah.
has been a fair shot, a truly fair shot
Right.
at stopping the bullshit.
I
And
think his
Absolutely.
combined
think-
knowledge probably saturates all of us, right? And yet, rather than help
Listen,
educate us, he just
I
attacks.
am very open-minded to
MO,
doing
man.
that. I'm very open-minded.
I'm still waiting
to
for your
doing that.
answer, jackass.
Oh Jesus!
I'm not going to answer
yo,
that.
guys, we
Exactly,
got-
because you don't know the answer. So shut your fucking mouth and don't ever mention my kid again.
Oh, poor little guy.
John,
Oh,
John,
what?
John,
You have
don't
no
fucking
answer,
do that.
dude.
John, don't
You
do
had a lot
that.
to say.
You got
that
no
night, though,
answer. So fuck you.
because I fight
Yeah,
back.
because dude, don't you know that I know that you owed a lot of child support at one time, John? How about you owing a lot of child support, John? Yeah, let's not talk about that.
You're a fool. You're
Cletus?
Yes, sir.
We muted him.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Sarge.
Oh my God! Didn't I say that
Yeah,
this was a good? That sometimes you got less to lose than you do or more to lose than you do to gain when you
But
interact with
again,
people, right?
as
And,
I
and this
said the other
man
night,
definitely has this. He has knowledge that would probably be educational for all of us. I don't
Well,
question that. But let me
but
just
I-
finish. Let me
I
finish.
was
He's
fine.
showing
I
us
was
that
fine until
he's
the
showing us that
elephant in
that's
the room
secondary
was
to what
addressed.
he's really on here to do. His MO is not going to change, folks. This whole conversation is he keeps repeating it. Why he's here, how he got here, what he was hoping for results, that he got those results, and he's going to keep doing what he's doing and bringing up and taking personal shots. I mean, I don't care what this guy's screen name was. I don't care who's John, what show he used to be on. But that's what this guy instigates, is all of these personal shots into people's past and whatever.
And children have
This is
nothing
never going to
to
change with him.
Get
It
the
just
fuck
isn't
out
going to
of here.
change.
So you guys don't think personal shots were taken at me?
It's not the point. It's not the
not-
point. The
No,
point
no,
is
no,
that
no, that is the
little
point.
kids
That is
arguing
the
about
point.
who said one
let's
first.
talk.
Who had the personal shots taken at him first
There we
by a
go.
certain?
Not a fucking person on this panel.
Not
except
me.
You. You took
I
shots
never
at
knew you.
everybody on
I
this
had
fucking panel
personal
first.
shots taken at me, and you all know about them.
Not by me. I don't even know who you are,
By
Detective
anybody
John.
on this
Listen,
panel, John.
Listen, bottom line was I just in Sergeant Friday. You just said I used a tact that got results. Now whether you guys believe it or not, I'm just being totally open-minded and honest with each and every one of you.
We said
You
that
want me
the
to
other night.
sit
I was
here and
telling you,
bullshit? You want me to sit here and bullshit you? Because I'm not going to
you
do
can't
that.
bullshit. You can't bullshit
bullshit
a
yourself,
I'm,
bullshitter,
not gonna
right?
bullshit. I'm totally being honest with you. I
know, and that's what I'm pointing out to the group.
And
I'm not
you know what?
denying your voice. Listen, I accept
that
the
we were having a
veracity of
great
your own words, brother.
The elephant in the room had to be addressed. I think we could have got away with not even addressing the elephant in the room at all and just ended the conversation, and we would have been fine. But
that's
instead,
not
you
how-
wanted to
that's-
start a fight by
No,
doing that.
John,
And that's what
listen,
you did.
I didn't.
You got to
did
own
not.
that,
I
Cletus.
did
You
not-
got to own
I-
that, Cletus.
well,
You started
listen,
a fight by
Norma.
actually
And I will
asking
fucking
to address the
own.
elephant in the room.
Tell him
I
what he
will
has to
own.
do.
This
Fuck
guy is
you.
not
You
going
didn't
to
have to
change,
do that.
guys.
We were having a
What's
great
the matter with
conversation.
all of us? Are we
You
all
wanted
shot in
to
the head?
address it.
Come on,
Listen.
man.
Listen,
So you
guys.
think it should have just been left the way it was, and just walked on from it?
It is my fault for addressing the elephant in the room all day. I will own that shit till the end of fucking time,
Because
and
you were
I am
trying to
okay
stop
with that
bullshit. There's nothing
because
wrong
I'm
with that.
trying to extend the olive branch and have an adult conversation amongst people who have differences of opinion, even on emotional topics.
And I think
at the
we
end
were
of the
doing
day,
fine.
and I would
I
agree,
think we were doing
but
fine,
but
bro.
I do agree with that. However, I think at the end of the day, in order to have a conversation where even emotional differences of opinions exist, we have to keep our emotions in check. And I think we
did
all
that
have
at
to
the
do
beginning,
that.
at the beginning of the show. Did we not?
So
kind
why
of address
can we
it?
not?
It was
Why
kind of-
can
we
we
were
not
having- we were having a
continue?
good time. We're not going to.
Why
do any of
can
that.
we
Things are
not?
not gonna
Why
change.
can we not continue that conversation?
That's not extending an olive branch, bro. That's antagonistic. That's what you
What
just
is?
did. You
Who?
by
are you
addressing
talking
the
about, John?
elephant in the room, you were being antagonistic.
No, I was
Period.
not, sir. I was not.
It's 1 against 4. How is that
No,
not being
no.
attacked?
Nobody's
No.
against.
John.
That's the
What
thing.
is
You
wrong
think
with
Your
this
we're
list.
trying to attack?
Really?
Listen,
Come on,
hold
man.
on, hold on. Listen. Your list is 1
Come
against
on,
what,
dude.
fucking 15? I mean, you've got to accept some responsibility that when
I
the
don't need
elephant
to
in the
accept
room decides.
responsibility when I have a list of people that are actually providing irresponsible comments about this case and many other cases out there.
But you have to
Many
accept
others. They're
responsibility for the
irresponsible comments, and
confrontation
I have
and
a
the
right to my
conversation
opinion.
about
If
that
I think
list,
that your
dude.
comments are totally
Well,
irresponsible,
hold on.
I'm going to put
You
you on the
can't.
list, and I'll keep you on
Wait
the
a
I think you
list.
need to
second.
go live.
Wait, I got to stop that one. You can't have it both ways, bro. You just said you have a right to your opinion. Then fuck you and saying anything about me and my opinion on Stacey Chapin. That's my goddamn right.
There you go.
You should know them. Aren't you a cop? It's my right to have an opinion, just like it's your right to have an opinion. Yours is not above mine.
John, this is not a 1 against 4 situation
Wait,
created
then
by
why am
me.
I getting
Listen,
muted? I get
hold on,
muted.
because we
I got
we
muted
have
too,
to-
bro. The fuck?
we all have to listen. We have to speak one at a time, or nobody can hear a fucking thing anybody's saying, right? And at
I
the end
agree.
of the day, look, I own addressing the elephant in the room. That's why I'm asking her to mute people, because we all have to speak one at a time. And it's going to get hostile in order to address that elephant. But I still think even the conversation, as hostile as it's gotten, is constructive. If at the end of this, if the end of this means is we can move forward after tonight and not keep spewing fucking drama about and bullshit about one another and actually contribute to each other's portion of conversation, then it's constructive. It was worth the fucking effort.
I agree with you 100,000%.
Okay.
I'm not
So,
disagreeing.
but listen, in order to honestly and truthfully and fairly do that, you have got to accept some responsibility for the hostility, because from Clue's side and my side, we didn't start the fucking attacks on you.
Neither
You
did
started
I.
the attacks on us.
And
Yeah.
I've already admitted that. I've already admitted
Okay.
that.
But I'm just
I
saying,
put it
you've
out
got
there for a reason, man.
well,
I
and,
did
and
what
all
I
I'm
did
saying,
for a reason.
No, Lily, I am not.
and all I'm saying is that
We're not interested really in the motive, but we understood the motive before you ever said what you said.
and I agree
I mean,
with that.
your motive isn't like it was, a secret. I mean, we knew. We talked about that on stream and off stream.
So
It was
with
obvious
that being
that
said,
that
then,
was
John,
bad,
that means
so.
that because somebody voices an opinion and you just don't absolutely agree with it, you're not going to take your head off for it, right or wrong?
Right. I mean, you've got the correct answers, then just post them forward. That this person.
Are you gonna let me reply to that, Dago? Or is somebody gonna let me reply to that?
I'm listening. I'm waiting.
Okay, if you form an opinion and you put it out there, then you need to be prepared to debate the opinion. Okay, so if you form the opinion and I can't get on your show to debate you, then I'm going to take what you say and I'm going to create content and I'm going to address your opinion with what my opinion is, debunking it, which is what I've been doing. I've been doing that. It's been very educational for people, and you guys admittedly have learned things that I've said.
Dinky,
Willie,
Dinky, hold on, John. Listen, Dinky's trying
I'm
to
saying
talk.
nothing. What the fuck you mean, Willie?
Dinky,
sorry.
please hold on. Please hold on,
Willie.
Dinky. Let's take this one at a time. Let John talk.
I'm done saying what I asked. I'm good. Go ahead.
I've heard enough of John talk. I want to know what the fuck you've created, John. You've created nothing. What have you created?
You think so? I live in your brain. You can't go a day without saying something about me. Not even
because
a day.
You're an asshole. You're an asshole.
You're a freaking nut job, bro. You're an absolute.
Shut the fuck up, idiot, and let me speak.
I muted him.
Hold on, Dinky. Let me interject, idiot. John, again.
Nothing.
Dinky, hold on.
You attack people. You attack women, and you attack children. You fucking come up here thinking you're the big man, giving out false names for Willie, and then trying to fucking diss his parenting. He's a single parent. He's a 30-year-old dude. How the fuck are you going to come up here and start ragging on him for that? You know nothing, you piece of shit. I've got more information.
We don't need. This isn't going to help anything. Listen, this isn't going to help anything, right?
You're goddamn right, though.
Listen, at the end of the day, Dinky and John, both of you guys, you gotta fucking put a little bit of, just a touch of the fucking hostility toward one another aside, or this is not going to be constructive.
Yes, because
Sorry,
let me.
but you got to hear me out first, Cletus, because no fucking way am I putting any of this hostility behind until this guy apologizes for the shit that he's put women and fucking kids through because he's an asshole.
I mean,
You want to start talking shit about Willie and his parenting skills, dude? You want to take a look in the fucking mirror?
I love
Go
how
to
you
the
twist
fucking
it
mirror.
around. You
Go
try
talk
to
to your oldest
vilify
son. Maybe you can
everyone.
talk him off
It's
the
exactly what you just fucking said, dude.
You're a freaking piece of shit, Dinky.
hey,
Yeah,
hey,
fuck
hey,
you.
hey,
You're a piece
hold
of
on.
shit.
Yeah, I'm a
Hey,
That's
tell
what
me-
I meant.
and I'm a piece of shit that's going to make
You're a
your
piece
life
of shit.
fucking
You can't even go
miserable.
out of your house and be around people like you said yourself. You're a crazy freaking.
I am
freak.
crazy, dude. You don't want to
You
fuck
are.
with
You're
me.
a crazy
You don't wanna
freak.
fuck my friends.
All right,
You're a
so
freak.
hello?
Hello?
1 Adam 12. Can you hear me?
Hello?
1
Yeah.
Adam 12.
Just the facts, Friday.
Yeah. We don't need to
That's
divulge
fine.
into this. This. Listen. Sometimes the value of something, okay, doesn't compensate for what it's for its negatives. You could have the Hope Diamond, but if you know having the Hope Diamond, your family gets cursed and you all die. What would you want the Hope Diamond for? Fantastic piece of jewelry, right? Sometimes, that's what I mean. When you interact with people, sometimes the way these things keep devolving into these personal vicious attacks, it's not going to stop. He's not going to stop. And I don't know when we kind of grab hold of that and think that that's maybe a likely scenario here.
Hey,
Right?
John, can I say something real fast, guys? Just real quick. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just going to try to interject real fast because I'll forget it. Real quick, John, I just want to put something out there. You did a show the other day. At the end of the show, you said something about Dago's going live. He's going to talk about me. He's going to do this. It was right before Christmas. Okay. And then one before that, I had one earlier that day, and I had made some comments about people were making fun of you and attacking you about having your seizure. Most of my people are in here right now and said that I definitely got pissed about that. I will not condone anybody making fun of anybody that had a seizure.
I'm pissed.
Secondly, the night after that, when you said that I was going to go live and talk about you, the first fucking thing I said was I want everybody in here to say a prayer for whatever the fuck John's family's going through right now. Those were my words, and there's people in here that can tell you that I said that. Okay, so for you to come in here and say what you've said about everybody attacking you, okay, because I know what you're going to say next. Because what you say when I say those things is that I'm fake. That's not real. I'm fake.
I'm gonna fight back.
That's not a fight. Those aren't fighting words, John. I was saying things in a positive way towards you and your family, and you're still coming at people saying he's probably this or it's fake. That's not who Dago really is. And things like that is what I'm saying. Why does that have to be that way?
John, you're unmuted now. Please speak.
I'm unmuted now.
Yes,
if you said that, Dago, I didn't hear it. And if you did say it, then I appreciate it. Thank you.
I have said it multiple times, and that you still come at
heard
me.
it.
That's not who Dago really is. He's a good
go on and
actor.
watch shows. I don't know. I mean, I occasionally will go on and watch, or I get clips sent to me, so I don't know. If you said it, then I appreciate it. If
That's
you
a question. Hold on.
because
That's something that I want to point out too. There is something to be so like. Do you know how many emails I get a day? People send me the craziest shit. The last version of crazy was that there's some kind of chip in our brain, and people were activated to do the Idaho 4.
I got it.
Okay.
Yeah, I got that too.
So there is something, John, there's something to be said for vetting the information that your fucking cronies are bringing you. Kelly B, hey, I hope you're listening. Ho, you're nothing but a bitch. You wanted to start shit. For real. You
and
go
what
back.
did I do when that happened? I tried to shut it down. I'll be totally honest with you. I was mortified.
But the point is, I'm sure she is one of the people that was bringing you info on my channel. There's something to be said for vetting what the people you trust are telling you.
Lies. Lots of lies were brought out to you.
I'm not,
it's like J-Lord.
Yeah.
Clue. I will totally agree with you on that. So it's gotten to the point where I'm getting so much information every day. I try to please people, try to do this for everybody. Hey, you need to look at this, you need to look at that. You're right. I probably should have done a better job vetting you. Okay. And I agreed did I not agree with you or agree with your husband or boyfriend that night? Did I not agree?
Right. So, like, that's my point, though.
I agreed with you.
I'm not
But then
saying
you
that
went on the next day on a show and did a show about me.
So I'm not talking about for me. Motherfucker, my skin is so thick you couldn't puncture it with a goddamn bulldozer. I don't care.
I'm with you.
Talk about me.
I'm with you.
I'm talking about all the other people, right? That you attack. Like, say what you want about me. I'm confident in who the fuck I am and what the fuck I say. That's why you said I would be backpedaling. I'm still standing here saying what I said about Miss Chapin, I stand behind, and you won't never fucking change it. That's because I'm
not gonna change it, but I'm gonna actually talk out about it. If you keep doing it,
talk about it.
You can talk about it. I can talk about how I feel about you.
My opinion. I'll get maybe
right,
some
but you don't have to make. You don't have to take personal assault against.
I will keep attacking
Night
you.
Phantasmic.
The personal assaults don't need to don't need to be prefaced before you contradict what the other person's saying.
So I haven't personally. This little guy with the British flag down here. Do you think that I've assaulted him more?
Yeah,
or he's assaulted me.
Talking about you, Lord.
This little fellow with this little crazy nut job with the British flag. Who's insulted
one
you
big
more?
crazy fucking nut.
Who is insulted more?
You
can't even breathe.
Yeah,
you
this
can't
is what I'm
breathe.
saying. Oh my god.
Sarge, just shut
He wasn't getting that shit because he don't know nothing.
You're a piece of shit.
Yeah,
see what I mean?
Hey, you're a deadbeat dad too, and I can prove it.
Who?
Host this with the cupcakes. Come in.
You can
host
prove
this with
what,
the
Johnny?
cupcakes.
What can you prove, Johnny?
You're a punk.
Prove
Dinky,
shit.
you're a
You
punk.
can't prove shit about nobody.
You're a
Host
punk.
this with the
He's a
mostest.
bitch.
You're a
Don't
fucking
underestimate it. Don't underestimate it. Yeah, I am an asshole.
Oh yeah,
I don't
you underestimate it. Shut your
losers
fucking mouth. Nobody's scared of
I
you,
don't
pussy.
like losers like you that go out there and spew stuff against our justice system. You're not even from our country.
Your justice system was
Talk
based
about your
on
own shit.
Fucking worry about where he's from, you piece of shit.
Our justice system isn't your justice system. It's not
Of
even
course
similar.
it is. Where do you think it
No,
comes
it's
from?
not.
What are you
No,
talking about?
John,
What the?
Hold
Hold
Wow,
on,
this
John,
is all getting
John,
crazy,
John,
man. For what?
John, listen, I don't know if you can stop talking long enough to hear what I'm about to tell you, but what you just said is
That's a
no
racist
different than
comment.
fucking racist fucking
That's a
comment,
racist
dude.
comment.
Which you called me, you bastard. I'm just
Dinky
gonna
has
point
a
that out.
voice. He has a right to his fucking opinion. It don't make a fuck if he lives in Australia, New Zealand, which one of your panel members oftentimes is, right? From somewhere down under.
Yes.
I mean, Dinky's got a right to his voice and his opinion and what he thinks of the American justice system. So don't go there, please.
It's racist. 100% racist.
Now we can.
Well, but again,
racist. How is that racist?
Because at the end of the day,
not
you're
racist.
saying
It's
Dinky.
not
Don't
racism,
worry about his
gentlemen.
own country. You fucking
Gentlemen, I talked about this on the stream the other night. It's a form of it's bigotry. Racism is you're affecting
That's right.
somebody
You just
directly.
yeah, that's right. You just went over this.
Bigotry is that you have a mental attitude to
he's
somebody and you're in a superior position in that opinion.
Me saying that he's attacking our justice system is bigotry.
Well, I think
He
you
ain't
went after him
attacking
for the
shit.
flag. You went after him for his flag. Listen, you went after him for his ethnicity first.
How is
Shut
me
up, no
saying
shoulders.
he's attacking our justice system bigotry?
It's his opinion,
Define
John.
bigotry for me.
When have
Define
I attacked
bigotry.
your justice system,
You
John?
spew words you don't even know the definition of, Sergeant Fry.
Look, at the
Just
end
to
of
hear
the,
you
listen.
You don't even know the
I bet you can
Clearly,
feel
it's not racism.
tiny little holes, you fucking
Dinky. Unmute Dinky.
I'm out, dude.
Dinky, I think you were saying something that started him off. So please say what you need to say. You're unmuted. Everybody else is muted. Please say what you need to say.
This guy is just full of fucking shit. He's coming on here attacking women, attacking fucking children, and we're all supposed to sit around and say, "Oh yeah, John, sorry. Sorry you don't like it." Well, how about you change your fucking name from whatever it's called, Crime Analysis 101, to fucking Bullying 101, because you don't do any analysis on any fucking crime apart from the ones that you're committing on a daily basis about people on YouTube. You fucking dox people, you threaten people, you threaten to fucking expose people's kids. You talk about shit that's got nothing to do with you. It's none of your business. Nothing. You attack me, you attack my friends. I was quite happy just sitting here listening to this shit, and then you attack Willie for his fucking parenting skills. I'm sorry, dude. You're a fucking loser. Absolute loser. And if any of these people here on this panel want to keep listening to your fucking horse shit, that's up to them. But I'm out. I'm fucking out. And I tell you what, you call me a crazy ass son of a bitch, you're damn right I am. You fucking watch your back, Johnny. Every time you walk down that street, bike week, watch your fucking back, boy.
Dinky, hold on. Please don't leave yet, please. Are you still here?
You are such a hopeless romantic.
I'm out. This guy just pisses me the fuck off the way that he just goes on and on and on and on.
I know. I live in your brain. Evil. I need to charge you rent because you're that small-minded.
You're a fucking idiot. That's all you are. You're just an idiot. You're here.
Poor little Dinky.
I think we're ending up worse than we began.
We're recording this when I send this in to.
Nobody's scared about you recording shit. Shut the fuck up.
You just made a terroristic threat to me again.
I'm recording these nuts.
Again, you just made a terroristic threat.
Fucking prick.
No, we didn't. Yeah, so we said to watch your back, you pussy.
No,
I did.
Yeah, well, that's
I did. I said, watch your back, Johnny, because I'm coming for you.
Dude, listen, you were softer than baby shit, dude.
I got something for you when you do that, buddy.
No, bring it.
How old are we in here? How old are we?
I already told you.
Johnny,
we're dealing with a fucking 3-year-old.
You're threatening to come here to attack me, and I got some.
I just have to say, it is absolutely mind-boggling. Ladies, can you all agree? If it were women up here, we could shut the fuck up long enough to have a conversation. You know,
look,
I'm really upset. Hold on. Look, goddamn it. Let me talk. I'm speaking.
All right.
It is really upsetting to know that these dicks are the ones that run things, and you guys can't even talk like grown-ups.
I agree. Like I got no lie to tell.
Except Dago.
You said I'm a hopeless.
Don't put me in there.
You said you said a second ago I'm a hopeless romantic.
I've been
That's not about my kids. That shit's out the door. Sorry.
Maybe I am a hopeless romantic, but I do think that there is, and I told Sarge and I had a long conversation about this the other night. I think there is value to be had in a conversation. However, I think we all have to fucking put aside. We have to agree that if we're going to move forward with a conversation, we have to put aside the bullshit. And in order to put aside the bullshit, we have to address the elephant in the fucking room.
Which I think we did.
And I think we have done. And I think hold on, John. Because in fairness, I think Dinky came up late. Dinky saying whatever he needs to say is his right, and it's his, in fairness to addressing the elephant in the room.
He wasn't even going to come up here until you said what you said about Willie's daughter.
Right, he's got a piece of fucking meat on that elephant he needs to chew on, and if he needs to fucking chew on it, you got to accept he's got to fucking chew on that. Now, do you have a right to a retort? Maybe, but you got to let him say what he's got to say, and not resort to childish behavior as well. You have to understand where he's coming from,
bro.
Or we can't move forward.
Have you actually watched the 20-something videos he's done on me?
I have, and I think, and look, per your
I love them.
Don't you do videos on everybody in the world?
I love them, actually. I love them. I don't do videos like that where I'm like,
why is any of this being done?
I take what you say and I apply it, and we talk about it.
John, you
guys,
put a
I
video
don't understand how stubborn you are.
What is
me with liar on the head.
Hopeless romantic, come in, please. Hopeless romantic, come in, please.
I'm here.
What value are we gaining? Explain to me what value has occurred here. So John, let's say I paid $100 for this ticket. What did I get? What did I get?
There is value. Look, at the end of the day, I think if for no other benefit, at least everybody's been in the same fucking room and got to speak one on one to fucking one, man to fucking man, woman to fucking man, whatever. We've all got to say our piece, and I hope that at the end of the day there is some end to the bullshit and drama that, quite honestly, John, per the people in this fucking room, you cannot not fucking denying. If you do, I'm sorry, but I can't agree with you that you fucking started. And
You know
it's
what?
not a
Really?
one.
So-
It's
so
not a.
why
It's
don't
not
you
a
come onto
one.
my panel, and I bring 4 or 5 people onto my panel and see how they treat you.
We did, and Kelly D treated us like the fucking cunt that she
And
is.
and did I not clearly
Shut your mouth.
take exception to that and kind of nip it in the bud right then that night?
Right, and you've come on
I
the
said,
panel
Kelly,
tonight,
and I had to actually mute her. I said, Kelly, let me speak because
And
I
you-
did not agree with what she did.
and look,
I thought we
give
were
you-
having
I
a
give you
very
credit. I
productive.
will
You
give you
replaced her
credit.
with another dumb
You
bitch.
can't, listen, you can't keep
Listen,
rehashing the
guys.
past and your differences, because if that's going to keep permeating the conversation, this never changes.
Right, and at the
You,
end of
if
the
you
day,
can't stop
listen,
doing it in here, you can't stop doing it out there, folks.
listen,
Again, can
at
I
the
say
end of the
something real
day-
fast? The
Yeah,
whole
please.
time you've been in here, John, this fucking whatever the tree climbing freak J Lord is sitting in the chat attacking people left and fucking right, back and forth, not
Yeah.
stopping. She doesn't know a fucking thing about who Stevie Irwin is, and just
Have you
nonstop. And she's only
How's
in
that
here
feel?
because you're in
How's
here.
that feel, Dago? How's that feel?
What?
Shut the
I don't
fuck
do
up.
it.
What the fuck does that
You-
mean,
you
dude?
not-
You're
you not
such a
get
piece
that-
of shit, dude.
I
Do
don't do that. I don't do that, John.
happens to-
I don't do that.
How does that feel like it's done to you? The fuck?
Never done that, and I don't do that. She has no fucking clue what she's talking about. But she shoved so far up your asshole, she can't even breathe the light of
Your
day.
number one mod. Who's your number one mod that has done nothing but ride my freaking nutsack for the past few months?
Nobody.
Oh, really?
Nobody.
Really? Rock Chalk's not one of your mods?
Rock Chalk's never been. No, she's not a mod.
Bullshit, dude. Give me you're a fucking
She's not
liar.
one of my
bro.
moderators.
You're a fucking liar. She's not right now.
Hold on. So there
Well,
is
then,
no
well, then he's not
difference-
lying.
Hold on. So there is no difference than John, somebody from your show, like J Lord's been in my chat all night antagonizing shit.
All
There's
night
no
long. The whole
difference.
night.
Yep.
Yeah, there's literally no difference.
Yeah, but can he
in-
control what he shouldn't be responsible for what people in his chat
He
room
tells
do.
me
Yeah,
to
but
keep
that's the
you-
going.
person he has on every fucking night.
I'm muting everybody so I can get this the fuck out. Dago, you're good at listening. So there's no difference in somebody from John's channel coming into these chats and then somebody from Dago's channel, my channel, whatever, going into John's chat. What is the difference in the people that you can't take it and we can? Like J Lord don't fucking bother me. She's a goddamn loser. Like for real. Like I'll fucking talk to the bitch. I'll put her in her fucking place and I'll say shit just to piss her the fuck off. Why can't you do that? You got to take it to a personal level. Oh, so-and-so's mod came in my channel, so all of a sudden they're a cunt-licking dog. Like, it's fucking childish. Like, grow the fuck up. Be
You
the
heard me
fucking
use the C
man
word?
you
use
think
them-
you are.
heard me use. You just said that I use the C word. I take offense to that.
What the fuck are you talking about? Oh my God.
You just said I used the C word.
It's literally
didn't.
like talking to a wall, Clue. I'm
John,
telling
she
you.
didn't say that. She did not
No,
say
she
that.
didn't say that.
What did you just say? Your account looking what?
No. Oh my God.
That,
missed
that
the
I
whole
said
point.
that, or I'm thinking that. I'm sorry, I was taking a piss. I couldn't really hear, so my bad.
I
I
did
just
not
heard
say
cunt
use the
when I
C
came
word.
back
I
in.
know you don't like the C word. That was made evident when
Okay.
I went onto your panel. I use the C word because guess what? I'm a woman. If any woman takes offense
If it
to the
doesn't bother
C
you,
word,
that's okay. It bothers me. So sorry.
well, again, if any
Aw.
woman takes offense to a C word, then you might need to look in the mirror and change some shit about your life because that's
The world
not
don't give a shit
offensive.
about feelings.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just don't like the word. My bad.
And that's
I
your.
apologize
that's
for hating the
fine.
word.
That's
It's
your
that's
opinion
the
on
most
it. That's fine.
disgusting word for any woman to say or be referred to as. My bad.
Oh,
Look,
It rolls
but
off
you
the
can
tongue
say
so easy.
whatever words you want, right? That's cute.
listen. If we take a minute here and think about, and we erase the hostility that has existed in the past, and we consider just this conversation tonight in the context of the conversation of tonight, and not alluding to the past, I still think this has been productive, even though it's been hostile at times.
I 100% agree. I 100% agree. And I'm fine. If you want to say moving forward, hey, let's try to all get along. And if we disagree, we can agree to disagree. I'm cool with that.
Well, but hold on, John, because my point ultimately has been it's not upon us to say
No.
anybody on this panel to say moving forward, we can agree to disagree and not take stabs at each other. Because ultimately, my point is, at least for the people that I know of on this panel, we didn't start the shit.
Excuse me.
I started a lot of shit. Yep, I did.
But that's my point. So in order for us to move forward
I started
in a
a
different
lot
manner,
of shit. I'm
you've got to be
I
the
started a
one
lot
that
of shit
supports
for a
the
reason. Because
you've
there's
got to
no
be the
way.
one that supports it.
So when you're having a live stream and you got a tree beaver like this bitch over here coming in saying Dago's teeth and his neck and this person that and blah blah blah, you don't think that adds to the animosity?
Who's tree beating?
Beaver.
I said tree beaver. Okay, she likes to call names and do this and do that. I can't. She's ignorant. Okay, she's fucking ignorant for no reason. Nobody
who's
even
doing that.
Fucking J Lord or whatever the hell her real name is.
Okay, J Lord, if you're doing that, please stop.
No, like, see, even that's crazy. He don't control her.
So
and that's what I'm saying, though. That's what I'm saying, John. You shouldn't have to do that. You shouldn't have to do that.
Dago, come on, man. It's like we can't control. It's like your mods have said some horrible things too. Okay,
right.
I just said that. So if we can agree
I'm with John on this one.
at least I can't control. It's like somebody got upset with one of my other mods going on and saying something. I don't put restrictions.
You're missing what I'm saying. I'm saying you shouldn't have to do that, but that's what it's all about in your stream. Is your hate mongers come in there just so they can attack you. That's all, dude.
So
even if you produce them, you produce these individuals. Like, what the fuck?
I don't produce anything. These people are freaking. These people were brewed way before I came into the picture. They just didn't have a way to vent.
That's not 100% true, because I've seen you put in your community post, oh, my mods are in all the other channels but here's the difference. It don't bother me. Bring them in.
Yep.
I love putting you in your fucking place.
I don't think my mods have any problem with you. I think they actually laugh with you.
Well, I disagree with that.
You're some great comedy. If they have, dude, I don't know anything about it. I'm gonna be totally honest with you. I don't sit here all day and I don't have the luxury of sitting behind my computer all day. I work 12, 13 hours a day.
Bullshit.
If I get an opportunity, it's because I'm taking a break, sitting, eating a damn sandwich, looking on my phone. So I don't know what everybody does.
They sit in their streams all day, watching us when we're live, sending, oh my God, he just said this, John, and oh my God, I think Dago blinked 3 times in one eye and twice in the other eye, and oh my God, I can see one of her tooth that's missing now.
Dago,
extra short today.
Dago, you don't get the same thing. Clue just says she gets shit all the time.
I don't get things about you all day long. I really don't.
Oh yeah, you do, dude. Because I
swear to God, I don't.
I have your Discord. I have your Discord, bro. But I got you in conversations with the people in Discord, so don't lie.
But in fairness, John, listen, hold on. In fairness, in recent history, let's say for the past 2 weeks, let's just stay for the past 2 weeks. Clue and I have been in a lot, hell, probably more than not, of Dago's lives. We anxiously await him to go live, and I have not heard him talk about you. We, however, have talked about you in those same 2 weeks. So I think it's a fair statement to say that she has received more shit about you than Dago has, just because we've asked for it. In all fairness,
I get it.
So I mean,
there's no difference. There's no difference there, is there?
No, there's not.
Okay, so we can agree that we all have our own motives. So my motives are what they are, and you know what? I'm going to stand my ground. As long as you guys are just having common, okay, let's debate this. This could possibly be a fact. This could possibly fine. But when you get off on these crazy ass insulting the freaking blue and the system scenarios and talking about using words like, there's just all these conspiracy and these corrupt system, corrupt this, corrupt that. I'm going to come back at you. I'm not going to stop.
Bring it.
I can promise you that.
Well, this is America, bitch.
That's what I built my show on.
And the funny thing is basically what can I I've been quiet and patient, so I like to just intervene and jump in with a summation. Basically, if you meet a standard to which I'll determine, we'll be fine. If you don't, then we're not going to be fine. That's pretty much what he's telling you.
And,
I don't
and
know what
would
you guys
agree,
aren't
John.
hearing from this guy. I don't know what you're
agree.
hearing from him.
Hold on, Sarge. John, in fairness to Sarge, I agree. And listen, I've been trying to be the mediator in this whole thing, and I own that because I did fucking address the elephant in the room. So I'll own that responsibility.
Man.
But I do have to agree with Sarge on this. At the end of the day, you're drawing a line in the sand and saying, as long as any creator doesn't cross a line with you, you're not going to continue with your tactics. But if they do, you will. Is that fair?
And at the end of the day, it ain't your fucking place to say what I can talk about. I know you ain't gonna control my ass. My mama been trying for a long time. It ain't gonna happen. And I don't care if you come at me, but it would be nice for you to stop coming at other people. Like, period.
Sure that he comes from me.
Unmute him so he can fucking speak now.
Nothing he's done is
I've
taken any
been holding my
personal toll
breath.
on me whatsoever.
Am I unmuted now? So,
You
Yes.
are unmuted, John.
I think you're all kind of missing the point.
Well, please,
There is
please explain it.
if you can have a show and you can voice opinions on your show, you should be ready to be debated. And
But you're
if
not.
That's not what you've done.
Hey, will you let me finish? Will you let me finish?
Please, yeah, hold on, guys. Let him finish.
If I get information on something you said or I heard something you said, then I will do a show and address what you said. And I'm educating people as to why you're wrong, in my opinion. If people want to believe it, they can. If people don't want to believe it and tell me to piss off, that's fine too. But you know what? I feel obligated based on what I've known, and you guys even admitted tonight. You know, Sarge said I've learned a lot of stuff tonight. I think I brought a lot to the table tonight, and I learned some stuff from you guys. I think you guys all learned that I'm not 100% happy with the investigation. Okay. It's somebody that's biased. I would be totally 100% defending them. What I'm defending is the process and the stuff that has led to where we are now. And to insult the process with allegations that aren't true is 100% irresponsible of all of you to do, period. You can sit and debate. You can sit and debate shit all day long. But in the end, it's shit because you don't have shit because there's a gag order. So
and
why?
That's fair.
You don't have shit either.
Hold on. Listen, John, that's fair. That's
ways.
fair in your opinion.
Hold on, because that goes both ways. You just sat there and said we don't know shit because there's a gag order. Motherfucker, I want to know, Miss Cleo and you, are y'all cool? You got like unlimited minutes with her? How the fuck do you know what you're saying is right then? Because that's bullshit. You're going to tell me my opinion is wrong, but yet there's a gag order, so you immediately don't know everything. That's horseshit.
I've said it a million times. Being wrong is the first step to learning.
An opinion you don't agree with, John. That's
why listen. Let me finish this thought, please.
I don't agree with.
Listen, and that's fine that you don't agree, but rather than educate or do anything constructive, your first instinct is to attack the person personally. And nobody here is happy with that.
That's all I want to see in the end too.
That's got to stop. It's okay for you to present something where there's
Dago, have I attacked you lately, Dago?
Yes,
you
just fucking Wednesday night.
You said you did your normal digs like you normally do.
No, I said I did not do my normal digs. I talked about the digs that I did. Okay,
what's the difference?
No, there's a big difference. It's one thing taking a dig, but it's another thing addressing the digs. And I addressed the dig.
Can we stop addressing? Can we stop addressing the digs and stop digging after tonight? That's all the fuck I want.
Did I not already concede to that?
Okay, I just want to make sure we're still good with that.
This whole show, I conceded to that, bro.
And I just want to make sure we're still good with that because I personally
and you just owned that you brought up the elephant in the room.
Yes,
and
all right, so let's not go through it again. Let's end it right there. Let's end it. That's finality on that topic. Let's not keep going around the same circle.
You are kind of just beating him over the head because he did agree.
Okay,
this is from the heart. I personally have zero against any of you. None of you. I have no personal freaking feelings against any of you. Not even Dinky. I get what Dinky's doing. I get Dinky feels like you guys are all his friends and he's got to defend you. I get it. I'm not faulting him for that. Okay? So listen. At the end of the day, or at the end of this night, whatever time it is, wherever you are, I'm happy with the conversation. So I
I
think we
agree.
can all agree. I think that we can all agree that I admit to the motive and I admit to the tax. Okay. Did I say that I was 100% right? No, I didn't. I said it was very controversial what I did, but bottom line, where we are right now is where we are right now because of the tack that I used. And I'm sorry to put it to you that way, but to come at each and every one of you individually and ask for a chance to explain myself is not realistic. Because I'm telling you right now,
that never would
I've
have.
been
That,
attacked.
yeah,
I'm not saying that wasn't a possibility. Okay. And I already said to you, to Clue, and I already said to both of you.
So going forward, that's the way it'll be. It'll be a mutual, respectful interaction, and that's it.
There we
Nothing
go.
less, nothing
There we
more.
go.
Is that what you're saying?
And people can either and you can either trust that or not. I'm a man of my
look,
word.
Can I just say then? Can I?
And
Here's
listen,
John, and I just
I'll
want to say
hold you
this,
to that word, John. I will. I'll hold you
if
to
somebody
that word, and
personally
I'll stand
attacks
by
you,
mine.
then if someone personally attacks you, we would expect to see you to just let the attack go and just not respond to it, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay.
We're going to be
Fair.
bigger
I'm
men.
not-
We're not going to let any of it bother
I'm-
us, whether it's true or not. Doesn't matter, and we're not going to retaliate because it doesn't matter.
There's no need
And
to retaliate, but there is
Okay.
room for debate. So
Exactly.
moving forward,
Exactly.
if I say
Remember
something,
one thing though, you got to have two people to debate, John. You know that.
will
Right.
you let me finish? I was going to
Can't
get
be
there. So if there's
Go ahead,
something,
John.
if there's something that I say that you don't agree with, come on over. Get on panel and I'll treat you with the utmost respect. And I would expect the same. It's like tonight. You sent out a kind of a subliminal to me, and I think Friday invited me. Clue, you invited me. You said if John could come on here and we can have a civil debate, let's do it. So I came on tonight and I chimed in and I got attacked pretty quick. And I got attacked again and got attacked again. I said, wait a minute, I was kind of invited here. And I think Clue saw it and Clue said, come on in.
Can I just make
And
a simple point, John?
I personally even said I'd like to hear his side of things too. Did I or did I not?
I heard you say that.
I said this earlier on. This is possible because of the people in this room, right?
Exactly.
Right.
That's it. The people in this room are saying that's the way we're going to interact with each other. But it's not so much how you got here. All I want to say to you is that this environment was always open to you, and you didn't have to seek each one of us out. Because I came from nowhere last February, and I was welcomed in, right, wrong, or indifferent, and learning, and whatever's gone on since then. And I'm just saying that I think you get more, more respect that you deserve based on your background and your knowledge, and none of this nonsense that none of us should really even be. This whole conversation was a waste of time. We could all been getting laid or something.
Brother,
let's not do this again,
saying, man. But I'm telling you, let's agree that I haven't been welcomed from the get-go, from the time I left that other show. Just the mere fact that I wore a badge created hostility.
Well,
John, for me, it did not. For me,
put that behind you. Now here's the path to put it behind you.
I didn't say from you. I'm just saying in general, I have been attacked from the time that I announced what I was when I did it. From day one. So people hate cops.
I didn't know anything about you
right now,
until
as a cop.
I didn't know anything about you until you fucking put Clue on your list, John. That's what I'm saying. I think you're assuming too much from the drama that was created with you and
ain't that relevant.
I conceded to that. I conceded that
he concedes to that, and I'm saying from here on out that we don't discuss it.
Clue would say he prematurely ejaculated.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
So I did.
Yeah, but I don't think they don't like cops, though. I think they don't like you.
I admitted to it that night, did I not?
Fuck, I don't.
I admitted to it.
No, he did.
And you said, "Oh," and it surprised you because you said, "Oh, okay, good." And the conversation was over.
Well, at the end of the day, kumbaya, my lord.
Listen, she fucking jokes on me all the time because I am 100% a fucking hopeless romantic. And look,
I believe it, dude. I believe it.
At the end, listen. At the end of the day,
statement. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Cletus. My apologies.
Go ahead, Dago. Go ahead, Dago.
I'm just gonna make a clear statement, okay? I don't believe anybody until I see some actions, and when I see certain actions, that's when I'll believe a scenario, and that's just where I'm at with it. I'm not saying I'm going to act out or anything like that. All I'm saying is, when I see things be a certain way, that's when I'll believe it. That's all I can say. Okay.
So bring it, don't sing it, right?
Basically, yeah.
Show me the money, right? All those cliches. I just told you that I would do that.
I'm just like I said, when I see it, I'll believe you, and that's fine. I'm not saying anything other than that at this point.
That should settle it then. If people are willing to accept that, it should settle it. There should be nothing of the past should have any impact on any of us.
And I think we've all as men and women have agreed that moving forward, that's going to be the case.
Move on. Yeah.
So you got down here in chat, somebody chose to put Truth up here, who is one of the worst, nastiest liars on the entire internet.
What?
This lady Lana is absolutely the worst of all.
That didn't take long.
John,
he docked the lady that filed
he lasted 2.5 seconds.
John,
it's
listen, John.
2.5 seconds, maybe.
You cannot fucking blast somebody that's not face to face. That's the point
Well,
of this.
there's no need to blast the person either.
Oh, she's here. Oh, she's here.
Why blast the person? Why just start out by attacking the person instead of just making a point?
Sergeant. I'm with Sarge.
That's what we're saying, John. The first instinct is to attack.
I just saw that. Congratulations, hon.
Even if you don't agree with her,
I know, man.
It doesn't matter. Like, she has a right to voice her opinion. She has a right to have a channel. There's a lot of people that love Lana. She has made a name for herself in this community. So guess what? It's not your place to say what she's doing is wrong or isn't wrong. Let that bitch do her own thing on her own channel. How does that affect your life?
Fucking hell. I'm starting to see the fucking.
Have you had a conversation with her, John?
Fucking Diaz with no goddamn edible.
Hey, wait a second.
He's probably number one on the list.
So having an opinion is getting on and doxing a woman who filed noise complaints, doxing her and showing accidents that she's been involved with, where she actually hit a guy on a bicycle and he died, and then you imply that someone was drunk, and you imply that she was actually drunk, and you don't say where she worked, and then you offer anybody that calls the cops and gets them there to give them free pizza. You think that's right? You think that's right?
Hold on. Let me answer. Let me answer.
My ass, but you don't mute this.
Okay. So what she did, whatever, if she if she did that, right? If she put somebody's info out there, guess what? How is that any different? Actually, it's a little less worse than bringing up some guy's wife and his 2 kids. How is that any different than what the hell you do?
Prison and all that other stuff that was brought up.
At the end of the day, you can't chastise somebody's attacks and then do the same fucking shit.
Right.
Like,
what you just tried doing to me an hour ago, dude. Like, what? How fucking hypocritical is that?
Dago, I'm the one that did that. I'm the one that talked about your son.
No, but you made fun of it.
I'm the one that talked about your son. No, I'm not.
Yeah, here we go. Cletus, you better send me that money, buddy.
I got you,
that info came from your own show.
But you made fun of it, and then you talked
about it because of the hypocrisy behind it. Then you said it was. Then you basically said your son was framed and he was in jail because he was framed for raping a 12-year-old.
We're doing this again. When does this ever stop?
Bullshit, dude. I don't know. That's the kind of shit that pisses me off.
I never said that.
Listen,
your true crime. Your true crime. Your son.
Guys. It's not me. Don't me.
Listen.
It's not me.
Listen, John.
My son has nothing to do with me, though. That's the problem.
Listen, at the end of the fucking day, with the people that are in this room, that's what the fuck this is about, right? That's what I see this as about. At the end of the day, with the people in this room, this shit has got to fucking stop. It's got to fucking stop. Like, it just fucking has to. And we can't just completely fucking resort to the attacks as soon as we see a fucking comment that we disagree with. God damn. Like, fuck. This has got to fucking stop. It's got to fucking stop.
So
let's debate, not fucking attack.
No moral obligation from anybody. There's no morality at all. So you can just go out.
No, we don't attack people, John.
You can attack.
How about this? How about when you
can
get
attack
some
people
morality,
that have
we'll
lost
get
their
some.
children for no reason. You can dox a lady that filed noise complaints. You can file FOIA reports and get information on a lady that filed noise complaints and then dox her, say what her vehicle is, say where she worked, say all kinds of horrible things, imply that she was drunk and killed a man on a bicycle, and that's okay. And I shouldn't be bothered with it. Why? Because this stuff is going to continue until somebody puts their foot down and does something. And if I have to fall on the fucking sword, then I will. Because it's
John,
wrong.
you're not falling on a
Anyone
fucking
to do
sword.
that
You're a
shit
fucking
is wrong,
YouTube channel.
and it's
You're a YouTube channel with a fucking voice. You're not falling on a goddamn sword. You're not a fucking martyr, dude. You're a fucking YouTube channel. You're a goddamn piece of a bigger conversation. Accept that and fucking move on, just like the rest of us do every fucking day. You're not a goddamn martyr on a fucking social media platform. That's ultimately my fucking point here, is quit taking yourself so fucking seriously, or present yourself in a serious fashion that the rest of the fucking world can take seriously. Like, come on, dude. I know you've got more fucking sense than that. I've heard it tonight. Please.
Are we in the same fucking conversation, bitch?
I'm
Yes,
serious.
we are.
Clue, listen to
Oh,
what
but when I
just
say
said.
it,
This isn't
Oh
about
my God.
anything but morality when it comes to that kind of stuff. So what is that person supposed to just be able to do that shit?
you need to be
No
302.
Hold on, because on this discussion of morality, how is it that? So let me get this straight. You really are like Hitler. I said this before to the fiance, and I like it was a fucking moment. But goddamn, every minute I'm like, this motherfucker ought to get him one of them little mustaches and stick his arm straight out. Because you're sitting here trying to tell me that the rest of the true crime community, ought to have some fucking morality. Meanwhile, you have none yourself. Like, I think I speak for everyone right now when I say this. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah. He's probably one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life.
Hypocritical as fuck, I have to say.
Okay.
Guys, he's been
I'm
telling you
being-
that the whole night.
I know.
I
So
don't understand. I don't
I've known this
understand how
I know
this
who this
lasts
dude
all
is.
these hours, man.
This
Why
is
why is it
ultimately a
that when
debate
I
in
stand
morality.
I stand up for what's right, and all
I've
these
learned
people
nothing
that
new.
are talking about these
No, you
Nah,
don't.
no one's saying. No one is saying that.
you
Listen,
don't.
John. Let me finish. Let me just say this. No one is saying that what Lana did was right or not right. What we're saying is that you initially attack with this information rather than say that I have no interest in a person that's done some of the things I'm aware she's done. Instead of being a respectable person, and I said this the other night, I was a fucking crackhead and homeless at 14, and I have sense enough not to do that. You should have way more sense than me when it comes to personal interactions. And for some reason, you're compelled by whatever demon you might have in you, brother, to just jump out and pound the woman. You can hate her all you want, but I don't need to know that. You could disagree with her all you want. Share where she's wrong in a way that's receptive to all. You don't even try to do that, bro. Your first instinct is to blow somebody up, man. Chill.
And not to mention, like, again, like I said, you want to be this
Man.
savior and this person who's exposing all this bullshit. Let me ask you something. You said that you were lucky enough to talk to T-Rev's wife before the show. You've been talking about arranging to. You don't know nothing about her. She really could be a prostitute. She really could have hid his kids from him. Did you vet all the information before you had her up there? Or was your fucking goal just to be like, oh, fuck T-Rev, look, I got his wife and his kids up here. You don't know nothing about that bitch. You don't know nothing about her.
Why are we good?
So he can
Cletus, the bill is in the mail.
So here, let me answer that. So I will forward you the letters that her children sent me.
I
John,
heard them read them.
The point
No, there's
is
other
not
ones.
about getting
There's
the
other
fucking
ones.
receipts, John.
No,
It's not
no, it is
about that.
about-
It's
it is
about the
about that.
morality of the
Because
fucking
we-
issue at hand.
The
Yeah,
morality?
The issue at hand
Morality-
is you're a
morality is-
YouTube channel. Hold on, please let me speak. Please, I'm sorry. You can have the fucking floor when I'm done. The
ahead.
morality of the issue at hand is just because you see fucking attacks. Look, us fucking needling you, making attacks on you, whatever you want to call it.
granted, there's morality issues there, but it's what we felt like we needed to do. But at the end of the day, there's a fucking threshold that we'll take with it. And I think the larger community at hand would agree that to a degree you have stepped over the line that anybody is willing to fucking accept in terms of a morality conversation in the way that you have attacked certain people. And in this particular instance, talking about bringing this woman and her kids on a fucking panel and not, just to fucking attack this dude. And I get you said you're not on your live, you're not here to fucking bash him, but then you go out the other side of your face and do bash him yourself. You have to fucking look in a mirror at some point, dude, and go, maybe I have contributed to the fucking problem that I'm trying to resolve.
Wow.
Why is there silence?
So
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
So
God
let
damn.
me
Chirp, chirp, chirp.
address that. So here's what started all that. The day that I announced I was starting my own show, I was part of a brutal attack from that man and his mods. I actually got texted last night till 3 o'clock this morning from one of his former mods who's being sued by me. So she is freaking out. I have the voicemail that she sent me. I have an entire conversation where she's blubbering that I not do that. So she's done what she's done. I actually agreed with her 3 months ago after a conversation. We made a deal, like we're making a deal tonight. I said, look, you leave me alone, I'll leave you alone. You spew my name, and I'll spew your name. But in the meantime, if we can agree to that, then we'll be fine. Hadn't heard a peep from her until the other night. I go on the show and she's talking shit about me. So I sent her a message. I said, you know what? Somebody just sent me a screenshot that you're talking shit about me. I said, I thought we had some kind of a deal. I said, the deal will be over if you continue. That's that. So moving forward, we'll go into 2 months of absolute lies being spread about me, saying that I'm a convicted felon, I can never have a gun, I'm a wife beater, I'm a kid beater, I'm a pedophile. You have no freaking idea, and I have it all. And I'm suing people over it. So here's the thing. This little jerk freaking gets all kinds of money, tells me that he makes $18,000 in what I think it was February or March. I can't remember, bragging to me at the peak of the show. And I confront him then about the fact that there's a kid that's got a letter out there that's on the internet. Oh, that's coming off. It's all a bunch of lies. So I go look the next day, next 2 days later. And of course it was gone. So I thought nothing of it. I thought he only had one kid. Then I get contacted. Okay. At the height of everything that was going on, when I announced I was leaving the show and all the freaking drama with that, I actually did a video. I said, hey, I'm going to be starting my show. T-Rev said that he would support me, blah, blah, blah. That was all a ruse because I knew he wouldn't, because I knew he was going to be an absolute jerk because he's an infantile little kid and he was worried about time slots. The guy who goes on at any time randomly worried about time slots. And I said, look, that's not really fair, man. You can't tell me when I can and can't go on if I start my show. Well, yeah, because you were going to be fighting about him no matter what you think. No, we're not, because I'm going to be going on at night, dude. You go on whenever you decide to wake up. So therein lies the freaking problem. Therein lies the exact freaking shit that you're talking about, the constant freaking attack that went on me for months. And I kept saying,
John, I don't mean to, I know I said you have the
guys
floor.
don't know anything
But
about
listen,
that.
Don't give him too much of the floor.
Listen.
You
I
don't-
said you
no,
have
we
the floor,
don't,
but
but
listen. Hold on, Sarge. Listen,
I have it
John.
all though.
I understand what you're saying. Believe me, I have listened to your show and I have listened to your fucking rants about T-Rev, and I don't give two fucking fucks about the drama between you and him. The point of the conversation tonight is about the Idaho 4, and granted, I opened up. Let's address the elephant in the room, and it's about the people that are in the room, and we've addressed that. So at the end of the day, let's move fucking forward with the agreement that we all made to not do the bullshit that's been done in the past. Is that fair?
That's fair. Willie, I apologize.
I appreciate that.
There we go.
No hard feelings. Sergeant
Look at
Friday.
that fucking kumbaya.
Sergeant Friday, we're
at the
good. But
end.
did anybody tell you, Sergeant Friday, you sound just like Dennis Farina?
I don't even know who that is, but he's probably a highly respected person, so I accept that.
He's an actor, dude. You sound exactly like Dennis Farina, dude.
Oh,
If anybody knows
Find a
Dennis
recording
Farina,
of him and play it. Just don't make him say anything funnier than I already say.
Listen to Dennis Farina and you're gonna laugh because he sounds exactly like you. Dago, you know who Dennis Farina is, right? Does he not sound like
I
Dennis
said,
Farina?
I don't know any of that drama that happened on any of these channels before I got involved. And Dago will tell you when drama pops up, I usually vanish. I don't want anything to do with it.
And you know what,
so
man?
just so you know, I have no idea who you are, your history here, and in all fairness to you, and I mean this with no disrespect, my life isn't any better knowing all of that drama, right? I mean,
but you have
being in the way that I've come to know that, I just think was it just was unnecessary because I don't want to see anybody treated like that and attacked, and I think it's just ridiculous, man. It goes
guys,
beyond childish.
Between the four of us, I'm telling you,
I don't need to be
if you
the
saw
target,
what I
you know?
have, you would be like, "Holy shit! I can't believe."
No, I've
John,
gone
hold
through
on. There's
internet
six. There, hold on, John. There's 6 of us in here, man. Come on,
John. I've gone through internet harassment that came from the internet harassment that came from England, and I was in touch with Scotland Yard. I've had problems with people in the internet coming and causing me grief, and I fixed it. I stuck with it till I got a solution. But I don't think anybody should have to endure that for any reason, unless they're blatantly doing something with the intent to do harm.
Right.
Well, and then sometimes you're going to end up knowing people that have done things in their past that you don't like. You think it's atrocious. That's perfectly fine, but no need to bring it up out of nowhere. Let it sit.
Well, this my platform is true crime, and what he did was a crime. So I presented it. We handled it. That family is going to get relief, and job well done to my team and myself.
Yeah, that's but that's all I'm saying. That's our only objection.
And we actually helped a whole family. So, for a man that says he made $18,000 in 1 month and he can't afford to pay $212 or $112 a week.
Do we see? Here's what we're trying to say. I don't need to know.
Sorry,
I don't even know that about T-Rev. I mean, that has no place in any part of my life.
T-Rev, it's going to be anybody that presents that case to me. I will do it because
T-Rev doesn't affect nobody's lives here, dude.
I had a single mother who struggled. She was 15 years old when she had me, and she didn't get a dime from anybody. She put herself through school, through college. She became a microbiologist and made a life for herself and me. And it was wonderful. Now I'm dealing with her when I came home that night and I was upset and I kind of blew up. You know where I was? I was bringing my mom a puppy. She's going through dementia. She pulled a damn grandfather clock on top of her, and I had to handle that shit.
Listen, stop, dude, stop. I've personally listened. I've personally listened to multiple lives where you talked about that. Okay, I get it, dude. I get it. I hear you. I understand where you're coming from. Let's move. At the end of the day, I think we've all killed the fucking elephant.
Productive.
We've eaten the fucking elephant at this point. I'm ready to take a shit. Let's talk about the case.
As Clue would say, we made the asshole out of it.
The elephant's rotting.
Yeah. So,
well, man, I'm not gonna sit here and patronize you guys and say, hey, yeah, we're friends. But I mean, at least we can be cordial. I don't dislike any of you, none of you.
Well, and I will give you, props. I will give you props for feeling like it was 1 against 4 and continuing the conversation. I will all day give you fucking props for that.
There wouldn't have been 4 of us in here if we weren't 4 targets.
That's exactly right. And I think in fairness to everybody, we can all agree that is the case. Would you agree with that, John?
I would agree with that, but in rebut to what you just said, Sergeant Friday, were you not on Rory's show where you said that I'm a coward? I would never come on and debate any of you.
And look how
long. And
I
try to get on the show, and then I'm blocked.
I don't know, John. Look how long it's been. And you know something? It was questionable whether you're going to be brought up here or not. Just be aware.
Yeah,
of that.
But what I'm saying is, did that not take place? And I didn't even know who that guy was.
That's taken place only after all of your attacks have taken place.
I didn't even know who you were.
Good night.
Yeah, I've never seen you on a stream before until somebody said you were talking about me.
Now I'm telling you right now that actually happened multiple times.
I don't know how that could happen if I didn't know you or heard of you.
Yeah, Natalie, that's funny. Yeah, look at my other pictures, not the one with my windbreaker on.
He has shoulders. Everyone.
That's just ridiculous.
And he doesn't have
And I'm
titties.
on
I do.
steroids. And I'm on
Yeah,
steroids.
fiance is the one with man titties.
And she loves my man titty nipples.
And if you saw the blue jacket with the black stripes on it, it's about a XXX windbreaker rain jacket. It was pouring down rain, and I sat down here after being at my mom's, and it was draping off of my shoulders. And I looked at it too. It did look like I didn't have any shoulders, but I can assure you.
I just get one fucking thing in this whole peaceful conversation and conclusion to this conversation. Willie, can you please say my favorite fucking line that I think you know what my favorite line is? And John, don't take any offense to this.
What is
I
it?
just gotta fucking hear it.
Fuck you, Johnny.
I've heard that many times. So.
Oh goddamn. I gotta laugh at that. That shit's so funny. His fucking accent and his inflection cracks me up with it.
You know what the problem is, in my opinion?
What?
I hate to break in. I've been silent, but all y'all men need to go get some fucking pussy.
Well, that's
Hey, I agree with that.
I
resemble that comment.
Too fucking tight.
What you mean?
Dago, your wife standing behind you.
I got 7 kids, Clue. I'm done with that shit, okay?
Wait a minute. Says the female host that kept the conversation going. I don't know where this is coming from. What are you implying there, Clue?
I don't feel like I've been that hostile.
No, not hostile, but you've been a big piece of keeping this going. So I mean, you're saying, look at you guys like we're talking so much.
Bro. I love you as
well. You played a big role in keeping all of this
rolling.
Okay.
I'm supporting my man and his hopeless romantic dreams.
Hey, look at where my hopeless romantic dreams have ended this conversation to this point, right? Which I'm going to continue because I have a question for John related to the case that I'm honestly curious to fucking know. John, so when we were on your show and I told you I look at things as a juror, if you put yourself in the shoes of a juror with the PCA and even the defense and the prosecution filings that are out there that you're aware of, where would you fucking come to in your mind with your conclusion? What would your conclusion be?
I'm the wrong person to ask that question, Cletus, but I mean, because I know the process, so I would probably
take the process out of the equation.
Yeah,
take the process out of the equation.
Could I see based on what we know, a juror or a few jurors questioning it and it being a hung jury? Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Based on what we know, okay. But I can assure you, when the opening statements are read, y'all, you're gonna all go, "Holy shit!"
And I hope you're fucking
right. It's gonna paint the. I promise you guys, it's gonna paint the picture. If you guys all watch, I know Dago, you watched.
I could use more evidence than I would want more picture painting.
I watch what, John?
Right. Well, you're gonna get the evidence. Right. I promise you guys. I mean, if trust me, I wouldn't be on this high horse if I didn't think there was more evidence.
What if like some weird wild chance, like there is nothing else that comes out, and it comes out that it just was a bunch of bullshit? What are you gonna think then?
Then he's gonna get acquitted.
Which, and I've even said this, even though everybody thinks I'm pro Koberger, that kind of scares me because we haven't seen enough evidence, in my opinion, to say that he's innocent or guilty. So
yeah. But
if he gets acquitted if he gets acquitted and guilty, that scares the living shit out of me.
Yeah, but you're basing that on a document that doesn't have an inkling of evidence. It's just got a fraction of it. You're basing that on a PCA, and we have a gag order.
John, hold on. If there's no inkling of evidence in the PCA, how the fuck can they arrest a guy legally? I mean, you got to accept the hypocrisy in that statement.
I said an inkling. Remember when I said before, guys, the PCA only has to have the elements of the crime. Okay, doesn't have to have a whole lot of evidence. It has to have the elements with evidence supporting that. But what I'm telling you is the PCA is just enough to get the judge to hold him. Now, whether the judge says, okay, well, based on what we got, I'm going to give him a bond of $100,000 and cut him loose and put an ankle monitor on him and see how that works. Or we've got a shitload of stuff here and it's not looking good because the judge knows a little bit more and he's going to put a no bond on it. Okay. So, but the judge, don't forget now, the judge does know a lot more. He does. He knows a lot more. We have, unfortunately, been issued a basically no contact order on this whole case. We can't file for you. We can't do anything. So all we have is that stupid PCA to opine about, and it's backfired. We're here because of the gag order. I guarantee if there's no gag order, we probably wouldn't be having this conversation.
John, just because my fucking fingers hurt from typing, can you just please, for the love of every lost soul child in the world, tell me what the fuck opine means?
Thank you, Candace.
It's like opinion. Opinion. Opine means to think about, to come up with an opinion on something. It's just
to share your opinion. And a continual repetitive, it's you're opining about something repetitively.
Okay,
means that you're discussing it openly, repetitively. You're opining.
See, Clue, you learned something from me today. Damn,
I've learned several things from you,
and got it clarified from me.
Yeah, there you go. It's funny as fuck because she and I have sat and had conversations, and I've taken jabs at you, Johnny, because I've been like, I swear to God, that motherfucker. I've even modified the song of in the pines to opine.
Well, hey guys, I'm being totally sincere when Jeff's in here, and Jeff always says, your enemy today could be your friend tomorrow. He kept saying that to me over and over and over again. And you know what? I got aggravated with Jeff. You know why I got aggravated with Jeff? Because he wasn't Jeff. Because we're talking about, we mentioned this creator, and I'm not going to say his name, was impersonating Jeff under another name, and it wasn't Jeff. Just blowing me up later, telling me that's not me, dude. I'm telling you that's not me. But we're not going to go there. But Jeff has always said that, and I'm arguing with Jeff. I'm like, I'm a realist, bro. Stop with that bullshit, because I'm a realist. A leopard never changes its spots, and Jeff's always held his ground to my friend. My enemy today is my friend tomorrow. So he's always going to these other shows, and he tries to be calm and talk to people, and he gets a lot of hate. So I got a lot of respect for Jeff. And even though I went off on him, but I went off on him just so everybody knows, just like I went off on A.R. Hayes when that person imitated A.R. Hayes. Okay. So that's a low blow for someone to do. And I get what Jeff says. I'm still not going to change the fact that, I'm a realist, just like Clue, you would be a realist and probably agree with me on a lot of stuff as far as that goes. But I'm sincere when I say that each and every one of you, moving forward, we can all agree to disagree. We can have discussions. You're all welcome to come on my panel at any time. And, I would hope that you would extend the olive branch, as Cletus would say, to me.
Well, you're unblocked. So, I mean, you're on here tonight for a reason, right? Like, I honest to God, I have been hoping that you would in some regards, but at the same time, I've been asshole puckered that you would, because I'm like, I don't want it to turn into a fucking yelling, childish match, right? Which I get it's going to happen at times, and it did. But at the end of the day, we're still having a conversation as civil human beings.
Oh, boy.
So thankful for that shit.
I'm just saying, we're conversating. We could be having sex right now.
That's true.
And like I said, you can say whatever you got to say until I see things. Then that's when I believe things. That's all. That's who I am. So
I don't disagree with that. There you go.
If I ever go live, you're welcome on my panel. But like I said, if something smart said, don't expect me not to pop off, because that's just who I am.
But so it's all been settled. Let's not wait, guys. Let's not bring it up again.
I was being nice. What the fuck?
I know. Let's let it go though.
But I'm
that's me being nice, man.
Sorry to say, I mean, we all fight back here. None of us are a bunch of wussies. I don't think we all fight back. Dago is just more friendly than the rest of us, and he takes the high road, and I get that. And Dago's taking some heat for that, but you know what? I respect it, Dago. So for whatever it's worth, I respect the road that you've taken on a lot of stuff. So
I appreciate that.
Moving forward,
yeah.
I mean, I'm not gonna attack anyone. I may have a conversation about what you say. Okay. But I'll try to come on your show. If I'm on your show and you're talking about something and I click in, hey, maybe I can help shine some light on it. Maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm right. But if we can agree to disagree, then There we go. We all win.
Yeah, just keep J-Lord at home if you come over.
Please do.
You know what? I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna bash anyone that is as passionate as I am. But I've got a team of individuals that are just as passionate as I am, and they think that some of the things that are being said, and I'm not pointing at any of you right now, but some things that have been said in the past, they are just as aggravated and offended as me. And yeah, it is offensive to me personally. I kind of do take it personal, because I was in the position I was in for a long time, and I've rubbed elbows with some very, very awesome people in my life. I've got an article, I've got a badge right here. You can't see it right now, but a police officer that was just killed, a few years ago here in Daytona, and the guy that killed him didn't get the death penalty. Shot him in the head.
Would you?
Officer
I don't mean
Raynham.
to interrupt you, John. But I
Go
gotta
ahead,
ask
man.
this: would you agree that you're rubbing elbows right now with some awesome people who can have a civil conversation with you? Would you agree with that?
I wouldn't be sitting here with you if I didn't.
Okay.
If I thought you were total freaking assholes and absolute idiots, I wouldn't be sitting here with you.
And I hate to say this, but I think every single person that's in the chat here, however 200 and some odd people, everybody on panels, have all had
408. Dago, 408.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Combined.
I'm looking at one side.
408 combined.
He's like, get it right, mother.
Sorry. Okay, so all 400 people that are in here right now are in here for the exact same solitary reason that started this whole thing, which was the Idaho case, and the fact that everybody in here, good or bad, at some point wanted true justice for this case, which is where this all should have gone to begin with. That's the point right there.
And it's where we're at now.
Everybody.
Where we're at now. Yeah.
And that's where it needs to go back to, period, guys. That's what we started for. That's where we need to be.
Without personal shit,
Yeah.
Friday,
nothing personal belongs in this.
Sergeant Friday, can I ask you one question? You there? Friday.
Sarge.
Fell asleep.
Sarge.
Pablo.
Steak man.
He's drooling.
He's taking a piss or something.
He's making a steak. He's probably making a fucking
fell asleep.
Sorry. I self-mute my microphone out of so I don't jump in.
All right. And listen, man, you've heard me say this, and you probably know what I'm going to say. And don't take offense to it. But I took offense to it big time. And I want you to address it. And you may have already, man. But when you said the one thing that you said that really fired me up about you, and I'm just going to be honest with you, and I don't know if you meant it, but when you said, if they find out for certain that Brian Kohlberger committed this crime, that you hope that he got off on a technicality to teach America a lesson, what did you mean?
In the context of that stream, that was one that's obviously a possibility in any prosecution. Okay. And because of the chaos that we were reading, my statement came from the point that if the cops did screw this up, then they deserve Brian Kohlberger be freed, because this system in this country is based on justice, and there's outlined rules and laws that must be applied equally to all. Even the worst of us, the most horrific of us, is entitled to that. And so, in my opinion, anytime in any example where the police or the justice system crosses that line, I don't care if the person's innocent or guilty. And the fact of the matter is, if they're guilty for something this big, maybe it will finally wake people up that this stuff happens quite often, whether you want to admit it or not. That's why there's big law firms, the Freedom Projects and things like that. These mistakes are made. It's not that all police are involved in them, not even close. But enough of them happen that it's a concern for not just me, but many people, that things are done correctly and fairly and equally every time someone's arrested. That's a concern all of us have. And the news has shown us lots of cases. Giglio, that is just the latest example of chaos within the ranks of the people we entrust to do the right thing and keep these murderers in custody. Find them. That's what we're hoping for. It's all we want. No disrespect to them at all. It's a big ask. Don't get me wrong. But in some cases, it's just isn't run right. And people, and it happens enough where it's infuriating, brother.
And I just want to understand, because I hear what you're saying, but you said, and here's maybe if you phrased it a little bit different, it would have been better, but you actually said verbatim, if it's found that he is guilty and he is the one that did this. So basically, if we know this man committed a quadruple homicide and took a knife, a 7-inch K-bar knife, and plunged it
you
into
gotta get descriptive. Yes, I accept where you're going without the big story.
But do you not understand how inflammatory that was for you to
absolutely
say that?
Understand it and said it to be inflammatory. I said it for that exact reason. Just like you say, you attack. Wait. Just like you say, you attack people for attention. I made that statement because this happens often enough that it's terrible. It's not just Idaho or New York or Chicago. Yes, it happens often enough around the country.
I don't think, in the grand scheme of things,
That happens a lot.
That's where people are concerned about.
You think it happens a lot? That it doesn't happen a lot, man.
It happens enough.
It happens enough.
Enough to notice it.
Quite often.
It happens enough to know I don't want it done to me. How's that?
Well, I agree. I wouldn't want it done to me either. But if you're talking about falsifying evidence and doing stuff like that, absolutely. If you're talking about making simple, honest mistakes because of lack of training and stuff like that, that really don't impact the case.
But
then
John, in the context of what you said you took issue with, he said if he gets off on a technicality, right? If he didn't do this and he gets off on a technicality, I quite honestly, personally agree with what Sarge said, because look, at the end of the fucking day, if he gets off on a technicality and it further advances the integrity of the justice system to prevent it from happening again, I'm okay with that, because if the motherfucker comes to my house, I'm going to handle that.
Maybe in another case, but not this one. I'm sorry. I wouldn't know.
Why?
I just wouldn't want to say that on a case like that.
I understand why you're saying that.
Maybe
the family
maybe you would get justice. Maybe you would get justice anyway.
Hold on, because you know what's crazy is Steve G kind of says the same thing.
Yeah,
we need to make sure we have the right guy, and that they have what it takes to convict him.
With all due respect to every police officer that serves, or will ever serve, with all due respect to all of them, okay? There's enough instances in the current history of our country with prosecutions and Justice Department actions that are very suspect and seem very criminal. You don't charge Alex Baldwin. You don't put out Jeffrey Epstein's list of the criminal billionaires that were associating with children. These things happen constantly, John. So we're more sensitive and in tune. And when I say that it might be a good lesson for America, maybe it'll wake them up, that the people that we entrust to do these services often enough, once is too many. But to even suggest how often is way too much of a statement. It shouldn't be happening. And that's why this case gets looked at so closely by a lot of us, because
but you know what,
we are concerned with making sure that A, he's the right guy, and B, they did the right things and the right sequences to ensure his incarceration and final execution. Okay.
And
we support that 100%.
I'm not saying this as an insult, but there's a lot of sideline quarterbacking. Okay. So until you actually work a case and you know what it takes to put a case together, you know that there's going to be mistakes. And as long as they're not egregious mistakes and nefarious and illegal or something like that. Who's the arbiter of that, John? And who's the arbiter of that? You can't take a mistake in a case like this and turn it into a hung jury, which is going to wind up in another case, another trial anyway. But you can't hope for something like that. You can hope for the process.
I'm not hoping for that to happen, John. I wasn't hoping for that to happen. No, what I said was, if the case is through a botched investigation or malfeasance of any kind, then I hope the kid does get off on that technicality and then gets freed and we find out he's the killer. Absolutely.
And
I still bring that position. It wasn't that I wanted that to happen. That was, I hope that's how this case ends. No.
I have a
I was referring to if there was any.
I get what you're saying now. I'm glad you explained it. It just came out and
the bottom line is that who is the arbiter of what's too far and too short? That's the other thing. When I'm referring to corruption, I'm not meaning it in a way that these guys are bad people. What I'm saying is, and you're giving an example and you're not even realizing it, that if you become the arbiter then you are not the judge. You are not the justice system. You're simply a purveyor of it. You're a person that enacts the system. So you need to be accurate in everything you do. Exactly. And there is no such thing as to what level is that problem. That's what we're trying to. A lot of us are passionate about that because that's the way it is. That's the way it's written to be. And I don't think that a policeman should be able in a position to make that kind of a critical judgment call. Now, he makes them when it comes to saving lives and pulling his weapon and things. But when it comes to doing things, when you process a crime scene and the procedures and the policies, I think you just have to expect that all of them are going to do it correctly. And one is too many. One person going to jail, it shouldn't be.
I agree.
And one killer being released is a billion too many, right? And that's the point I was making. If there is any connection to that in this case, we need to be exposed. In other words,
can we all agree to this though? We don't know very much about this case as far as evidence goes. And for all of us, that goes for any of us, to actually opine that there was some huge mistakes made when really we don't know what goes along with the evidence that we do have. But I think, this is just me, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think it's responsible to get out there and sideline quarterback and second guess these investigators and their case. I think it's counterproductive. I think it breeds hate. I think it brings hatred to the process and to our justice system. I think it's wrong.
But you realize hold on. You realize you're literally insulting like every defense attorney in the world.
Absolutely.
But not even that.
Honestly, hold on, Sarge. 1 second. One second. Listen. I know he was talking to you, Sarge, but listen, one thing. We are all opining. I can't believe I just said that fucking word. Anyway, we're all opining about the PCA, which was produced by the fucking prosecution, by Brett Payne. And we're opining because that's the information that's at hand. And it's ridiculous. It's fucking
but it would
ridiculous.
Not
but you've changed the topic from where he and I were going.
It would not
in the context of many
way.
people saying, listen, in the context of many people saying they believe he was framed, they were planting evidence. See, from that, I don't believe that at all, not in a million years. Okay, never did, never will, and was always an advocate against that. And an argument against that is where that statement came from. Okay, that these cops framed him. I said, and that's what derived from the statement of such eye-opening statement. Well, my opinion certainly would be that if the cops did something here, they're saying they framed him, they planted the evidence. There's people out there really saying that, John. And in that context of a conversation, my reply is that if that's true, if what you're saying is true, then this kid should get off on that, and everybody should know he's the killer that got off because they screwed up. But that's in response to people running around claiming that I believe the cops did any of that, and I argued that I can't imagine how that could even be possible. And so, again, if their crazy idea is that they framed him, then don't you think he should get off and those people should be exposed, whether he did it or not? Isn't that the American justice system?
You know what I think? I think that moving forward, that I hope that all judges learn from this and aren't so quick to pull the trigger on a gag order, because this case alone should teach a judge he needs to knock that shit off. Okay? Because I can tell you right now, no matter what any of us say, and I'm guarantee you we'll all agree that we would not be sitting here having this conversation if we had a little more information. Or if we had a little more information.
Well, they don't have it. That's why.
At least it would be responsible dialogue. You know what I mean? It wouldn't be innuendo.
Well, they don't have damning evidence, John.
Hold on, let's talk about the responsible dialogue aspect of this, right? Like, if we can agree that there are questionable things with the PCA, and granted, this is the only one I have ever fucking read, and quite honestly, if they're all like this, it's the only one I ever will fucking read. But looking at this logically, if this is what a PCA is, then what the fuck are we paying law enforcement to fucking write here and prosecute? And I think if we consider that, it's just fucking problematic, right? Like it's fucking problematic.
And I can answer that.
Shut up, BD.
I can answer it because if there was no gag order, we would have access to most of the incident report.
But at
Which
the end
would
of the day,
give
in
you-
terms of the system, at the system at hand, we have the ability to have a gag order, right? So ultimately, we're faced with the possible outcome of only having the PCA to opine about.
Yeah,
There
you're
I
right.
go
And
again.
What the fuck does that even mean? Opine.
I'm agreeing with you.
I
I'm
know.
saying, you know, if we didn't have a gag order, we wouldn't be having this problem.
So
You know, maybe you guys would still question a lot of things, but maybe you wouldn't.
There'd be a
Because
lot more
maybe-
answers to things that we do question.
Right. Exactly.
I agree
They
with
Well,
that.
gagged it
if you
for a
don't-
reason.
shut up. I literally
You're
have a
talking to me.
detective question. Okay. Yeah, I was talking to
ahead.
him. Sorry, whoever was
Mhm.
speaking, I spoke over. But John, why, if you're on this scene, you're the head about sin mistress. That's not right. Head
lead- the
detective,
lead-
lead
the lead.
detective.
Yep.
What is the reasoning for not testing all the DNAs that you find in that house?
Because it has to be viable DNA, and it wasn't viable DNA.
Well, I mean, they had enough to know it was a male and not in CODIS,
But
right?
that's it. That's it. Because if you, I'm not. This is just it's something you don't know. The number one, the easiest thing to determine from a piece of skin is whether you are male or female, and that's the easiest thing to determine. But having enough viable DNA to get a profile is a totally different story. So if they
So
say, and I've
They had
often
enough for Brian.
we've often had cases where we thought we had enough DNA and it wasn't enough DNA, but we got enough DNA from another source, but the source that we thought would be like absolutely enough wasn't enough.
So it was a
So
smaller
that's
amount that they even had for Brian then?
right. What they retrieved was smaller than it was smaller than what they had from Brian.
Okay.
But
so
it could
they didn't
only
have
be
enough
Well,
to
right.
do
They
a
didn't have enough.
SNP.
you guys,
Right.
hold on a second, John. This science with this particular class of DNA is new, and the company that
It
they
is.
sent the sample to has what they call a proprietary software. They're like the pioneers of this research. So this is kind of new, using the microscopic DNA in this way when it comes to criminal convictions.
Mhm.
But
It's
that's what I'm
commonly used
asking.
this way in defense. A lot of people have been freed from transfer DNA in the defense of a conviction, especially rape. That's happened
Mhm.
numerous times. But in those cases, what they find is multiple traces of other male DNA, unknowns, right? And locations that would be
Right.
consistent as if they were with that person that could have had sex with them.
Right.
And so because of that, the original DNA that they targeted, that they said happened to be this guy raped her, his conviction was overturned because, in fact, his argument was, I didn't rape her. And there was reasonable doubt because there were 5 other DNAs that the prosecution never developed.
But that's what I'm asking, right? Was there such a drive for them to develop Brian's because it was found on the sheath? More so, you know what I mean?
I can't answer that, Clue. I really can't. I don't know. I there was an amount that they said, and I'm not a DNA specialist. I have somebody on my panel that is, but it's not the time for me to start talking about DNA yet. But we have a plan to address that, and you guys are welcome to come on. But I don't know. I don't have the answer to that question. Obviously, getting DNA off of a knife sheath is a priority. So, or getting DNA from a doorknob may not be but I'm not saying it. I'm not saying anything else other than what they are reporting was it wasn't viable. So if it's not viable, you can absolutely tell the difference between male and female with just the microscopic. You can barely even see it under a microscope. Those are very easy markers to determine, but to create a profile is not.
But you got to magnify.
I want to get back to my.
right?
I want to go to my question that I was trying to ask, but I keep fucking talking because I'm drinking. But anyway, my question. I really should stop. But my question is this: you made the point about a responsible conversation, and in terms of if there is question about the amount of DNA. And you said yourself, right? Like you can't really speak on that because we don't know everything. So if we don't know everything, does that mean we shouldn't have the conversation? And if we do,
No.
then it's irresponsible?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think if you really think about it, you know what I really mean, man. I'm not meaning.
Honestly, I'm not attacking you. I'm
Yeah, I mean,
asking you for your opinion about the level of responsible conversation and where it should go from your side.
I don't think that it's, and this is just me. You guys can disagree. I don't think it's responsible to. I mean, it's like somebody said, they would have one other creator. And I don't even know if you guys know who he is, but he's none of you would like him. So he actually said that, MF and MF, they should have hooked both of those girls up and threw them in a cell and let them sit there and, without due process. And that's how they would get a confession out of them. Like, you want to talk about Hitler, Clue? This guy is clueless. He's from Puerto Rico. Yeah, that's what he said. He's screaming it on his show.
But I'm not talking about in specific to any particular person, John. I'm just asking in general.
I get some of the arguments, but the arguments that I'm going to go after, I'm going to object to, are arguments like that. Okay.
Well, to be fair, if you rolled up to this crime scene and the surviving roommates were two guys, would you be suspect?
I would interview them. Yes, I would absolutely.
What she means though is would you have been more suspicious of them immediately than the two girls?
I shouldn't be.
No, but human nature being.
Would most officers not suspect two ladies of doing a quad homicide with a sharp-edged weapon? I've seen it happen. I mean, a woman can wield a knife just like a man. In fact,
after 8 hours.
Most women that commit crimes use knives. So they don't use guns.
Clue wield a fucking knife in the pit.
Yeah, as long as it's not in your back, you're all right.
Yeah.
But yeah, I would turn the other way if I was in a fight with her for sure. And by the kitchen, I would be facing her. But yeah, I mean, I'm not. If you follow what I'm saying, I'm not gonna ever go after somebody for asking a simple question about the PCA. It's not the question. It's the deferred subliminal messages that are sent out about the process and law enforcement. Sometimes that dig me. I mean, they just irk the shit out of me.
And
so you guys have to understand where
your point of view. I can understand from your point of view and your background why you would take personal offense to that. I can't all day understand that.
And I can offer a resolution to some of this stuff by educating people on what I know. And I love doing it, man. I love doing it.
But I mean, in fairness, right? The things that we've asked that I'm just being fair here. The things that we've asked that I've kind of wanted to see your perspective on, you've sort of been like, I can't really answer that. And I'm curious as to your actual opinion on it, regardless of your sort of. You seem to lean toward protecting law enforcement, and I want you to answer truthfully and honestly,
and I'll
right?
try to answer it. Yeah.
Do you think this PCA is bullshit?
Yeah, he said to be gay.
I think the PCA has too much information.
Do you think it was written irresponsibly for it to be presented to the public? Let me ask it that way. How about that?
I think it opened Pandora's box.
I agree. Wholeheartedly. I agree.
I think less, and I'm telling you, if you guys went, to criminal justice and you took criminal justice courses and you went to the academy and you did report writing 101, you did all that stuff, they will tell you the PCA, less is more, just the elements. Okay. Just like Sergeant Friday and Dragnet would say, just the facts, man. You don't need to put too much in there. It's like you're tipping your hat. And until you have that solid evidence, you have your lab reports, you have everything wrapped up in a little bow, and your supplementals all done, attached to your incident report, going with the 707, we call it here, but I don't know what they call it there. And, you know, that all gets culminated together. And until that's all done, then you shouldn't have to put a whole lot into the PCA, because soon thereafter should be, because when you do the PCA and you're incarcerated, you're locked up, the judge has determined that you go to jail. Now you might get bond. So does it really matter? The process has to go through. They have to put the case together. You're on bond, you're free. But obviously a judge knows more than we know. So saw that, you know, this is damn sure enough for what he's seeing, which we never have saw. Okay. So he deemed no bond. Bottom line, he's in jail, and yeah, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. But guess what? Guess what's that word I talked about earlier that the defense always uses would have to come out for him to get out of jail, and it hasn't. So he's in jail.
What word, John?
I think what he's asking
the evidence we can't hear because
exculpatory.
Exculpatory evidence.
They ran to the grand jury.
Do you think though, I think what Cletus was basically saying, without saying it, was, do you think that the PCA was purposely written like that, presented that way, to throw off the public in a sense? That's kind of what is that what you were saying, Cletus?
It's not what I was saying, but that's a damn good question. That is a damn good question.
That, I'm sorry.
If you want my honest opinion, I think that it was written by an inexperienced officer in a department that was overwhelmed. And, you know, to piggyback on Sergeant Friday a little bit, quite frankly, didn't know what the hell they were doing.
But I mean, the FBI was involved. Could they not? Would they not help them?
Yeah, they didn't write the PCA.
But should they not have offered some type of input and advice in that? I mean, the FBI had a huge role in this, you know.
I don't know, but this is just my opinion, guys. I'm telling you, I've written thousands of PCAs. I've written PCAs that were 4-liners. I kid you not. That went on. You have your 707.
Can I ask this question? In the 4-liners, you're making a pertinent point, though. In other words, you're presenting 4 bullet points that are like, yeah, this son of a bitch did it, right?
Yep.
Okay. And I struggle with what they're claiming to be his car, without a clear. We don't know they have a clear photo, but their definition of the car to begin with, the definition of it then changed as time went on. Those different things have caused a lot of people a lot of questions, because it's confusing. Because we look and we know for a fact that a 13 to a 15, 11 to 13, and then 14 and 15, we know what the differences in their bumper faces are. Those are the only differences, right? So when the cops originally came forward and said the year of the car, I find it hard to believe that their first definition of the year wasn't accurate. I can't believe a professional FBI agent could look at a car in video of any sort. If he's going to determine the year specific, the only way he could do that is if he saw something specific to that year. And there's very subtle changes on those cars. So I hear what they said to the public, 2011 to 2013. I believe that's an accurate description by the FBI.
Well, I guess everybody's inexperienced then, I guess, with this case.
I believe that could go a bunch of different ways. And I, you know what? I had the damn name of the software. I can't remember it now. But there's actual software that if there is good video out there that would tell the age of the vehicle or the year.
Can I give an example though, John? If you're a car person like I am, you know a 70 Chevelle from a 71 Chevelle, don't you?
Rear tail ends.
Okay. Yep. So this is the point that I'm trying to make. An FBI agent that comes forward after an examination, a forensic examination of the video evidence, and states unequivocally 11 to 13 means that he identified something on the car specifically to those 2 years, or he wouldn't have made that statement.
I don't know why.
I think they're going to have a big problem with that.
I
can't think an FBI agent could make that kind of a mistake. I just can't believe that.
I don't think there's a problem with it. I really don't, because it's very easily explained. And it's easily explained because of the body lines of the vehicle. I mean,
they're the same, John. John, they're the same.
That's what I just said. That's why it's easily explained. An 11 through a 19, the body lines are almost the same.
But the bumper fascias are not.
The bumper fascias are not the body line.
So let me just
Body
listen to
line-
what I'm saying. Just
body
listen.
line is looking at the side of the
Listen
vehicle.
closely to what I'm saying, John. Listen closely to what I'm saying, because you do agree with me. You just don't know it yet. Because all the body lines are identical, and the only way to differentiate the years of production are unique to the fascias. The FBI agent, to come to a completely unique period, 11 to 13, had to have seen something in association with the fascias for him to make that conclusion. Because it is the only way to define the vehicles by year, John. So I
Right,
can't
but they
believe that an
corrected it.
FBI agent actually looked at that car and called it an 11 to a 13, and it couldn't be. To me, it must be an 11 to a 13 car, which is
Well,
inconsistent with
that's
Brian Kohlberger's 2015.
yeah. But you also got to keep in mind too, police don't have to tell the truth. So if that's my case, and I have a suspect, and I haven't moved on the suspect yet, and I don't want him to get spooked, I'm going to put out there 11 to 13, even though that I know that it's a 15. It's a route. I've actually done the same exact thing before on a bank robbery. So we posted. Let's
cut to the chase here on this. I agree with that. That's a necessary evil of an investigation. I agree with that completely. Yet,
and that could
we're
well
also aware of, John. We're also aware that they didn't actually arrest him until the end of December, right? So they had all that time in between. So, in other words, if they're going to come out immediately and make a statement about an automobile, in my mind, there's no way they even had Brian Kohlberger in their sights when they made that. Brian Kohlberger wasn't even in existence in the universe, and 1 in 80 trillion octillion. Okay.
Oh no.
On the statement of that FBI agent that told us what year the car was, there was no Brian Kohlberger on anybody's radar, John. That's why I can't believe the agent got it wrong. I can't buy that.
I can tell you right now, they were on Brian Kohlberger when they made that press release about the vehicle. Do you not think that everyone in God's green earth was looking for it, and there was one 8 miles away on a campus?
Do you think that the Indiana stops were done on purpose then?
I said it the other night. I called bullshit on that.
You did.
I called bullshit because I worked drug interdiction. I did that for 4 years.
But here's the question, John. In terms of for you, in terms of they were already on to Kohlberger when they released that. Why fucking release that when you're already onto the guy? And why not go knock on the fucking guy's door?
You're having your cake and eat it too when you say it the way you say it, because why even mention the car in the press release to the public at all? Why would you tip your hat at all? Even mention the car was involved in the crime?
Exactly.
I mean, it was nonsensical for them to make that statements with such specificity if it wasn't important to their determination.
I can't answer that question. The only thing that I can do is say what I believe I would have done.
Okay.
If I didn't have everything that I needed, and I needed to do more surveillance, and I was waiting on evidence to come in, I would set up surveillance, multiple vehicles set up surveillance. I would put that ruse out there, just like I'm sure his mom, his brother, his sister, his dad were all concerned because they knew that he might have issues. I actually think his sister might have turned him in, but that's another.
I can accept making that decision on that. That's what they did, obviously.
But I think I honestly believe that as soon as they did that press release and that vehicle went out there, I would say within a very short amount of time, they already had that lead. And if you remember, that car that we talked about in Oregon was not far off of that. And I said to a creator that was swearing that was it, I said, that's not it. I'm telling you, that's got to be it.
I didn't buy that either.
Because, you got a guy standing out there, a civilian, walking around it with his cell phone on the show right now. That car's been there. You can see where the dirt.
The body style of that car, those body lines remain beyond 15. I think they remain that way to 18. Okay. And I believe that the body line was introduced in 11. So my question is, see, and I understand misleading the public, but to say 2011 to 2018 to me would be the information you would release. That's why I have an issue, and that's why the specificity comes to my attention. So it just seems abnormal to be that. You wouldn't need to be that specific if you were trying not to tip off your suspect. And in my opinion, it would be much more effective to give the entire bracket of years of that body style car.
Let's do a hypothetical here. So let's say you're Brian Kohlberger,
right?
And you are 3,500 miles away from your family, and you did this crime. You did this crime.
Right.
You're worried that they're going to dime you out on your vehicle.
Yeah.
But they announce in a press release that it's an 11 to a 13, and you've got a 15. What's the first thing you're going to tell your family? I'm in the clear. It's an 11 to a 13. I got a 15, Dad. They're looking for a 13. So I don't know.
I could see that scenario playing out. I agree with that scenario playing
but
out.
we
However,
use in law enforcement, we use that tactic all the time.
However, you didn't see any reaction from Brian Kohlberger to any of the mentions of the vehicle. In other words, let's just say that he is absolutely the killer. Is it common, you suspect, for the person to have done that close to a break and do nothing that we know of to be abnormal in his routines, all the way up until the time his dad actually showed up on schedule to go home for break, and then they actually drove home as were scheduled before any of this ever was done, before there were any murders? This whole thing was planned out by the kid.
Well, see,
so
now
here's what I'm saying to you:
hold on. Listen, I got one thing to say. Clue is tired.
Still with us?
Clue's still with us, but she's tired. Listen, we got about time for like 2 more back and forths, and then we got to wrap this shit up. Too. I think Willie did fall asleep. His damn icon has even gone away. But let's go with like 2 more back and forths.
He's on there.
Oh, okay, he's here. Go ahead. We got like 2 more back and forths.
Go ahead, Sarge.
I'm actually eating some popcorn.
No, I forgot where I was at.
We're
that
talking
blew
about
me up. We were playing Battleship. I got sunk.
So you said, to answer my question, you said that you called bullshit on the Indiana stops then, John, is what you were saying?
Yeah, I called bullshit on that.
So why do you think that they claimed that they had him at the end of November at some point and they let him go in a sense? What do you call it that then? Why would they do that? If they had him, they had this, and they had that, why let it go and make that big, follow in the PA and make that big introduction and kick his whole family's house in for that? What was the point behind that then?
I can't answer that, man. I don't know why they didn't pull him over and just try to get PC for the car right then. I don't know what was going on.
Right.
I really don't.
Yeah, it's a very strange scenario what happened.
To me.
Amen.
It's baffling to me. But again, they have their reasons, and there may have been something at the house they wanted. They may have been doing it because they wanted to actually get into his house. They wanted to, because they thought there might be a history, because remember there was a rumor that he's a suspect.
Couldn't they have anyway, if they took him right there at the car? Couldn't they have got a warrant for his house anyway after he was in jail?
Yeah, but it
wouldn't be the same, because you're getting a warrant for his house when he's there, and he's there. It's going to be easier to get a judge to sign off on that. If not, you're going after a warrant on a house that he hasn't been to in I don't know how long.
Right.
So now he's there. So you can kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone and do a search if he is a suspect in other cases, which we don't know. He very well may be. There's that rumor out there.
No, they were able to search. They were able to search the apartment. They searched everything though without his presence. Everything
right.
Right.
Exactly. And the whole the 10-minute apart traffic stops for following too closely, yeah, that's pretty indicative of a drug interdiction unit. They do that, so it very well may have happened that way. But I call bullshit, because I think that they did it to see what kind of demeanor he has, how he's going to handle that, if he's going to be calm, cool, and collective, or they're going to rattle this guy. You pull a guy over 2 times within 10 minutes, most people are going to be like, WTF.
But what would have happened if he had gotten rattled? What would have been the outcome?
Or his dad had a gun.
I don't know. I mean,
not only that,
that's the question. What would have been the point to try and rattle him if you don't? What would be the outcome of trying to rattle him? Is my question.
You get a couple things. You get a couple things too. You get a clear view of him. You look at the hand shots they got. They got really good shots of his hands. I think that right hand, that knuckle is jacked up. If you've ever punched a wall or done something, it's like that for a couple months. And that right hand, is 2 top knuckles are jacked, and his pinky knuckle looks jacked to me, like he's pounded some skull.
I've hit shit. I've hit
Because
shit and got my knuckles fucked up, and quite honestly, I gotta personally, from my own personal experience, disagree with you there because
I
my
didn't
knuckles
see
will be bruised for about a day
Where
or
are those
two.
photos though? What
No,
is he
mine.
Yeah,
I hit
The
it.
only thing I saw was the shadow on his arm.
That's all I could see too.
Yeah, and he had a
Yeah, me too.
laceration.
yeah,
And you
maybe
know
you
what?
got a different video, John, and that could be the discrepancy of your
Or a
understanding.
different,
of art.
or a different
Well, we
fucking perception
dove
of the
into it.
video, right?
Jeff and I dove into it, and he zoomed in on that hand pretty good. I don't think he ever published it, but there is. I
Yeah.
mean, his right hand
When
is.
you zoom in, it starts to pixelate though, because I've done that myself.
Yeah, it does. It does. But
And it can throw off your observation to see something
we
that may
don't-
not be there.
That's probably why his
we
knuckles are
don't-
fucked up.
we don't know. But the point of the statement that the highway patrol made over there from Indiana, and I forget whatever the other one was that the FBI did not direct them to do that. You know, I'm on the fence, but I still think that's bullshit. That's just too freaking ironic. I mean,
I
it's
do
just
agree.
crazy.
Well, I honestly
agree.
think that those 2 stops were done because he had out of state plates. I
Well, it
don't. I
could
think
be-
that it really is a coincidence. I honestly think that.
I
It
think
could-
it's a little
and it
too.
could be
It's a
because
little
you're
too
right.
coincidental that he's following closely 2 times in a row, right? I think it's
Yeah,
a little
and-
too fucking
and I could-
coincidental.
And I can tell you, listen, I'm not a cop anymore, but I can tell you from a drug interdiction standpoint, that you profile behavior, okay? You don't profile race or anything like that. That's what you profile. So I didn't see anything in the way he was driving that would lead me to pull him over. So that's what
I think they lost him. And when that was part of the thing, they lost him, and
You could be right, Dago. You could be right. They could have lost him, you know, and they put a bolo out. They put
Well,
a
if
bolo
they
out.
lost him,
and they
there's
wanted to
another.
slow- and
If
good
they
point.
lost
They
him,
wanted
let
to
me
slow
just.
him down.
If they lost him, that would mean they weren't aware he had a pre-planned assessment to go somewhere with his father. I think they knew he was going with his father.
That's
Well,
what I mean.
I think that they had already got an SW on his phone at that point. And they had a clone phone for him, and they were probably paying attention to everything that he was saying.
Yeah.
So I think that they did know where he was going. And Dago makes a good point. Maybe they did. Maybe the trail vehicles were behind, and they needed them to pull him over to slow him down so they could catch back up to him, because that
That's what
often
I
happens. You
That's
get
what I
you, and if you think for 1 minute that Brian Kohlberger wasn't counter surveilling, why do you think he took that long route in the first place? That is
He
not
knows
the
Well,
route. to
So,
take back.
so I just don't understand how they could lose him, because let me tell you something. One time I had this car that I may or may not have been making payments on, and the garage door was halfway open, okay? And this man drove down the road and pinged my license plate way from like down the fucking road. How do you ever lose someone like that? Because they were ready to come and rip that damn car out the garage.
I don't know. Lots of things could have happened. He could have got cut off. Something could have happened. I don't know. It's totally hypothetical, guys. I'm just
Imagine if he
putting it
actually
out there.
ran. Holy shit. They really would have lost him.
Yeah, I mean,
And I agree that he was counter surveilling with his background and he knows what's going on. If this is the guy, he knows they're
Well,
watching him.
You're talking about a guy that's wearing rubber gloves to take the trash out.
Wait, didn't they go to a few attractions with him and the father or something? Wasn't that the deal with
The
that?
guy
ride
went
or
to his
not?
fucking doctor's appointment. What the? Like,
He did do that too after the fact. He went to his doctor's appointment. He went and got a haircut. He went back to work. I mean, it was, I don't know.
So they were
pretty normal for a
definitely,
guy that did that.
surveilling him. So I mean, I don't know, man. I'm just telling you what I would do, and I don't want to speculate as to what and why they did what they did. I can speculate, but I may be wrong, and then you guys will eat me alive for it. So I'll just tell you what I would do.
Well,
oh boy.
There would typically be more than one. There would typically be more than on a case like this. You would have at least 2 trail vehicles. Okay, so I mean, it could definitely be still they lost them, but I doubt it. I don't
two
know.
trail vehicles. Hold on. So would it be fair to say, I think we all agree that the whole 2 stops in Indiana were suspect as fuck in terms of the reasoning for the stops.
Absolutely.
So do you think
I've said that forever.
do you think the 2 stops could have been the 2 trailing officers?
No, because they were state
They
police.
would have been unmarked if that was the
There were
case.
Idaho State
well-
Police that were trailing. He's saying, and they got behind it, so they contacted that state to help them slow Koberger
They
down.
radioed
Right,
2
I think-
regular
I
I
think
mean,
cars.
that's a
they did-
possibility. He's
That
not
would
saying that
definitely
that's what's happened. He's saying that's a
No,
possibility.
no. I know. I'm just asking. Like, do you think that could be the case, right? That they got 2
Yeah.
Indiana cops to
sense.
trail him. I'm just asking the question, right?
On that though, it would definitely be that the FBI would be the ones trailing them. I would suspect they might have one of the leads from Moscow with them, or the ISP, just as courtesy. But that kind of a case, FBI has a lot more means than
Yeah,
than
if
any of
he's
the other
in your mind, definitely the committer of this crime, then you're gonna lay on him like white on rice.
I mean, they might even have air support. I don't know.
That's
You
what
know?
I was questioning too.
Let me change the subject just a little bit to something that's been coming up in the comments a little bit. John, and John, this is something you said, right? Law enforcement lies sometimes.
Oh
Yep.
yeah.
They have to.
And we can lie.
Well, it's like everybody gets all like in their ass hurt feelings. They said the girls were downstairs on the floor. You're not going to say that one of the roommates potentially was on the 2nd floor and could have seen the guy until you have the guy. You could be putting her in risk
She's
of
a
danger.
witness at that point. Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah.
You're damn sure not going to do that. It's just
Totally.
it's just like anything else. And these people that, I'm going to get off topic here on just a legal thing. If you're a John and you're out there trying to pick up a prostitute and you roll up on that prostitute and the prostitute says, "Are you a cop?" and you're an undercover cop, do you have to tell them that you're a cop?
No.
You know how many people think that you do?
Well, I think
A lot of people are under the impression that if I'm working in a UC capacity and I'm doing something to try and work a UC case, and that person, the suspect, asks me if I'm a cop, and that I have to tell them that I'm a cop. You know how many people actually believe that?
I can only imagine.
A lot do.
Well, it's called
And
entrapment.
all you have to do is predispose yourself to that UC officer that you're going to commit. So by the mere fact that you asked me if I was a cop, you've already predisposed yourself to criminal activity. And that would go in a PCA.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Just
You hear that, Willie? Keep it in your pants.
Willie, don't go pick up any hookers.
Fuck that.
My
Oh.
God.
All right, guys. I think we need to let Clue get some sleep.
Yeah, listen.
And one other thing, res gesti. You might have heard me talk about res gesti. Does anybody know what that means?
I've never heard.
No.
I haven't heard that personally. No.
Res
No, I
gesti
don't know.
is a spontaneous admission. Okay. So like Karen Reed, if you know about that case, her saying, I hit him, did I hit him? Those are res gesti statements, and they can be used against you without Miranda. So a lot of
Is
people
that a
will make
fucking?
comments
Is that an
like
acronym, or is that a fucking
that's
Latin
actually
word, or
that's a
what?
legal term. It's called res gesti.
Okay.
So if those 2 Indiana cops would have pulled Koberger over and he'd have like freaked out and said, "Okay, I did it," something like that.
Yep, that can't be thrown out. That's a spontaneous admission.
Okay.
And a lot of cases, they'll try to get that suppressed because it was, there was no Miranda. Well, under the res gesti, that's a spontaneous admission, and you can do that.
So you
You
said
can use
that
that and-
can't be thrown out.
Can't be
Cannot.
thrown out. Right. They'll try like crazy to get it. That's why you always pay attention to what every little word, everything that's said by a suspect, you need to pay attention, because it may not seem like much, but if they said it, you better document it.
Wasn't that a huge question, like not a disagreement, but an argument type thing we had today on my show about Mirandizing people? while they were, I guess, how did it go? You guys were over there today. Do you remember?
Interview and interrogation.
Yeah, it had something to do with that. Wasn't that
The
a big?
difference between it. Yeah, if you're a suspect, if you're a suspect, you need to be Mirandized.
Right.
No matter what.
Right. If because you'll be impeached on that. If you say that, okay,
Yeah.
I brought Dago in and I questioned him. Well, was Dago a suspect at that point? No, we were just trying to figure out, we're trying to determine who was a suspect, who was not. But so at what point did Dago become a suspect? And if you say something stupid and it's obvious that Dago was a suspect and I didn't Mirandize him, and post non-Mirandizing, he made a supposed res justi statement when he's really a suspect, then that could be thrown out.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And it would be suppressed.
Okay. That's what we were talking about earlier. I remember now. That makes sense. Okay.
We better go, or I'm going to be in jail.
Yeah.
Because J Lord keeps running that mouth, and I'm liable to find her and shut it the fuck up for her.
Yeah, she really don't like. She don't like people getting along. That's the problem.
Let's
All right.
Well, I'm just telling you, she don't like people getting along. I'm just telling you what you don't like.
Well, and listen.
She does.
I asked Clue this. I had her muted, and I asked, and look, in all sincereness, Johnny, I appreciate your willingness to have a civil conversation tonight and really give your opinion and a lot of things. And I asked Clue this a minute ago. I'm like, would you be willing to invite him tomorrow night to a live and let him restream the same way that she and Dago have been doing? And she said, yeah. And I want to extend that invitation because I know you like to go live on Wednesday and Saturday. And I think it would be a great thing for the community as a whole if we all talk together like we have done tonight. What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not bullshitting you, but I have a dinner date tomorrow. As long as my girl is not on call, I will have to go to that. But depending on what time you guys go, if it's after that, you'll probably still be running when I get back. But I'll hop on. Absolutely.
Well, and I think you're welcome in here anytime you want to be, as long as we can continue to have civil conversations like we've had for the majority of this conversation tonight. Would anybody on this panel disagree with that?
I think you're skewing the 50-50 in your favor.
I got a date tomorrow.
Well, I'm not talking about just tomorrow night. I'm talking about in general. I'm talking about just in general. Sarge, you and I are going to have a conversation after this over the phone.
Actions are actions.
It was more of a joke than it was anything else. Just so you know, I was hoping you'd catch.
No, I know, and actions are actions going forward mean more than tonight, and I agree. But that's my point of the invitation is: look, let's continue the actions that we've portrayed tonight and having civilized conversation about the case. And
hey guys,
yeah, all right.
Hey guys, trust me.
I'm just kidding. I do mean it.
Well, and trust is earned, right?
Thank God he didn't say it's okay. I'm here to help. I would have panicked.
Yeah, right? Bring it, don't say it, right?
It's okay, everybody. I'm here.
Listen, as long as we have an understanding that I really am not. People will argue and say I am malicious. I'm really not. I'm vicious when it comes to being attacked. Yes. So I'm a fighter, just like we all should be fighters. We should all fight for what we believe in. And I did the things that I did. And, can I justify them? Some people understand why, some people don't. But, I'm really a very, very humble and kind-hearted person. If you knew me, you would understand.
Well, let's just agree that everybody on this panel, we fight collectively toward a common goal going forward.
That's it.
Okay.
Yep. That's it. And I would hope that would be that, we hope that we do have the right guy in custody. Okay. I believe that we do. And let me ask you this, Sergeant Friday.
I hope if this man is the guilty party, then yeah, he's right where he belongs.
If you had to state your life on it and you had to just say guilty or not guilty, what would you say?
I couldn't with the information we have.
Okay, let's
In
do
all
a
good
percentage.
conscience, I couldn't do that and feel like I was being partial.
What
honest.
is your percentage? Guilty to not guilty?
I don't really give that. You notice I pay more attention. I try to pay more attention to the stuff that's actually released.
Well, just take the
I
culmination
don't
of
know.
what we do.
I would
The
say
Linda
that
Lane footage. the
if
Linda
no
Lane
other
footage-
information were provided, I would have a
Mhm.
hard time with a guilty verdict, the sentence of death, to go with that. With just the
But would
information they have now and the processes that we're going to see that we've already seen, with the information that I've seen, I'd
But
say,
would you say
personally, I need more.
60 40, 50 50? What would you say?
Well, 50-50, because again, I'm leaving the door open that he could be guilty,
50-50.
right?
Okay, there you go.
I just don't think that what they've shown me so
Put
far.
another comment, please. Anything other than that one.
Dago, quit
Goddamn.
laughing. Dago, quit
Oh,
laughing.
goddamn.
What would
In
you
the
say?
middle. I've been in the middle
You're
the whole time.
distracting the conversation,
I'm
baby.
sorry, I'm
Please
sorry.
put something
That's
else
my
up there.
fault. Hold on.
Goddamn. That's so fucking funny, though.
Oh my
Friday's
God.
at 50-50. Dago, what are you at?
I'm
Jago.
honest to God, I've been 50-50 forever, and I can't go any more than that at this point. I can't. I was
right,
laughing at her comment. My
Willie,
apologies.
what are you at, bud?
Same shit. I've been in the middle. Show me the evidence, and I'll believe it.
What do you think about the 8-hour time
I
gap?
think Clue and Cle- I don't think Clue and Cletus are going to be 50-50, but they may prove me wrong. What do you guys?
Well,
I don't know the question. I've been arguing with
what
you.
are you 50?
fucking mod.
What's your percentage?
if you were to give a percentage on guilty versus not guilty, what would your percentage be?
50-50.
Out of 100.
I don't have all the info. I'd be an idiot to
You're
go more
50-50?
so either
Yeah.
way. Yeah.
I'll give you mine.
So
I'll hold on. I'll give you mine. Cletus speaking here. I'm 50-50 on his guilt, but I'm honest to God right now, about 85%, it doesn't fucking matter to the U of I, and they're the ones in control of the entire fucking conversation. That's where I'm at.
yeah.
That's where I'm at.
Well, here's where we're going to differ. I'm 99.9% sure he's guilty.
How?
Well, that's
but
fair.
without seeing the evidence, how can you be there?
Because
Well,
I know
in-
the process. Because
Right.
I know the
Like
process.
in
that's fair.
fairness,
And that's fair.
he probably has the ability to be more so because he has the background that
Right.
we don't.
He's got a
Yeah, but that means
perception and a view.
every single person that's ever arrested, you're going to be at 99.9.
No, it's just Willie. I know the process, and I believe that
That's what I
we're
mean.
making. I
that's-
believe that we're making mountains out of molehills. I think this case is a lot more simple than you all think. I think,
I do agree. I do agree with that
and-
point, John. And I think from a law enforcement mindset, if I try to look at it from your shoes, right, in your point of view, I can see why you say that. I honest to God can't, and that's why I ride the fence with it.
Yeah, it's real hard for me, guys, to be on 50-50 because, man, I've been there. I've been case agent, and I've worked these cases with some freaking badass people, and I'm telling you, man, it's when this comes out, when they do this opening statement, you're going to be like, wow, case over, game over.
I hope.
Promise
I'm
you.
anxiously awaiting for it, and I really hope I hope that it's in June, but I don't.
It's
I
like the
don't
grand
see it
jury was.
I really don't see it happening in June, but I hope it does.
Yeah, I don't.
really
I agree
want
with
it
you
to
there.
fucking happen.
I don't. And you know why I don't see it happening? Is because it's a DP case, and Judge is going to give them every bit of leeway. If they want an extension, he's going to give it to them. Now he might give them 2, and then say that's it. He's a fair but firm judge, but I don't think I think it'll happen sometime, late summer. But I don't think it's going to happen in June, and I could be wrong. The defense might concede. I think both sides are ready to go. I really do.
I agree.
I
with
think
that.
they are
I think
too.
both sides. I think the fact that the House came down without either of them objecting to it says that they're ready to go. Because Sarge and I have had long fucking discussions about this, even
Right.
on the phone, and it's like
I personally, I can't take all emotion out of the situation, and from an emotional aspect, I can't see the house coming down as the smartest move considering it's public property. But that's just me.
Ain't one of the smartest, I'll tell you that.
You have one of your subs, Bitch Franklin, saying it won't make it to trial. The only reason why it wouldn't make it to trial is if he pleads, and I don't think the state's going to remember. Just because Brian Kohlberger says I want to plea, that doesn't mean he gets to plea.
Oh, they would definitely allow it. I promise you.
No,
You think
they
so,
won't.
Willie?
I don't
my
think they will.
fucking Jesus! With this
Well-
shit evidence, are you kidding me?
No,
I don't think.
Really, you're missing the whole point. You're assuming that's the only evidence, which is what
No. See, I'm not assuming. See, that's the difference here. I'm not assuming. I put this together today. Okay, I believe it was 6 or 7 months have went past, and that's when the grand jury indicted him. Okay, now 6 grand jurors were underwhelmed with the evidence and want to see more. What that shows me is what they saw is the same shit we're seeing here, and that's why they want to see more, because we want to see more too. So I believe after 7 months, 6, 7 months, they were shown the exact same shit we're shown. And they don't have to be seen, whatever is just in the PCA. They can be shown damning evidence. I mean, they can be shown whatever. So, yeah, I don't see how you or anybody can say that they have the damning evidence if,
With all due respect, most of your grand juries are like that.
What do you mean?
Most of your grand juries are not unanimous.
Yeah, but a grand jury won't indict a ham sandwich. I'm saying this grand jury had multiple people that needed to see more evidence. That's
don't hate the player.
They also put more people in the grand jury. They put more people in the jury than people are required by statute. So let's say you have a grand jury of 20 people and you only need 12.
Majority.
Please
the grand jury does not operate the same as a trial jury.
Not even close.
Totally different guidelines.
Exactly. But it's a one-sided argument.
I agree. And it's like Judge actually alluded to the fact that if you have a problem with the process, I cannot make that decision. This is a grand jury. I mean, this is this is above my pay grade. So if you want to file,
I don't know about the process. I'm just talking about the evidence.
If you want to file an appeal, but it's not. We're still going to move forward with the trial. And after the trial, if you want to file appeal based on what your argument is, I look forward to seeing it. Okay. So the grand jury, you're just going to have to do research yourself. I could sit here all night and explain why a grand jury operates the way it operates. But if you go look and let your fingers do the walking and read up, you'll understand. It's totally different, dude. And you said it right. You can indict a damn ham sandwich because you don't have a defense process there. But guess what? That's our system. And until we have legislation to change it, it's going to continue to be our system. But some states don't use a grand jury. I don't recall what states they are. You guys can look it up, but not every state uses a grand jury.
Well,
and some states have a grand jury but never use it.
And the argument being made by the defense is a constitutional argument, right? Their argument is simply that the constitutional states.
I don't know. I was talking about the evidence.
This is how the grand jury will hear. And that's not what's being practiced and hasn't been being practiced for decades and decades and decades. The constitutional standard isn't being met. Probable cause standard is being met. That's the argument they have. That's what Judge said. What you're talking about with Judge, because we talked about this.
Right, exactly. But that's well above. You're talking about case law. And Judge he's not gonna create case law. I can tell you right now, no judge wants to be a part of case law.
No, I agree. I agree with that 100%.
So
they've got to move it to a higher court now.
Unless you're a defense attorney, you don't want to be a part of case law as an attorney. If you're a defense attorney, you're setting a precedent and you're changing the law to help a defendant, and it gets put in a book somewhere. That's great for you. It looks great on a resume, especially if you're working for the state.
Well, I don't think she's not trying to get a new law on the books. She's trying to get the law on the books in the Constitution.
I know what she's trying to do, but Judge clearly said, "Look, I can't make that decision."
No, Judge,
you're making an argument. Your argument to me is moot because if you want to present that in an appeal, then I look forward to seeing that. But I can't make that decision.
Mm-hmm.
That's for a higher court to make. The Supreme Court.
I think the latest filing is directly connected to that.
Right. Yeah. And it's not going to go anywhere because he's going to tell her the same thing. Look, we're going to move forward with this trial. At the end of the trial, guilty, then you can file your appeal, which he's automatically going to get anyway. Just attach that to it. It's a DP case. He automatically gets an appeal. It's filed by the state automatically. As soon as the gavel hits, it's filed. Or they file it.
Right.
Hey guys, listen, I don't want to be
Yeah, I've
rude.
gotta
or
go to
anything
bed,
or
man.
cut
Yeah, I
anybody
gotta
off.
go.
We got to let her get off of here, man.
Well,
I
and
feel bad.
It's been
It's
real.
clear that
and
Clue could
it's
never
been-
hold
and
her
it's
liquor.
been fun.
Me?
Clear to me, she could never hold her liquor.
No, she can hold her liquor. She quit drinking fucking 2 hours ago. I haven't stopped yet. That's why I'm still
I'm just-
fucking vocal.
I'm just
Yeah.
teasing, man.
I'm
I
just
just feel bad
impressed
that
that I
we're
can
keeping it
still
going.
form fucking
Yeah,
sentences.
I want to say good night to everybody. It was interesting.
We will see
Yeah.
you soon,
It
Sarge.
was-
Always a good time.
All right, we'll talk to you all
Yeah.
soon.
Well, and I'll tell each and every one of you again, I am a sincere person. So, if you don't believe that, then I guess I'll just have to show you, and we'll go from there.
Well, and I do, Don. I openly invite you to her to her stream in the future because for the most part we've had a constructive conversation and you participated in the conversation, and I appreciate and respect that. So
Yeah, well,
there you go.
Yeah. Well, we addressed the elephant in the room, and
We did.
You
We fucking
I
did. And thank you for
I
that.
wish that we didn't have to, but we kind of had to, and I think that we came to a sort of agreement. But my tact was my tact, and I felt like it's the only way that I could do it because I was bouncing my head off the wall trying to figure out any other way.
So
So
when
I miss some of you guys.
real quick
Go ahead.
before we drop, you said you were dropping apologies. When you said that, are you apologizing to everybody that was affected by this or just specific people? That's all I was asking.
I apologize to everyone that was negatively affected by it.
Thank you, John. I you know what? Look, man,
There you go.
my hat is completely fucking off to you for that. I sincerely fucking mean that. I do. I sincerely mean that. My hat's off to you for that. And I hope that the future reflects that apology. I really do.
And
I
you know what?
really
It
do.
will, guys. And I can promise you we're going to disagree on a lot of stuff.
All day.
But
And fair enough.
I think, and what I've always said is I invite debate. You don't have to agree with me at all.
Just please don't bring Kelly D back up on your panel so Clue doesn't get fucking triggered to say the C word about 50 fucking times in a row just to piss her off.
I'm not going to badmouth Kelly D. She's not a bad person, but there's things you don't know about her that I'm not going to divulge here. So
no, that's fine. That's fine.
She's got some triggers, and she's got triggers. She's had some things happen in her life that, if you knew, you would probably understand. And it has a lot to do with, the C word and stuff like that. And if you knew, you would
I get it. I have people in my community. Clue has people in her community. You have people in your community. We all do. We understand it.
Yeah.
We can't go at people because of that. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everybody
You're
has their
right. You're right. So that being said, good night to all, and to all a good night, and have a happy new year. I will I don't know how long. What time are you going live tomorrow?
Oh fuck, who knows? Hello.
Well, how about this? Just when she is live, you have a fucking open invitation to a panel.
All right, brother. Well, we're supposed to do something tomorrow. I don't know if we're going to be ready, but because I've got to work tomorrow, so I'm not going to have a lot of time to put into it. But if not, I'll definitely hop on and say hey, and I'll let Clueminati bitch slap me around a little bit.
Damn it.
All right, y'all.
All righty then.
Hey, just remember, man, all cops aren't dicks. I'm gonna say this one thing, and it's gonna blow your mind.
And all dicks aren't cops.
Right. And and I'm telling you, and all my over a decade in law enforcement, I never went to one shift party. Not one. And you want to know why? Because of the unethical cops that I would see there that would get in their cars and drive. Sometimes they would get so blitzed that they got naked and jumped in the lake at an apartment complex at the party. Shit that we go to and arrest people for lewd and lascivious and disorderly intoxication. Getting in cars and driving. I would never participate in one party. I always made up an excuse, and I was the most social MFer out there.
Nice,
So
TV.
that's just wanted to say that.
Alrighty.
Good night.
All right.
Good night, everybody.
Clue, thank
right.
you for having us up here
See
and
you,
putting
Clue.
up
See you, everyone.
crazy
Well,
stuff.
thank you, Dago, Willie, John, and Sarge, even though you're already gone.
Cletus, I don't know how you've been drinking all that time, brother, and you're still face up. That's a good thing, bro.
Knob
Hey,
Creek,
I'm
too. That
fucking-
like rock gut
You know
shit.
what? Look, I've practiced for many fucking years, and you know I've still got it. That's all I can say.
You're not even
Yeah,
clean
you got it.
slurring your words.
Because I don't drink at all, but if you gave me one of whatever you're doing, I'll tell you what, you'd be cracking up because I'd be 2 shits into the wind.
Well,
with
maybe
one.
you should try it, Johnny boy. Maybe you should try it.
Yeah, everybody says that. You know what? I recently made a joke because got a lot of alcoholics in my family. I'm like, fuck it, maybe I should just be an alcoholic. You know, because these people seem to get what they want and they're alcoholics, and I work my ass off and still have to work my ass off.
I'm not an alcoholic, but I just like to have.
I'm not
fucking
saying you
fun,
are.
but I
I'm
can
just
control-
saying.
No. I know you're not.
Yeah.
I'm just saying I'm not an alcoholic, but I like to have fucking fun. And you
We
know,
only
hey,
drink when we're live.
we only fucking drink when she's live.
Well, that makes you guys funny. You know, it relaxes
It works.
you.
It works.
It makes you the dynamic duo. So
Apologize to who? J Lord, I'm not apologizing to you. You can kiss my ass. Have a great.
Fuck you, J Lord.
J-Lord can suck my fucking nutsack. How
Yeah,
about that?
fuck you.
John, you got to read everything she's been saying all night.
all right. Well,
Have a bad night, you
Maybe
rat.
she should come on tomorrow night. How about that?
Yeah.
I'm done.
We're gonna have fun. J Lord's gonna be a part of it, so we'll work it out.
She used to
All
talk
right?
mad shit before this
There you
too.
go.
So fuck that
We
pig.
worked it out tonight. We worked it out
Not
tonight.
the cop.
Work it out tomorrow night. There you go.
Either way,
But,
anyway.
hey, you know what? I think at the end of all this, we've all learned to have a little grace for each other. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
So
Kind of.
let's just work on that. And I'm not being bullshit. You know, I'm just stating the fact. I think that we should all walk away from this and maybe, you know, let's have a little grace and understand people for, you know, you don't know what she's been through. Just like I don't know what each and every one of you've been through. Dinky, you're on. Not me, he says, whatever. But you know, I tried. All right. Y'all take care.
You too. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
See ya.
Bye.
And control that bitch, J Lord. Later, y'all.
Have a good night, Cletus, Willie, Sarge, all you guys. Take care, guys. I appreciate you.
See you, bud. Happy New
Bye.
Year.
Bye. Bye.
By myself again.